A Decade of Fantasy and Science Fiction. Selected by Robert P. Mills. Copyright 1949, 1952, 1953, 1954, 1955, 1956, 1957, 1958, 1959, and 1960 by Mercury Press, Incorporated. Narrated by Robert Donley.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Introduction. Since Anthony Boucher and J. Francis McComas, as co-editors, brought out the first issue of the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction in the fall of 1949, there have been 9 annual collections in book form taken from the magazine's pages. Each year, the problem of selecting the stories to be included in the book has been at the least tantalizing, and often very nearly defeating. Each year, stories that demanded to be in had to be excluded for artificial reasons, having to do with length, balance of fantasy with science fiction, and the like. In recent years, the problem has been somewhat modified by the adoption of a policy which arbitrarily eliminates reprints, which means that many a distinguished story has had to be passed by. This volume has the specific purpose of rectifying the omissions of the past, and we confess that assembling it has again presented the familiar problem. Many stories not included in our annual volumes are not present because they have since appeared in other anthologies readily available in libraries and bookstores. Nonetheless, the number of likely candidates which are left out simply because there is no room here would fill another book as large as this one. A final note. What is good in this book is almost entirely owing to the work of Messrs. Boucher and McComas, who conceived the idea of the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction and gave it its special character. It's extremely regrettable that Mr. McComas had to resign for personal reasons after the first few years, and Mr. Boucher after 9 years. The incumbent of the editorial chair salutes them. Robert P. Mills, Norwalk, Connecticut. A Decade of Fantasy and Science Fiction. The Martian Shop by Howard Fast. Editor's note. One of a series of stories satirizing one or another aspect of man's mortality, written especially for fantasy and science fiction by the author of Citizen Tom Paine, Spartacus, and many distinguished others. End of editor's note. These are the background facts given to Detective Sergeant Tom Bristol when he was instructed to break down the door and go into the place. It's true that the locksmiths at Center Street have earned the reputation of being able to open anything that has been closed, and that reputation is not undeserved. But this door was an exception. So Bristol went to break down the door with 2 men in uniform and crowbars and all the other tools that might be necessary. But before that he studied a précis of the pertinent facts. It had been established that 3 stores had been opened on the same day and the same hour, and more than that, as an indication of a well-organized and orderly mind, the space for each of the stores had been rented on the same day, the leases signed on the same hour. The store in Tokyo was located in the very best part of the Ginza. The space had been occupied by a fine jewelry and watchmaking establishment, perhaps the 2nd or 3rd best in all Japan. They vacated the premises, refusing to give the press any explanation whatsoever at the time. Later, however, it was revealed that the price paid to the jewelry establishment for the purchase of its lease consisted of 50 diamonds of exactly 3 carats each, all of them so perfectly matched, so alike in their flawlessness, that diamond experts consider the very existence of the collection, hitherto unknown, to be a unique event in the long history of jewels. The store in Paris was, of course, on Faubourg Saint-Honoré. There were no stores vacant at the time, and the lease of a famous couturier was purchased for 40 million francs. The couturier, his name is omitted at specific request of the French government, named the price facetiously, for he had no intention of surrendering his place. When the agent for the principal wrote out a check on the spot, holding him to his word, he had no choice but to go through with the deal. The third store was on Fifth Avenue in New York City. After 30 years on the avenue, the last 10 increasingly unprofitable, the old and stodgy firm of Delbos gave up its struggle against modern merchandising. The store it had occupied was located on the block between 52nd and 53rd Streets on the east side of the street. The property itself was managed by Clyde and Abrahams, who were delighted to release Delbos from a 25-year lease that had been signed in 1937, and who promptly doubled the rent. The Slocum Company, acting as agents for the principals, who never entered into the arrangements at all, either with Clyde and Abrahams or subsequently with Trevor, the decorating firm, made no protest over the increased rent, signed the lease, and then paid a year's rent in advance. Arthur Lewis, one of the younger partners in the Slocum Company, conducted the negotiations. Wally Clyde, of Clyde and Abrahams, remarked at the time that the Slocum Company was losing its grip. Lewis shrugged and said that they were following instructions. He said that if he had bargaining power himself, he'd be damned if he'd ever agreed to such preposterous rent. Lewis also conducted the negotiations with Trevor, turning over to them detailed plans for the redesigning and decoration of the store, and agreeing to the price they set. They did make it plain, however, that his specific instructions from his principal were to agree to all prices asked, and to deal only with the firms he was told to deal with. He pointed out to Trevor that such practices were abhorrent to the Slocum Company, and were not to be anticipated under any circumstances in the future. When the information for this précis was gathered, Mr. Samuel Carradine of the Trevor Company produced the original plans for the remodeling and decoration of the store. That is, the plans turned over to him by Mr. Lewis. They are hand-drawn on a fine but strong paper of pale yellow tint. 2 paper experts, one of them chief chemist for Harlan Mills, have already examined these plans, but they're unable to identify the paper, nor have they seen similar paper before. They do assert that the paper has neither a pulp nor a rag base. Part of the paper is at present undergoing chemical analysis at Crestwood Laboratories. From this point onward, the history of the 3 stores is sufficiently general for the data on the Fifth Avenue store to suffice. In all 3 cases, rental and alteration were managed under similar circumstances. In all 3 cases, the subsequent progress of events was the same, making due allowance for the cultural patterns of each country. In each case, the decoration of the store was in excellent taste, unusual, but nevertheless artfully connected with the general decor of the particular avenue. Trevor charged over $100,000 for alteration and decoration. The storefront was done in stainless steel panels used as tile. Window space was enlarged, and a magnificent bronze veneered door replaced the ancient oak portal of Delbos. The interior was done in tones of black and crimson, with drapes and carpeting of mustard yellow, and the display cases and platforms were of bronze and glass. Decorators whose opinions have been sought all concur in the assessment of results. Without doubt, the 3 stores were done in excellent, if not superb, taste. The decoration bold, unique, but never vulgar or distressing. It must be noted, however, that Mr. Ernest Searles, who heads the decor department of the Fifth Avenue Association, pointed out certain angular, that is, unfamiliar degree angles, concepts never used before by American decorators. On Fifth Avenue, as in other cases, the center focus of the decorating scheme was the crystal replica of the planet Mars, which was suspended from the ceiling in each shop, and which revolved at the same tempo as Mars itself. It has not yet been determined what type of mechanism activates these globes. The globes, which display a unique and remarkable map of Mars' surface, were installed by the principals after Trevor had completed the overall alteration and decoration. While the Fifth Avenue storefront is striking, It was done with the type of expensive modesty that would do credit to Tiffany's. The last thing installed was the name of the shop itself, Mars Products, in gold letters, each letter a half-inch in relief and 5 inches high. It has since been determined that these letters are cast out of solid gold. The 3 shops opened their doors to the public at 10 a.m. on the 10th of March, in local time and day. In New York, the letters spelling out Mars Products had been displayed for 8 days, and a good deal of curiosity had been aroused, both among the public and the press. But until actual opening, no information had been offered. During those days, 4 objects had been on display in the shop windows. No doubt the reader of this précis has seen or examined these objects, each of which stood upon a small crystal display stand framed in black velvet, for all the world like precious jewels, which in a sense they were. The display consisted of a clock, an adding machine, an outboard motor, and a music box, although only the clock was recognizable through its appearance. A beautiful precision instrument, activated as a number of clocks are by the variation in atmospheric pressure. Yet the workmanship, materials, and general beauty of this clock outdid anything obtainable in the regular market. The adding machine was a black cube, measuring slightly more than 6 inches. The covering is of some as yet undetermined synthetic or plastic, inlaid with the curious hieroglyphs that have come to be known as the Martian script, the hieroglyphs in white and gold. This machine is quickly and easily adjusted or sensitized to the sound of an individual voice, and it calculates on the basis of vocal instruction. The results emerge through a thin slit in the top, printed on paper similar to that mentioned before. Theoretically, such a calculator could be built today, but so far as we know, by only 2 shops, one in Germany and the other in Japan, and the cost would be staggering. Certainly, it would take years of experimental work to develop it to the point where it would deal with 13 digits, adding, subtracting, multiplying, and dividing entirely by vocal command. The outboard motor was an object about the size of a small electric sewing machine, fabricated of some blue metal and weighing 14 pounds, 6 ounces and a fraction. 2 simple tension clips attached it to any boat or cart or car. It generated 40 horsepower in jet propulsion, and it contained, almost microcosmically, its own atomic generator, guaranteed for 1,000 continuous hours of operation. Through a muffling device, which has so far defied even theoretical solution, it produced less sound than an ordinary outboard motor. In each shop, this was explained not as a muffling procedure, but as a matter of controlled pitch beyond the range of the human ear. The competent engineers felt that this explanation must be rejected. In spite of the breathtaking implications of this atomic motor, it was the music box that excited the most attention and speculation. Of more or less the same dimensions as the adding machine, it was of pale yellow synthetic, the hieroglyphs pricked out in dark gray. 2 slight depressions on the top of this box activated it. A slight touch of one depression to start it, a second touch on the same depression to stop it. The second depression, when touched, changed the category of the music desired. There were 22 categories of music available. Symphonic music in 3 chronological sections, chamber music in 3 sections, piano solo, violin solo with and without accompaniment, folk music for 7 cultures, operatic in 3 sections, orchestra, full cast, and orchestra, that is the complete opera, and selected renderings. Religious music divided into 5 religious categories. Popular songs in national sections, instrumental music in terms of 82 instruments, jazz in 5 categories, and 3 categories of children's music. The salespeople in each of the 3 shops claimed that the music box had a repertoire of 11,000 and some odd separate musical selections. But this, of course, could not be put to the test. and varying opinions on this score have been expressed. Also, the use of vocal instruction to set the sound and pitch, which was not inferior to the best mass-produced high fidelity, was pooh-poohed as fakery. But Mr. Harry Flannery, consulting sound engineer for the Radio Corporation of America, has stated that the music box could be compiled out of available technical knowledge, especially since the discovery of transistor electronics. As with the adding machine, it was less the technical achievement than the workmanship that was unbelievable. But Mr. Flannery admitted that a content of 11,000 works was beyond present-day knowledge or skill, providing that this enormous repertoire was a fact. From all witnesses interrogated, we have compiled a list of more than 300 works played to the shop's demonstration music box. These were the 4 objects displayed in the windows of each of the 3 stores. The same 4 objects were available for examination and demonstration inside each of the stores. The clock was priced at $500, the adding machine at $475, the outboard motor at $1,620, and the music box at $700. And these prices were exactly the same at the current exchange in Tokyo and Paris. Prior to the opening, that is, the previous day, quarter-page advertisements in the New York Times only stated simply and directly that the people of the planet Mars announced the opening the following day of a shop on Fifth Avenue, which would display, demonstrate, and take orders for 4 products of Martian industry. It explained the limited selection of offerings by pointing out that this was only an initial step in order to test the reactions of Earth buyers. It was felt, the advertisement stated, that commercial relations between the Earth and Mars should be on the friendliest basis, and the Martian industrialists had no desire to upset the economic balance of Earth. The advertisement went on to say that orders would be taken for all of the products and that delivery was guaranteed in 12 days. The advertisement expressed the hope that this would mark the beginning of a cordial and fruitful and lasting relationship between the inhabitants of both planets. This advertisement was hardly the first word in the press concerning the Martian shops. Already every columnist had carried an item or two about what was without question one of the most imaginative and novel publicity schemes of the space age. Several columnists had it on the best authority, for rumors were all over the city, that General Dynamics was behind the Martian shops. They were also credited to General Electric, the Radio Corporation, and at least a dozen of large industrial enclaves. Again, a brilliant young merchandiser was named, a Paris dress designer and a Greek shipping magnate. Still others spoke of a scheme by German industrialists to break into the American market in force, and of course there were hints that the Soviet Union was behind the method of destroying capitalism. Engineers were willing to grant Russia the skill, but interior decorators refused to acknowledge the ability of the Russians to produce original and tasteful decor. But until the shops actually opened and the working capabilities of the machines were actually demonstrated, no one was inclined to take the matter too seriously. On the 10th of March, the shops opened in each of the 3 cities. The 10th of March was a Monday in New York. The shops remained open until Friday, and then they closed down for good, so far as we know. But in those 5 days, thousands of people crowded into the Fifth Avenue store. The machines were demonstrated over and over. Thousands of orders were taken, but all deposits and prepayments were refused. The New York shop was staffed by 1 man and 5 tall, charming, and efficient women. What they actually looked like is a matter of dispute, for they all wore skin-tight face masks of some latex-like material. But rather than to make them repulsive, the effect of the masks was quite pleasant. Gloves of the same material covered their hands, nor was any part of their skin exposed anywhere. John Matson, writing in the News the following day, said, "Never did the inhabitants of 2 planets meet under more promising I'm willing to take any chances with the Martian face. Uncover, my lovelies, uncover. Earth waits with bated breath. Professor Hugo Eligson, the famous astronomer, visited the shop for life. His report says, in part, "If the masked people in this shop are Martians, then I say space must be conquered. I know it's strange for an astronomer to dwell on shapely legs and muted, rippling accents. Yet I know that from here on my wife will eye me strangely whenever I look at the red planet. As to the relationship of an excellent publicity scheme to the planet Mars, common intelligence orders me to withhold comment." Perhaps the Soviet Union thought different, for on the second day of the shop's business, 2 gentlemen from the Russian embassy were known to enter and offer a cool $1,000,000 United States for the demonstration sample of the atomic outboard. The Martians were polite but firm. By Wednesday, Mars products occupied more space in the New York press than international news. It crowded out the crises in the Middle East, and Formosa was relegated to page 17 of the Times. A dozen authorities were writing scholarly opinions. Traffic on Fifth Avenue was impossible, and 100 extra police were detailed to maintain order and make it possible for any of the Fifth Avenue stores to do business. The Fifth Avenue Association decided to apply for an injunction on the grounds that Mars products disrupted the ordinary practice of business. Much the same was happening on Faubourg Saint-Honoré and on the Ginza. Also on Wednesday, American industry awoke and panicked. Boards of directors were convened all over the nation. Important industrial magnates flew to Washington, and the stock of electronic, business machine, and automobile companies sent the Dow Jones averages down 26 points. The largest builder of systems and calculating machines in America saw its stock sell 10 minutes ahead of the ticker, down 180 points for the day. So also on the London, Paris, and Tokyo exchanges. But the intelligence service was not perturbed until Thursday, when it sent formal requests to the FBI and to the New York City Police Department to determine who and what the principals behind Mars products were, and to ascertain where these machines had been manufactured, and whether they had been imported, and whether duty had been paid. The Sûreté and the Tokyo police were by then taking similar steps. Without going into the details of this investigation, it suffices to say that in every case, the investigating authorities were baffled. All 3 bank accounts were the result of large cash deposits by very commonplace men who were no different from thousands of other average men. The acting agents were given by mail full power of attorney as well as instructions. The investigations were not completed until Friday evening. By Friday, each of the 3 shops was under surveillance by various government and police agencies. In New York, city detectives put a 24-hour watch on Mars products Wednesday evening, even before any instructions or requests came from Washington. But no member of the staff left the shop after closing hours or at any other time. Curtains were drawn across the windows, blocking off the display products. At 10 a.m., the curtains were drawn back. During Friday, in New York and Washington, discussions were held on the advisability of issuing injunctions or search warrants. At the same time, there was understandable hesitancy. If this was a publicity scheme of some industrial group, whatever agency acted could be the laughingstock of the nation, as well as opening itself to considerable liability if legal action was taken by the injured party. Plainclothesmen had been in and out of the shop 100 times, searching for some violation. None had been found. No loophole had been detected. Friday night, the shop on Fifth Avenue closed as usual. The curtains were drawn. At 11 p.m., the lights went out. At 3 a.m., the door of the shop opened. At that time on Saturday morning, Fifth Avenue was deserted. The shop was then being observed by 4 city detectives, 2 federal agents, 2 members of Central Intelligence, and 3 private operatives hired by the National Association of Manufacturers. The 11 men made no attempt at concealment. There was only one store entrance. Across the avenue, 4 cars waited. When the door of Mars Products opened, the 5 members of the staff walked out. They all carried packages. At precisely the same moment, a large black automobile drew up at the curb in front of the shop. The man opened the back door of his car, and all 5 staff members entered. Then the door closed, and they drove away. They were followed by the 4 cars. The agents who were watching them had instructions not to interfere, to make no arrests, but to follow any member of the staff to his or her destination and to report along the way by radio. We have an exact description of the automobile. Shaped somewhat like a Continental, it was at least a foot longer, though no broader. It had a strange hood, more rounded than a stock car, but it was larger than any known sport car. It headed uptown, well within the speed limits, turned into Central Park, emerged at 7th Avenue and 110th Street, proceeded north, and then beneath 155th Street to the Harlem River Speedway. When it reached the Speedway, 2 police cars had joined the caravan behind it. Toward the George Washington Bridge approach ramp, it began to pick up speed. And when it passed the ramp, continuing on the deserted Speedway, it was already doing 80 miles an hour. The police cars opened their sirens, and by radio, additional police cars were instructed to set up a roadblock at Dyckman Street. At that point, the black car put out wings, at least 7 feet on either side, and went over to jet power. It left the pursuing cars as if they were standing still. It's impossible to arrive at any accurate estimate of its ground speed then, but it was certainly well over 130 miles an hour. It was airborne in a matter of seconds, gained altitude quickly, and disappeared by its sound eastward. It was picked up twice by radar at an altitude of 20,000 feet, moving at very high speed, even for jet power. The Air Force was immediately notified, and planes took off within minutes. But there is no report of the black car or plane being sighted again, nor was it again raised by radar. It's sufficient to note that the progress of events in Tokyo and Paris was more or less identical. In no case was the staff of the shop interfered with or taken. Such was the précis that Detective Sergeant Bristol reviewed before he went uptown to break in the door of Mars Products. It told him nothing that he did not already know, and in all truth he knew a great deal more. His own specialty was entry and search, but like almost every other citizen of New York, he had speculated during the past days on the intriguing problem of Mars Products. He was well trained in the art of rejecting any conclusions not founded on facts he could test with sight, touch, or smell. But in spite of this training, his imagination conjured up a host of possibilities behind the locked door of Mars Products. He was still young enough to view his work with excitement, and all during this day his excitement had been mounting. Both the city police and the FBI had decided to wait through Saturday before opening the shop, and these decisions were communicated to Tokyo and Paris. Actually, the New York shop was opened a few hours later than the others. When Bristol arrived at 52nd Street and 5th Avenue, at least a dozen men were waiting for him. Among them were the police commissioner, the mayor, General Arlen Mack, the chief of staff, a colonel in military intelligence, and several FBI officials. There were also at least 100 onlookers held back by policemen. The police commissioner was irritated and indicated that Bristol was the type to be late at his own funeral. "I was told to be here at 7 o'clock, sir," Bristol said. "It is still a few minutes before 7. "Well, don't argue about it. Get that door open." It was easier said than done. When they ripped off the bronze plate, they found solid steel underneath. They burned through it and hammered off the bolted connection. It took almost an hour before the door was open, and then, as had been the case in Tokyo and Paris, they found the store empty. The beautiful crystal reproduction of the planet Mars had been pulverized. They found the shards in a wastebasket, and it was taken to Center Street for analysis. Otherwise, none of the decorations had been disturbed or removed, not even the solid gold letters on the storefront, a small fortune in itself. But the 8 products, the 4 from the window and the 4 used in the shop as demonstrators, were gone. The high brass prowled around the place for an hour or so, examining the decorations and whispering to each other in corners. Someone made the inevitable remark about fingerprints, and the commissioner growled, "People whose skin is covered don't leave fingerprints." By 9 o'clock the brass had left, and Bristol went to work. 2 FBI men had remained. They watched the methods of the 3 men from Center Street in silent admiration. Bristol's specialty was, as we noted, entry and search. He had 4 children, a wife he adored, and he was soberly ambitious. He had long since decided to turn his specialty into a science, and then to develop that science to a point unequaled elsewhere. First, he brought in lights and flooded the store with 3,000 additional watts of illumination. Since there was only the main room and a small office and lavatory behind it, he brightened the space considerably. Then, he and his 2 assistants hooked portable lights onto their belts. He told the FBI men, "The first element of search is to find it." "But do you know what to look for?" "No," Bristol said. "Neither does anyone else. That makes it easier in a way." First they removed all drapery, spread white sheets, brushed the drapery carefully on both sides, folded it, and removed it. The dust was collected and labeled. Then they swept all the floors, then went over them a second time with a vacuum cleaner. The dust was sifted, packaged, and labeled. Then, fitting the vacuum cleaner with new bags each time, they went over every inch of space, floor, walls, ceiling, molding, and furniture. Again, the bags were packaged and labeled. Then they took the upholstered furniture apart, bit by bit, shredding the fabric and filling. The foam rubber in the cushions was needled and then picked apart. Once again, everything was labeled. "This is more or less mechanical," Bristol explained to the government men. "Routine. We do the chemical and microscopic analysis downtown." "Routine, huh?" I mean for this type of problem. We don't get this kind of problem in terms of search more than 2 or 3 times a year." At 2 o'clock in the morning, the government men went out to buy coffee and sandwiches. They brought back a box of food for the city men. By 4 a.m., the carpeting had been taken down to Center Street, the toilet walls stripped of tile, the plumbing removed and checked, the toilet and sink entirely dismantled. At 6 o'clock on Sunday morning, in the cold gray light of dawn, Bristol was supervising the taking apart of every piece of bonded wood or metal in the shop. He made the find in a desk, a modern desk of Swedish design that had been supplied to the decorators. Its surface was of polished birch, and there was a teak strip across the front. When this strip was removed, Bristol found a bit of film, less than an inch long and about 3 millimeters in width. When he held it up to the light with tweezers and put a magnifying glass on it, it was discovered to be film strip. It contained 16 full frames and part of a 17th frame. Minutes later, he was in a car with the government men racing down to Center Street, and only then did he permit himself the luxury of a voiced opinion. "They must have been editing that film," he remarked. "I've been reading how orderly and precise they are, but even an orderly person can lose something, even a Martian," he finished doubtfully. Strangely enough, the government men made no comment at all. Bristol is remembered, and it has been said in many places that he will go far. He has already been promoted, and without question he'll be mentioned by historians for years to come. He was an honest and thorough man, and he had an orderly mind to match other orderly minds. Professor Julius Goldman will also be remembered. The head of the Department of Semitic Languages at Columbia University, he was also the leading philologist in the Western Hemisphere, if not the world. And to him, as much as to any other, goes the credit for breaking through the early Cretan script. He pioneered the brilliant, if again failing, recent Etruscan effort. Along with Jacobs of Oklahoma, he is the leading authority on American Indian languages, specializing there in the Plains dialects. It's said that there is no important language on earth, living or dead, that he cannot command fluently. This is possibly an exaggeration, but since he was reached by the White House that same Sunday, flown to Washington, put at the head of a team of 5 of the country's finest philologists, and since he accomplished what was expected of him in 32 hours, it might be said that his reputation was deserved. Yet, by the grace of God, or whatever force determines our destiny, he was given a Rosetta Stone, so to speak. Without it, as he was the first to point out, the Martian script would not have been broken, not now, and possibly not ever. The Rosetta Stone, which you will recall originally enabled philologists to break the mystery of the Egyptian hieroglyphs by providing them on the same stone tablet with translations in known tongues, was in this case a single frame of the film strip containing both an English and Martian inscription. Acting on the possibility that one was a translation of the other, Professor Goldman found an opening for the attack. Nevertheless, it remains perhaps the most extraordinary case of reconstruction in all the history of language. That Tuesday, the Tuesday after the store had been broken into, the President of the United States held an enlarged meeting of his cabinet at the White House. In addition to the regular members of the cabinet, some 42 other persons were present, Julius Goldman among them. And it was not Goldman alone who appeared haggard from want of sleep. Each of the men present had a précis, somewhat enlarged, that was not too different from the one presented here. Each of them had read it and pondered it. Opening the meeting, the President reviewed the facts, mentioned some of the opinions already gathered from experts, and then said, "What are we to think, gentlemen? Our own halting probes into outer space have removed the starry realm from the province of fiction writers and gullible fools. As yet, we have no firm conclusions, but I do hope that at the end of this meeting we will formulate a few and be able to act upon them. I need not repeat that some of the keenest minds in America still consider the Martian shops to be a remarkable hoax. If so, a practical joke costing its originator a great many millions of dollars has been played out to no point. In all fairness, I reject this conclusion, nor can I, at this point in my knowledge, support any arguments that we have seen a great publicity campaign. I've come to certain conclusions of my own, but I shall withhold them until others have been heard. As most of you know, through the energy and resourcefulness of the New York City Police Department, we found a tiny bit of film strip at the Fifth Avenue shop. Nothing of any value was found either in Paris or Tokyo. Nevertheless, I have invited the Japanese and French ambassadors to be present tonight, since their countries have been chosen even as ours was. I do not say that their interest is higher than that of other nations, for perhaps— The President hesitated then and shrugged tiredly. Well, at this point, I will turn the meeting over to Professor Julius Goldman of Columbia University, our greatest philologist, whose contribution to the unraveling of this problem cannot be overestimated. Professor Goldman said quietly that, for the record, he had made no contribution not shared equally by his colleagues who were not present this evening. They had, all 6 of them, prepared an affidavit which he would read in the name of the entire team. First, he would like the people assembled to see the film strip for themselves. The room was darkened. The first frame appeared on a prepared screen at one end of the room. It was covered with vertical lines of what had already come to be called the Martian hieroglyphic. So with the second and the Rosetta Stone. At the top, in English block letters, compound for white males, 16 to 19 years of age. And directly beneath, again in English, general warning. Any discussion of escape or resistance will be met by permanent stimulation of the trigeminal nerve. And beneath that, feeding room, yellow-skinned females, 7 to 10 years of age. And as a final line in English, much have I traveled in the realms of gold. Beneath these English lines were a number of vertical hieroglyph columns. The voice of Professor Goldman explained, "This frame gave us our key, but we do not claim any clear knowledge of what these inscriptions mean. Medical authorities consulted have suggested that a certain type of irritation of the trigeminal nerve can result in the most trying pain man knows. The line from Keats is utterly meaningless so far as we can determine. The reason for its inclusion remains to be explained in the future, if ever. The remaining frames, as you see, are in the hieroglyph." The lights went on again. Professor Goldman blinked tiredly, wiped his glasses, and said, "Before I present our affidavit, I must ask your indulgence for a few words concerning language. When we philologists claim to crack the mystery of some ancient tongue, we do not talk as a cryptographer who has broken a code. Philology and cryptography are very different sciences. When a code is broken, its message is known. When a language is broken, only the first step in a long and arduous process is taken. No single man or single group of men has ever revealed an ancient language. That is an international task and must of necessity take generations to complete. I say this because perhaps your hopes have been raised too high. We have very little to work from, only a few words and numerals, and we're dealing with an unrelated tongue, totally alien, and we have had only a few hours to grapple with the problem. Therefore, though we have been able to extract some meaning from 2 of the frames, there are many blank spaces and many perplexities. In our favor are these facts. First, all language, possibly anywhere in the universe, appears to have a developmental logic and relationship. Secondly, these frames deal with life on Earth. And finally, it is our good fortune that this is an alphabetic form of writing, consisting, as far as we can determine, of 41 sound signs, at least 30 of them consonantal. These consonantal forms suggest a vocal arrangement not unlike our own, that is, in physical structure, for sounds are to a large extent determined by the physical characteristics of the creature producing them. My colleagues agree that there is no indication of any relationship between this alphabet and language and any known language of Earth. For my part, I will make no comment on the origin of this language. It is not my field, nor is it my purpose." The president nodded. "We understand that, Professor Goldman. The affidavit itself will be projected on the screen, since we consider it more effective for the partial translation to be read rather than heard." The room was then darkened again, and the following appeared on the screen: "A tentative and partial translation of the first 2 frames of a film strip given to the undersigned for translation purposes. Blank, blank, greedy, lustful, dedicated, practicing, mass, murder, death, blank, time, generations, of, murder, docile, willing, oh, when shown pleasure, blank, 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 titled, self-styled, boastful, self-styled, man, or humanity, blank, blank, compare to, equate with, disease, or plague, or rust, on face of, fair, rich, planet, or globe, blank, 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 blank. The voice of Professor Goldman cut in. That is the first frame. As you see, our translation is tentative and incomplete. We have very little to work from. Where the word is within brackets and coupled with a question mark, we are making what might be called a calculated surmise, not a guess, but a surmise from too few facts. Now, the second frame. Force, or violence, understood, or reacted to, blank, man, or humanity, blank, blank, primitive, or number one, development of atomic, force, or power, or engine, blank, blank, space station, or small planet, blank, non-possession relating possibly to space station, blank, blank, outer space, void, negative, long arm, weapon, blank, 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 superstition, ignorance, mindless, blank, blank. The inscription remained on the screen, and Goldman's voice, flat, tired, and expressionless, explained, "When we bracket a number of words, one after another, we are uncertain as to which is preferable. Actually, only a single word is being translated." His voice faded away. The names of the 6 philologists appeared on the screen. The lights went on, but the silence was as deep and lasting as the darkness before it. Finally, the Secretary of State rose, looked at the President, received his nod, and said to Professor Goldman, "I desire your opinion, Professor. Are these faked? Do they originate on Earth? Or are we dealing with Martians? That's not a dirty word. Everyone is thinking it. No one will say it. I want your opinion." "I am a scientist and a scholar, sir. I form opinions only when I have sufficient facts to make them credible. This is not the case now." "You have more facts than anyone on Earth. You can read that outlandish gibberish." "No more than you can, sir," Goldman replied softly. "What I have read, you have read." "You come to it as a philologist," the Secretary of State persisted. "Yes." "Then, as a philologist, is it your opinion that this language originated on Earth?" "How can I answer that, sir? What is my opinion worth when fashioned out of such thin stuff?" "Then tell us, do you detect any relationship to any known earthly language?" No, I do not," Goldman answered, smiling rather sadly. And then there was silence again. Now one of the President's secretaries appeared and distributed copies of the affidavit to everyone present. A longer silence now, while the affidavits were studied. Then the French ambassador asked for the floor. "Mr. President," he said, "members of the Cabinet and gentlemen, many of you know that my own government discussed this same problem yesterday. I am instructed, if the occasion should so determine, to make a certain request of you. I think the occasion does so determine. I request that you send immediately for the Soviet ambassador." No one was shocked or surprised by the suggestion. The Soviet ambassador was sent for. He had evidently been waiting, for he arrived within minutes. And when he stated immediately that he would also represent the People's Republic of China or take his leave, the President of the United States suppressed a smile and nodded. He was given a précis and a copy of the affidavit, and after he had read both, the meeting began. It went on until 3 o'clock on Wednesday morning, during which time 32 technical specialists arrived, gave opinion or testimony, and departed. Then the meeting was suspended for 5 hours, and came together again with the representatives of India, China, Great Britain, Italy, and Germany in attendance. At 6 o'clock Wednesday evening, the meeting was adjourned, and the following day an extraordinary session of the Assembly of the United Nations was called. By that time, Professor Goldman, with the assistance of Japanese, Chinese, and Russian philologists, had completed a tentative translation of the film strip. Before this complete translation was published in the international press, it was made available to all delegates to the United Nations Assembly. On Saturday, only a week after Detective Sergeant Bristol had forced the door of the Fifth Avenue shop, the Premier of India arose to address the Assembly of the United Nations. "It is more than ironic," he said with some sadness, "that we who have been so savagely condemned by another planet, another culture and people, can find more than a little truth in the accusation. How close we have come time and again to accomplishing the destruction outlined by these people from outer space. And how unhappy it is to know that our own fitful dream of a peaceful future must be laid aside, perhaps forever. Shall it be some consolation that we must join hands to fight another enemy rather than each other? I pray so, for it is not without deep grief that my country lays aside the slim shield of neutrality it has clung to so desperately. Gentlemen, India is yours. Its teeming millions will labor in the common defense of our Mother Earth. Its inadequate mills and mines are at the world's disposal, and I hope with all my heart that we have time to build more." Then Russia spoke, then the United States. China and 8 other countries were admitted to the United Nations without a veto. But this was only the beginning of a series of actions which led within the month to the creation of world spaceways, an international plan for the building of 4 great space stations circling the Earth, a mighty fleet of atomically powered spaceships, and the construction of a military defense base on the Moon under the control of the United Nations. A 3-year plan for the defense of Earth was put into operation, and as so few had anticipated, the beginnings of world government in terms of actual sovereign power came with a comprehensive world general staff. Within 3 months after Detective Sergeant Bristol's discovery, the first World Code of Law was drafted and presented to the General Assembly. The antiquated and rusting ships of the navies of Earth, the discarded and useless artillery, the already archaic guided missiles, the laughable small arms, all of them bore witness to the beginning of world government. And in less than a year, Culpeper Motors, one of the largest industrial complexes on Earth, announced that they had duplicated the Martian outboard atomic motor. The people of Earth laughed and flexed their arms. When they looked up at the sky, at the tiny red orb of Mars, it was with growing confidence and lessening fear. For they had discovered a new name for themselves. They had discovered that they were a nation of mankind. It was a beginning, rough and fumbling and uneasy in many of its aspects, but nevertheless a beginning. And all over the earth, this beginning was celebrated in a variety of ways. At the home of Franklin Harwood Plummer, its 83 rooms nestled securely in the midst of an 1,100-acre estate in New York's Putnam County, it was celebrated in a style befitting the place and the circumstances. Mr. Plummer could and did give dinners that were large and important and unnoticed by the press, a fact not unrelated to his control of a great deal of the press, among other things. But even for his baronial halls, this evening's gathering was large and unique. 327 men and women, apart from Mr. Plummer himself and his 18 colleagues who composed the board of directors of Culpeper Motors. At 58, Mr. Plummer was president of Culpeper. Culpeper Motors had a net value of $15 billion, a private industrial worth exceeded in all the world only by American tell and tell. But if one were to trace the interlocking and various influences of the 19 board members, the question of worth became so large as to be meaningless. As the nominal lord of this giant enterprise, Mr. Plummer was best defined by his history. He had started 35 years before as a lathe operator in the old Lewitt shop, and he had fought and smashed and cut his way to the eventual top. In the recent history of America, there had been a few cases like his, but not more than you could count on the fingers of one hand. Even in his own circles he was not loved. Feared and respected he was, but without family or university, he remained a strange, violent, and unpredictable interloper. He was tall and broad and red-faced and white-haired, and as he stood at one end of the great dining room in his over-large and over-furnished home, he made reference to the fact that he did not even play golf. His 327 guests and his 18 colleagues permitted themselves to smile slightly at that. "No," Mr. Plummer continued, "no golf, no tennis, no sailing. I've been what most of you would call a preoccupied man, and my preoccupation has been the making of money. If I have ever laved my conscience with any sop, it was to recollect that single witty remark of a man who was otherwise remarkably humorless, Calvin Coolidge, who gave folk like myself grace by stating that the business of the United States was business." Mr. Plummer grinned. He had an infectious grin, the smile of a man who has made it beyond belief, who drives back to the old hometown in a chrome-plated Cadillac. "I enjoy making money," he said simply. "I'm accused of lusting for power. Hogwash. I lust for a naked and nasty word. Profit. Always have and I always will. It embarrasses my 18 colleagues sitting here on either side of me for me to be as blunt and ignoble as this, but I thank whatever gods may be that I have never been inhibited by breeding. I also make a double point. Firstly, the question of profit. I succeeded. Not only have I been able to ensure and secure the future existence of Culpeper Motors, not only have I developed a situation where its profits will increase every year, perhaps double every 5 years, which makes our stock a pretty good investment for any of you, but I've been able to bring together under this roof as fine a collection of human beings as mankind can provide. I will not try to explain what that means to me, what it has meant to know and work with each of the 327 people here. I think you can guess. Secondly, I said what I said to ease the feelings of those among you who have cooperated in our enterprise and who have been paid for their cooperation, as against those who would accept no pay. To those who have been paid, they may feel a certain guilt. To that I say, nonsense. No one does anything strictly for money. There are always other factors, I know. I went into this for dollars and cents, plain and simple, and so did my holier-than-God colleagues on my board of directors. We've all changed in the process. My colleagues can stop wishing me dead. I love them for what they are now. I did not love them for what they were when we began this enterprise 2 years ago. Sitting among you, there is one Jonas Wayne of Fort Fayette, Kentucky. He's an old-fashioned blacksmith, and possibly the finest hand worker in metal in America. Our enterprise would have been more difficult, if not impossible, without him. Yet he would not take a dollar from me, not even for expenses. He's a God-fearing man, and he saw himself as doing God's work, not mine. Perhaps so, I don't know. At the same table with him is Monsieur Arundel, the ambassador of France. He's far from being a rich man, and his expenses have been paid. We have no secrets here. We live and die with our knowledge as a unique fraternity. Professor Julius Goldman, would you please stand up, Professor? Was, as you know, central to our whole scheme. If it was painless for him to decipher the Martian script, it was far from painless for him to devise it, a task that took more hours of work than the building of the motor. He would take no money, not because he is religious, but because, as he puts it, he is a scientist. Como Aguchi, the physicist, he's at the table with Dr. Goldman, accepted $100,000, which he spent in an attempt to cure his wife, who is dying of cancer. Shall we judge him, or shall we put cancer on the immediate agenda? And what of Detective Sergeant Tom Bristol? Is he an honest cop or a dishonest cop? He accepted 400 shares of Culpeper Motors, 100 for each of his children. He wants them to go to college, and they will. Miss Clementina Arden, possibly the finest decorator here or on Mars, charged us $40,000 for her contribution to the decor. The price was reasonable. She's a hard-headed businesswoman, and if she does not look after herself, who will? Yet, she's turned down other jobs. She didn't turn down this one. Well, my good friends, ladies and gentlemen, we will not meet again, ever. My father, a working man all his life, once said that perhaps if I opened a store, even a small store, I would no longer have my life subject to the crazy whim of this boss or that. Maybe he was right. Finally, with your good help, I opened 3 stores. The total cost, if you're interested, was $21 million, more or less, and a shrewd investment, I don't mind saying. Culpeper Motors will add 5 times that sum to its profits over the next 3 months. And our 3 stores, I do believe, have accomplished a little something that wiser men have failed to do. That's all I have to say. Many of you may regret that no monuments will enshrine our work. I wish we could change that, but we can't. For myself, I feel that when a man's wealth reaches a certain point of large discomfort, he does better to remain out of the public's eye. So, guard our secret, not because you'll be believed if you reveal it, but because you'll be laughed at. As time passed, the question arose as to the disposition of the one thing of value left by the space merchants, as they came to be called, the solid gold letters. Finally, those from the Fifth Avenue shop were set in a glass display case at the United Nations. So visitors to the National Museum of France or Japan, or to the United Nations, have always before them to remind them, in letters of gold, Mars products. Walk Like a Mountain by Manly Wade Wellman. Editor's note. Fantasy and science fiction has published a number of stories about John, but the wanderer with the silver string guitar has perhaps never faced a bigger problem than he does in this tale of a village faced with total destruction and a tormented man in whose veins ran the blood of the giants of Genesis. End of editor's note. Once at Sky Notch, I never grudged the trouble getting there. It was so purely pretty. I was glad outlanders weren't apt to crowd in and spoil all. The notch cut through a tall peak and stood against a higher cliff. The steep brushy faces each side, and a falls at the back that made a trickly branch with 5-pole cabins along the waterside. Corn patches, a few pigs in pens, chickens running around, a cow tied up one place. It wondered me how they ever got a cow up there. Laurels grew in viney climbers, and mountain flowers in bunches and sprawls. And the water made a happy noise. Nobody moved in the yards or at the doors, so I stopped by a tree and hollered the first house. "Hello, the house," I called. "Hello to the man of the house and all inside." A plank door opened about an inch. "Hello to yourself," a gritty voice replied me. "Who's that out there with the guitar?" I moved from under the tree. "My name's John. Does Mr. Lane Jarrett live up here? Got word for him from his old place on Drowning Creek." The door opened wider, and there stood a skimpy little man with gray whiskers. "That's funny," he said. The funniness I didn't see. I'd known Mr. Lane Jarrett years back, before he and his daughter Paige moved to Sky Notch. When his Uncle Jeb died and heired him some money, I'd agreed to carry it to Sky Notch, and, gentlemen, it was a long, weary way getting there. First a bus, up and down and through mountains, stop at every pig trough for passengers. I got off at Charlie's jump. Who Charlie was, or why, or when he jumped, nobody there can rightly say. Climbed a high ridge, got down the far side, then a 20-devil way along a deep valley river. Up another height, another beyond that. Then it was night, and nobody'd want to climb the steep face above because it was grown up with the kind of trees that the dark melts in around you. I made a fire and took my supper rations from my pocket. Woke at dawn and climbed up and up and up, and here I was. Funny about Lane Jarrett, gritted the little man out. Sure you ain't come about that business? I looked up the walls of the notch. Their tops were toothy rocks, the way you'd think those walls were two jaws, near about to close on what they'd caught inside them. Right then, the notch didn't look so pretty. You can't say, sir, I told him, until I know what business you mean. Rafe Enoch. He boomed out the name like firing 2 barrels of a gun. That's what I mean. Then he appeared to remember his manners and came out, puny in his jeans and no shoes on his feet. I'm Oakman Dillon, he named himself. John, that's your name, huh? Why you got that guitar? I pick it some, I replied him. I sing. Tweaking the silver strings, I sang a few lines. By the shore of Lonesome River, where the waters ebb and flow, where the wild red rose is budding and the pleasant breezes blow, it was there I spied the lady that forever I adore, as she was a lonesome walking by the Lonesome River shore. Rafe Enoch, he grated out again, carried off Miss Page Jarrett the way you'd think she was a banty chicken. Slap! I quieted the strings with my palm. Mr. Lane's little daughter Page was stolen away? He sat down on the door log. She ain't such a little daughter. She's 6 foot, maybe 3 inches, taller than you even. Best looking big woman I ever see. Brown hair like a wagon full of home-cured tobacco. Eyes green and bright as a fresh squow's grape pulp. Fact, I said, thinking Page must have changed her riding much from the long-legged little girl I'd known. Must have grown tall like her daddy and her dead mammy, only taller. Is this, Rafe Enoch so big a girl like that's right for him? She's puny for him. He's near about 8 foot tall, best I judge. Oakman Dillon's gray whiskers stuck out like a mad cat's. He just grabbed her last evening where she walked near the fall, and up them rocks he went like a possum up a jack oak. I sat down on a stump. Mr. Lane is a friend of mine. How can I help? Nobody can't help, John. It's right hard to think you ain't knowing all this stuff. Don't many strangers come up here. Ain't room for many to live in the notch. 5 homes. I counted them with my eyes. 6. Rafe Enoch lives up at the top. He jerked his head toward the falls. Been there a long spell, years, I reckon, since when he run off from somewhere. Heard tell he broke a circus man's neck for offering him a job with a show. He built up top the falls, and he used to get along with us. Thanked us kindly for a mess of beans or roasting ears. Lately, he's been mean-talking. Nobody mean-talked him back? 5 houses in the notch means 5 grown men. Couldn't they handle one giant? Giant size ain't all Rafe Enoch's got. Again the whiskers bristled up. Why, he's got powers, like he can make rain fall. No, I put in quick. Can't even science men do that for sure. I ain't studying science men. Rafe Enoch says for rain to fall, down it comes. Every hour, day or night, he speaks. Could drown us out of this notch if he hadn't a mind. And he carried off Page Jarrett? I went back to what he'd said. That's the whole truth, John. Up he went with her in the evening, daring us to follow him. I asked, where are the other notch folks? Up yonder by the falls. Since dawn we've been talking Lane Jarrett back from climbing up and getting himself neck twisted. I come to feed my pigs. Now I'm heading back. I'll go with you, I said, and since he didn't deny me, I went. The falls dropped down a height as straight up as a chimney, and many times taller, and the water boiled off down the branch. Either side of the falls, a big boulder rocks piled on top of each other like stones in an almighty big wall. Looking up, I saw clouds boiling in the sky, dark and heavy and wet-looking, and I remembered what Oakman Dillon had said about Big Ray Phoenix rain-making. A bunch of folks were there, and I made out Mr. Lean Jarrett, bald on top and bigger than the rest. I touched his arm, and he turned. "John, I ain't seen you away back time. Let me make you known to these folks here." He called them their first names: Ute, Ollie, Bill, Duff, Miss Lully, Miss Sarah May, and so on. I said I had a pocket full of money for him, but he just nodded and wanted to know did I know what was going on. "Looky up against them clouds, John. That pointy rock. My girl, Paige, is on it." The rock stuck out like a spur on a rooster's leg. Somebody scrouched down on it with the clouds getting blacker above and a long, long drop below. "I see her blue dress," allowed Mr. Oakman, squinting up. "How long she been there, Lane?" "I spotted her at sunup," said Mr. Lane. "She must have got away from Ray Phoenix and crope out there during the night. I'm a-going to climb." He started to shinny up a rock, up clear of the brush around us, and Lord, the laugh that came down on us. Like a big splash of water. It was clear and strong, and like water it made us shiver. Mr. Oakman caught on to Mr. Lane's ankle and dragged him down. "Ain't a God's thing every man or woman can do with him waiting up there," Mr. Oakman argued. "But he's got Paige," said Mr. Lane, busting loose again. I grabbed his elbow. "Let me," I said. "You, John? You're a stranger. You ain't got no pick in this." "This big Ray Phoenix would know if it was you or Mr. Oakman or one of these others climbing. He might fling down a rock or the like. But I'm strange to him. I might wonder him, and he might let me climb all the way up." "Then," Mr. Lane said, frowning, "once up, I might could do something." "Leave him try it," said Mr. Oakman to that. "Yes," said one of the lady folks. I slung my guitar behind my shoulder and took to the rocks. No peep of noise from anywhere for maybe a minute of climbing. I got on about the third or fourth rock from the bottom, and that clear, sky-ripping laugh came from over my head. "Name yourself!" roared down the voice that had laughed. I looked up. How high was the top I can't say, but I made out a head and shoulders looking down, and knew they were another sight bigger head and shoulders than ever I'd seen on ary mortal man. "Name yourself!" he yelled again, and in the black clouds a lightning flash wiggled like a snake caught fire. "John!" I bawled back. "What you aiming to do, John?" Another crack of lightning, that for a second seemed to peel off the clouds right and left. I looked this way and that, nowhere to get out of the way should lightning strike, or a rock or anything. On notion, I pulled my guitar to me and picked and sang, "Went to the rock to hide my face. The rock cried out, 'No hiding place.'" Gentlemen, the laugh was like thunder after the lightning. "Better climb quick, John," he hollered me. "I'm waiting on you up here." I swarmed and swarved and scrabbled my way up, not looking down. Over my head, that rock spur got bigger. I figured it for maybe 12-15 feet long, and on it I made out Paige Jarrett in her blue dress. Mr. Oakman was right. She was purely big, and she was purely good-looking. She hung to the pointy rock with both her long hands. "Paige," I said to her with what breath I had left, and she stared with her green eyes and gave me an inch of a smile. She looked to have right much of her daddy's natural sand in her craw. "John," boomed the thunder voice close over me now, "I asked you a while back, why are you coming up?" "Just to see how you make the rain fall," I said, under the overhang of the ledge. "Help me up." Down came a bare, brown, honey, hairy arm, and a hand the size of a scoop shovel. It got my wrist and snatched me away like a turnip coming out of a patch, and I landed my feet on broad, flat stones. Below me yawned up those rock-toothed tops of the Notch's jaws. Inside them, the brush and trees looked mossy and puny. The cabins were like baskets, the pigs and the cows like play toys, and the branch looked to run so narrow you might bridge it with your shoe. Shadow fell on the Notch from the fattening dark clouds. Then I looked at Ray Phoenix. He stood over me like a sycamore tree over a woodshed. He was the almightiest big thing I'd ever seen on 2 legs. 8 foot high, Oakman Dillon had said truly, and he was thick-made in keeping. Shoulders wide enough to fill a barn door, and legs like tree trunks with fringe-sided buckskin pants on them, and his big feet wore moccasin shoes of bear's hide with the fur still on. His shirt sewed together of pelts, fox, coon, the like of that. Hadn't any sleeves, and hung open from that big chest of his that was like a cotton bale. Topping all, his face put you in mind of the full moon with a yellow beard, but healthy-looking brown, not pale like the moon. Big and dark eyes, and through the yellow beard his teeth grinned like big white sugar lumps. "Maybe I ought to charge you to look at me," he said. I remembered how he'd struck a man dead for wanting him in a show, and I looked elsewhere. First, naturally, at Paige Jarrett on the rock spur. The wind from the clouds waved her brown hair like a flag and fluttered her blue skirt around her drawn-up feet. Then I turned and looked at the broad space above the falls. From there, I could see there was a right much a higher country. And just where I stood with Ray Phoenix was a big shelf like a lap with slopes behind it. In the middle of the flat space showed a pond of water running out past us to make the falls. On its edge stood Ray Phoenix's house, built wigwam style of big old logs leaned together and chinked between with clay over twigs. No trees to mount to anything on the shelf, just one behind the wigwam house, and to its branches hung joints that looked like smoke meat. "You hadn't played that guitar so clever, maybe I mightn't have saved you," said Ray Phoenix's thunder voice. "Saved?" I repeated him. "Look." His big club of a finger pointed to the falls and to those down-hugged clouds. "When they get together, what happens?" Just at the ledge lip where the falls went over, stones looked halfway washed out. A big shove of water would take them out the other half, and the whole thing pour down on the Notch. "Why are you doing this to the folks?" I asked. He shook his head. "John, this is one rain I never called for." He put one big pumpkin-sized fist into the palm of his other hand. "I can call for rain, sure, but some of it comes without me. I can't start it or either stop it. I just know it's coming. I've known about this for days. It'll drown out Sky Notch like a rat nest." "Why didn't you try to tell them?" "I tried to tell her." His eyes cut around to where Paige Jarrett hung to the pointy rock, and his stool-legged fingers raked his yellow beard. "She was walking off by herself, alone. I know how it feels to be alone. But when I told her, she called me a liar. I brought her up here to save her, and she cried and fought me." A grin. "She fought me better than every living human I know. But she can't fight me hard enough." "Can't you do anything about the storm?" I asked him to tell. "Can do this." He snapped his big fingers, and lightning crawled through the clouds over us. Made me turtle my neck inside my shirt collar. Ray Phoenix never twitched his eyebrow. "Rafe," I said, "you might could persuade the folks. They're not your size, but they're human like you." "Them?" He roared his laugh. "They're not like me, nor you aren't like me either, though you're longer made than common. Paige yonder, She looks to have some of the old Genesis giant blood in her. That's why I saved her alive." "Genesis giant blood?" I repeated him, remembering the book, 6th chapter of Genesis. There were giants in the earth in those days. "That's the whole truth," said Rafe. "When the sons of God took wives of the daughters of men, their children were the mighty men of old, the men of renown." That's not exact quote, but it's near enough. He sat down on a rock near about as tall sitting as I was standing. "Every giant knows he was born from the sons of the gods," he said. "My name tells it, John." I nodded, figuring it. Rapha, the giant whose son was Goliath. Enoch. "Or Anak," he put in. "Remember the sons of Anak and them scared out spies sent into Canaan? There's grasshoppers in the sight of the sons of Anak, in more ways than just size, John." He sniffed. "They got scared back into the wilderness for 40 years. And Goliath, David killed him," I dared remind Rafe. "By a trick, a slingshot stone. Else he'd not lasted any longer than that." The finger snapped and the lightning winged over us like a hawk over a chicken run. I tried not to crouch down. "What use to fight little old human man," he said, "when you got the sons of the gods in your blood?" I allowed he minded me of Strap Buckner with that talk. "Who's Strap Buckner? Why'd I mind you of him?" I picked a guitar, sang a song. Strap Buckner he was called, he was more than 8 feet tall, and he walked like a mountain among men. He was good and he was great, and the glorious Lone Star State will never look upon his like again. "Strap Buckner had the strength of 10 lions," I said, "and he used it as 10 lions. He scorned to fight ordinary folks, so he challenged old Satan himself, skin for skin, on the banks of the Brazos, and if Satan hadn't fought foul—" "Another dirty fighter." Rafe got up from where he sat, quick as quick for all his size. "Foul or not, Satan couldn't whoop me." "Might be he couldn't," I judged, looking at Rafe. "But anyway, the Notch folks never hurt you. Used to give you stuff to eat." "Don't need their stuff to eat," he said, the way you'd think that was the only argument. He waved his hand past his wigwam house. "Down yonder is a bunch of hollers where ain't no human man been, except maybe once the Indians. I hoe some corn there, some potatoes. I pick wild salad greens here and yonder. I kill me a deer, a bear, a wild hog. Ain't no human man got nerve to face them big wild hogs, but I chunk 'em with a rock, or I fling a sharp ash sapling. And what I fling at, I bring down. In the pond here, spear me fish. Don't need their stuff to eat, I tell you. And need it or not, why let them drown out?" His face turned dark, the way you'd think smoke drifted over it. "I can't abide little folks' little eyes looking on me, wondering themselves about me, thinking I'm not rightly natural." He waited for what I had to say, and it took nerve to say it. "But you're not a natural man, Rafe. You've allowed that yourself. You say you come from different blood. And Paul Bunyan thought the same thing." He grinned his big sugar lump teeth at me. Then, "Page Jarrett," he called, "better come off that rock before the rain makes it slippy and you fall off. I'll help you." "You stay where you are," she called back. "Let John help." I went to the edge of that long drop down. The wind blew from someplace, maybe below, maybe above, or behind, or before. I reached out my guitar, and Page Jarrett crawled to where she could lay hold, and that way I helped her to the solid standing. She stood beside me, inches taller, and she put a burning, mean look on Rafe Enoch. He made out he didn't notice. Paul Bunyan, he said, after what I'd been saying. I've heard tell his name. Champion logger in the northern states, wasn't he? Champion logger, I said. Bigger than you, I reckon. Not bigger, thundered Ray Phoenix. Well, as big. No airy song about him? I can't say there's been one made. Rafe, you say you despise to be looked on by folks. Just by little folks, John. Paige Jarrett can look on me if she relishes to. Quick, she looked off and drew herself up proud. Right then, she appeared to be taller than what Mr. Oakman Dillon had reckoned her. And a beauty-looking thing she was. You hear what I say, gentlemen? I cut my eyes up to the clouds. They hung down over us, loose and close, like the roof of a tent. I could feel the closeness around me, the way you feel water when you wade it up to the line of your mouth. How soon does the rain start falling? I asked Rafe. Can fall every time now, said Rafe, pulling a grass stalk to bite in his big teeth. Paige is safe off that rock point. It don't differ me a shuck when that rain falls. But when? I asked again. You know. Sure I know. He walked toward the pond and me with him. I felt Paige Jarrett's grape green eyes digging our backs. The pond water was shiny, tarry black from reflecting the clouds. Sure, he said. I know her right much. You natural human folks, you know so pitiful little, I'm sorry for you. Why not teach us? I wondered him, and he snorted like a big, mean horse. Ain't the way it's reckoned to be, John. Giants are figured stupid. Remember the tales? Your name's John. Do you call to mind the tale about a man named Jack, a long time back? Jack the Giant Killer, I nodded. He trapped a giant in a hole. Cormoran, said Rafe. Jack dug a pit in front of his door, and Blunderbore he tricked into stabbing himself open with a knife. But how did them things happen? He blew a trumpet to toll Cormoran out, and he sat and ate at Blunderbore's table like a friend before tricking him to death. A louder snort. More foul fighting, John. Did you come up here to be Jack the Giant Killer? Got some dirty tricks? That's how it is. You done drove your ducks to the wrong puddle. More'n a puddle here, I said, looking at the clouds and then across the pond. See yonder, Rafe, I said, where the water edge comes above that little slanty slope? If that was open, enough water could run off to keep the notch from flooding. Could be done, he nodded his big head, if you had machinery to pull the rocks out. But they're bigger than them fall rocks. They ain't half washed away to begin with. And there ain't no machinery, so just forget it. The notch washes out with most of the folks living in it, all of 'em, if the devil bids high enough. Sing me a song. I swept the strings with my thumb. Thinking about John Henry, I said half to myself. He wouldn't need a machine to open up a drain-off place yonder. How'd he do it? Asked Rafe. He had a hammer twice the size every other man swung, I said. He drove steel when they cut the Big Bend tunnel through Cruz Mountain. Outdrove the steam drill they brought to compete him out of his job. Steam drill, Rafe repeated me, the way you'd think he was faintly recollecting the tale. They'd do that, ordinary-sized folks trying to work against a giant. How big was John Henry? Heard tell he was the biggest man ever in Virginia. Big as me? Well, maybe not quite. Maybe just stronger. Stronger? I had my work cut out not to run from the anger in Ray Phoenix's face. Well, I said, he beat the steam drill. John Henry said to his captain, a man ain't nothing but a man. But before I let that steam drill run me down, I'll die with this hammer in my hand. He'd die trying, said Rafe, and his ears were sort of cocked forward the way you hear elephants do to listen. He'd die winning, I said, and sang the next verse. John Henry drove steel that long day through. The steam drill failed by his side. The mountain was high, the sun was low. John, he laid down his hammer, and he died. Killed hisself beating the drill. And Rafe's punkin fist banged into his other palm. Reckon I could have beat it and lived. I was looking at the place where the pond could have a drain off. No, said Rafe. Even if I wanted to, I don't have no hammer twice the size of other folks' hammers. A drop of rain fell on me. I started around the pond. Where are you going? Rafe called, but I didn't look back. Stopped beside the wigwam house and put my guitar inside. It was gloomy in there, but I saw his homemade stool as high as a table. His table almost chin-high to a natural man. A bed woven of hickory splits and spread with bear and deer skins to be the right bed for Og, king of Bashan, in the book of Joshua. Next to the door, I grabbed up a big pole of hickory off some stacked firewood. Where are you going? He called again. I went to where the slope started, poked my hickory between two rocks, and started to pry. He laughed, and rain sprinkled down. Go on, John, he granted me. Grub out a sluiceway there. I like to watch little scrabbly men work. Come in the house, Page. We'll watch him from in there. I couldn't budge the rocks from each other. They were big, like trunks or grain sacks, and must have weighed in the half-tons. They were set in there, one next to the other, 4 or 5 of them, holding the water back from pouring down that slope. I heaved on my hickory till it bent like a bow. Come on, said Rafe again, and I looked around in time to see him put out his shovel hand and take her by the wrist. Gentlemen, the way she slapped him with her other hand, it made me jump with the crack. I watched, knee-deep in water. He put his hand to his gold-bearded cheek, and his eye whites glittered in the rain. If you was a man, he boomed down at Page, I'd slap you dead. Do it, she blazed back at him. I'm a woman, and I don't fear you or ary overgrown, sorry-for-himself giant ever drew breath. With me standing far enough off to forget how little I was by them, they didn't seem too far apart in size. Page was like a small-made woman facing up to a sizable man, that was all. If you was a man, he began again. I'm no man, nor neither ain't you a man, she cut off. Don't know if you're an ape or a bull brute or what, but you're no man. John's the only man here, and I'm helping him. Stop me if you dare. She ran to where I was. Rain battered her hair into a brown tumble and soaked her dress snug against her fine, proud, strong body. Into the water she splashed. Let me pry, and she grabbed the hickory pole. I'll pry up, and you tug up, and maybe... I bent to grab the rock with my hands. Together we tried. Seemed to me the rock stirred a little, like the drowsy sleeper in the old song. Dragging at it, I felt the muscles strain and crackle in my shoulders and arms. Look out, squealed Page. Here he comes. Up on the bank she jumped again with the hickory ready to club at him. He paid her no mind. She stooped down toward where I was. Get on out of here, he bellowed, the way I've always reckoned a buffalo bull might do. Get out. But, I was wheezing. Somebody's got to move this rock. You ain't budging it ary mite. He almost deafened me in the ear. Get out. Let somebody there can do something. He grabbed my arm and snatched me out of the water. So sudden I almost sprained my fingers letting go of the rock. Next second he jumped in with a splash like a jolt wagon going off a bridge. His big shovelly hands clamped the sides of the rock, and through the falling rain I saw him heave. He swole up like a mad toad frog. His patchy fur shirt split down the middle of his back, while those muscles humped under his skin. His teeth flashed out in his beard, set hard together. Then, just when I thought he'd bust open, that rock came out of its bed, came up in the air, landing on the bank away from where it had been. "I swear, Rafe," I began to say. "Help him," Page put in. "Let's both help." And we scrabbled for a hold on the rock, but Rafe hollered us away so loud and sharp we jumped back like scared dogs. I saw that rock quiver, and cracks ran through the rain-soaked dirt around it. Then it came up on end, the way you'd think it had hinges, and Rafe got both arms around it and heaved it clear. He laughed with the rain wet in his beard. Standing clear where he'd told her to stand, Page pointed to the fall's end. Looked as if the rain hadn't had to put down but just a little bit. Those loose rocks trembled and shifted in their places. They were ready to go. Then Rafe saw what we saw. "Run, you two!" he howled above that rackety storm. "Run! Run quick!" I didn't tarry to ask the reason. I grabbed Page's arm and we ran toward the falls. Running, I looked back past my elbow. Rafe had straightened up, straddling among the rocks by the slope. He looked into the clouds that were almost resting on his shaggy head, and both his big arms lifted and his hands spread, and then their fingers snapped. I could hear the snaps. Whop, whop, like two pistol shots. He got what he called for, a forked stroke of lightning, straight and hard down on him like a fish gig in the hands of the Lord's top angel. It slammed down on Rafe and over and around him, and it shook itself all the way from rock to cloud. Rafe Enoch, in its grip, lit up and glowed the way you'd think he'd been forge-hammered out of iron and heated red in a furnace to temper him. I heard the almightiest tearing noise I ever could call for. I felt the rock shelf quiver all the way to where we'd stopped dead to watch. My thought was the falls had torn open and the Notch was drowning. But the lightning yanked back to where it had come from. It had opened the sluice way, and water flooded through and down slope, and Rafe had fallen down while it poured and puddled over him. "He's struck dead," I heard Page say over the rain. "No," I said back, for Rafe Enoch was on his knees, on his feet, and out of that drain-off rush, somehow staggering up from the flat sprawl where the lightning had flung him. His knees wobbled and bucked, but he drew them up straight and mopped a big muddy hand across his big muddy face. He came walking toward us, slow and dreamy moving, and by now the rain rushed down instead of fell down. It was like what my old folks used to call raining tomcats and hoe handles. I bowed my head to it and made to pull Page toward Rafe's wigwam, but she wouldn't pull. She held where she was till Rafe came up to us. Then all three we went together and got into the tight, dark shelter of the wigwam house with the rain and wind battering the outside of it. Rafe and I sat on the big bed, and Page on a stool, looking small there. She wrung the water out of her hair. "You all right?" she inquired Rafe. I looked at him. Between the drain-off and the wigwam, rain had washed off that mud that glommed all over him. He was wet and clean, with his patch-pelt shirt hanging away from his big chest and shoulders in soggy rags. The lightning had singed off part of his beard. He lifted big fingers to wipe off the wet, fluffy ash, and I saw the stripe on his naked arm, on the broad back of his hand, and I made out another stripe just like it on the other. Lightning had slammed down both hands and arms and cleared out his flanks and legs. I saw the burnt lines on his fringed leggings. It was like a double lash of God's whip. Page got off the stool and came close to him. Just then he didn't look so out-and-out much bigger than she was. She put a long, gentle finger on that lightning lash where it ran along his shoulder. "Does it hurt?" she asked. "You got some grease I could put on it?" He lifted his head, heavy, but didn't look at her. He looked at me. "I lied to y'all," he said. "Lied to us?" I asked him. "I did call for the rain. Called for the biggest rain I ever thought of. Didn't pure down want to kill off the folks in the Notch, but to my reckoning if I made it rain and saved Page up here—" At last he looked at her with a shamed face. "The others would be gone and forgotten, There'd be Page and me." His dark eyes grabbed her green ones. "But I didn't rightly know how she disgusts the sight of me." His head dropped again. "I feel the nearest to nothing I ever did." "You opened the drain off and saved the Notch from your rain," put in Page, her voice so gentle you'd never think it. "Called down the lightning to help you." "Called down the lightning to kill me," said Rafe. "I never reckoned it wouldn't. I wanted to die. I want to die now." "Live," she bade him. He got up at that, standing tall over her. "Don't worry when folks look on you," she said, her voice still ever so gentle. "They just wondered at you, Rafe. Folks were wondered that same way at St. Christopher, the giant who carried Lord Jesus across the river." "I was too proud," he mumbled in his big bull throat. "Proud of my Genesis giant blood, of being one of the sons of God. Shoo, Rafe," and her voice was gentler still. "The least man in size you'd call for. When he speaks to God, he says, 'Our Father.'" Rafe turned from her. "You said I could look on you if I wanted," said Page Jarrett, "and I won't." Back he turned and bent down, and she rose on her toe tips till their faces came together. And the rain stopped the way you'd think that stopped it, but they never seemed to know it. And I picked up my guitar and went out toward the lip of the cliff. The falls are going strong, but the drain-off handled enough water so there'd be no washout to drown the folks below. I reckoned the rocks would be the outdoingest slippery rocks ever climbed down by mortal man, and it would take me a long time. Long enough, maybe so, for me to think out the right way to tell Mr. Lane Jarrett. He was just before having himself a son-in-law of the Genesis giant blood, and pretty soon after a while, grandchildren of the same strain. The sun came stabbing through the clouds and flung them away in chunks to right and left across the bright blue sky. Men of Iron by Guy Endore. Editor's Note. From Volume 1, Number 1, by the versatile author of The Werewolf of Paris, an acute comment on the implications of the machine age. End of note. "We no longer trust the human hand," said the engineer, and waved his roll of blueprints. He was a dwarfish, stocky fellow with dwarfish, stocky fingers that crumpled blueprints with familiar unconcern. The director frowned, pursed his lips, cocked his head, drew up one side of his face in a wink of unbelief, and scratched his chin with a reflective thumbnail. Behind his grotesque contortions he recalled the days when he was manufacturer in his own right, and not simply the nominal head of a manufacturing concern, whose owners extended out into complex and invisible ramifications. In his day, the human hand had been trusted. "Now take that lathe," said the engineer. He paused dramatically, one hand flung out toward the lathe in question, while his dark eyes, canopied by bristly eyebrows, remained fastened on the director. "Listen to it." "Well," said the director, somewhat at a loss. "Hear it?" "Why, yes, of course." The engineer snorted. "Well, you shouldn't." "Why not?" "Because noise isn't what it's supposed to make. Noise is an indication of loose parts, maladjustments, improper speed of operation. That machine is sick. It's inefficient, and its noise destroys the worker's efficiency." The director laughed. "That worker should be used to it by this time. That fellow's the oldest employee of the firm. Began with my father. See the gold crescent on his chest?" "What gold crescent?" "A gold pin on the shoulder strap of his overalls." "Oh, that." "Yes." "Well, only workers 50 years or longer with our firm are entitled to wear it." The engineer threw back his head and guffawed. The director was wounded. "Got many of them?" the engineer asked when he had recovered from his outburst. "Anton's the only one now. There used to be another." "How many pins does he spoil?" "Well," said the director, "I'll admit he's not so good as he used to be. But there's one man I'll never see fired," he added stoutly. No need to, the engineer agreed. A good machine is automatic and foolproof. The attendant's skill is beside the point. For a moment, the two men stood watching Anton select a fat pin from a bucket at his feet and fasten it into the chuck. With rule and caliper, he brought the pin into correct position before the drill that was going to gouge a hole into it. Anton moved heavily, circumspectly. His body had the girth, but not the solidity, of an old tree trunk. It was shaken by constant tremors. The tools wavered in Anton's hands. Intermittently, a slimy cough came out of his chest, tightened the cords of his neck, and flushed the taut yellow skin of his cheeks. Then he would stop to spit, and after that he'd rub his mustache, that was the color of silver, laid thinly over brass. His lungs relieved, Anton's frame regained a measure of composure, but for a moment he stood still and squinted at the tools in his hands as if he could not at once recall exactly what he was about. And only after a little delay did he resume his interrupted work, all too soon to be interrupted again. Finally, spindle and tool being correctly aligned, Anton brought the machine into operation. "Feel it?" the engineer cried out with a note of triumph. "Feel what?" asked the director. "Vibration," the engineer exclaimed with disgust. "Well, what of it?" "Man, think of the power lost in shaking your building all day long. Any reason why you should want your floors and walls to dance all day long while you pay the piper?" He hadn't intended so telling a sentence. The conclusion seemed to him so especially apt that he repeated it. "Your building dances while you pay the piper in increased power expenditure." While the director remained silent, the engineer forced home his point. That power should be concentrated at the cutting point of the tool, and not leak out all over. What would you think of a plumber who only brought 50% of the water to the nozzle, letting the rest flood through the building? And as the director still did not speak, the engineer continued. There's not only loss of power, but increased wear on the parts. That machine is afflicted with the ague. Well, when the day's labor was over, the long line of machines stopped altogether. The workmen ran for the washrooms, and a sudden throbbing silence settled over the great hall. Only Anton, off in a corner by himself, still worked his lathe, oblivious of the emptiness of the factory, until darkness finally forced him to quit. Then, from beneath the lathe, he dragged forth a heavy tarpaulin and covered his machine. He stood for a moment beside his lathe, seemingly lost in thought, but perhaps only quietly wrestling with the stubborn torpidity of his limbs, full of an unwanted, incorrect motion, and disobedient to his desires. For he, like the bad machines in the factory, could not prevent his power from spilling over into useless vibration. The old watchman opened the gate to let Anton out. The two men stood near each other for a moment, separated by the iron grill, and exchanged a few comforting grunts, then hobbled off to their separate destinations, the watchman to make his rounds, Anton to his home. A gray wooden shack on a bare lot was Anton's home. During the day, an enthusiastic horde of children trampled the ground to a rubber-like consistency, and extinguished every growing thing except a few dusty weeds that clung close to the protection of the house, or nestled around the remnants of the porch that had once adorned the front. There, the children's feet could not reach them, and they expanded a few scornful, coarse leaves, a bitter growth of Ishmaelites. Within were a number of rooms, but only one inhabitable. The torn and peeling wallpaper in this one revealed the successive designs that had once struck the fancy of the owners. A remnant of ostentatiousness still remained in the marble mantelpiece, and in the stained glass window through which the arc light from the street cast cold flakes of color. She did not stir when Anton entered. She lay resting on the bed, not so much from the labor of the day as from that of years. She heard his shuffling, noisy walk, heard his groans, his coughing, his whistling breath, and smelled, too, the pungent odor of machine oil. She was satisfied that it was he, and allowed herself to fall into a light sleep, through which she could still hear him moving around in the room, and feel him when he dropped into bed beside her, and settled himself against her for warmth and comfort. The engineer was not satisfied with the addition of an automatic feeder and an automatic chuck. The whole business must settle itself into position automatically, he declared. There's altogether too much waste with hand calibration. Formerly, Anton had selected the pins from a bucket and fastened them correctly into the chuck. Now, a hopper fed the pins one by one into a chuck that grasped them at once of itself. As he sat in a corner back against the wall and ate his lunch, Anton sighed. His hands fumbled the sandwich and lost the meat or the bread, while his coffee dashed stormily in his cup. His few yellow teeth, worn flat, let the food escape through the interstices. His grinders did not meet. Tired of futile efforts, he dropped his bread into his cup and sucked in the resulting mush. Then he lay resting and dreaming. To Anton, in his dream, came the engineer and declared that he had a new automatic hopper and chuck for Anton's hands and mouth. They were of shining steel with many rods and wheels moving with assurance through a complicated pattern. And now, though the sandwich was made of pins, of hard steel pins, Anton's new chuck was equal to it. He grasped the sandwich of pins with no difficulty at all. His new steel teeth bit into the pins, ground them, chewed them, and spat them forth again with vehemence. Faster and faster came the pins, and faster the chuck seized them in its perfectly occluding steel dogs, played with them, toyed with them, crunched them, munched them. A heavy spell of coughing shook Anton awake. For a moment he had a sensation as though he must cough up steel pins, but though his chest was racked as if truly heavy steel pins must come forth, nothing appeared but the usual phlegm and slime. "We must get rid of this noise and vibration before we can adjust any self-regulating device," said the engineer. "Now this, for example, see? It doesn't move correctly. Hear it click and scrape? Well, that's bad." Anton stood by, and the engineer and his assistant went to work. From their labors there came forth a sleek mechanism that purred gently as it worked. Scarcely a creak issued from its many moving parts, and a tiny snort was the only sound one heard when the cutting edge came to grips with a pin. "Can't hear cough and sputter and creak now, can you?" said the engineer to the director. "And the floor is quiet." "Yes, I'm beginning to be proud of that machine. And now I think we can set up an adjustable cam here to make the whole operation automatic." "Every machine should be completely automatic. A machine that needs an operator," he declared oratorically, "is an invalid." In a short time the cams were affixed, and now the carriage with the cutting tool traveled back and forth of itself, and never failed to strike the pin at the correct angle and at the correct speed of rotation. All Anton had to do now was to stop the machine in case of a hitch. But soon even that task was unnecessary. No hitches were ever to occur again. Electronic tubes at several points operated mechanisms designed to eject faulty pins either before they entered the hopper or else after they emerged from the lathe. Anton stood by and watched. That was all he had to do, for the machine now performed all the operations that he had used to do. In went the unfinished pins, and out they came, each one perfectly drilled. Anton's purblind eyes could scarcely follow the separate pins of the stream that flowed into the machine. Now and then a pin was pushed remorselessly out of line and plumped sadly into a bucket. Cast out. Anton stooped laboriously and retrieved the pin. That could have been used, he thought. Ker-click, ker-click went the feeder, while the spindle and the drill went zznt, 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 and the belt that brought the pins from a chattering machine beyond rolled softly over the idlers with a noise like a breeze in a sail. Already the machine had finished 10 good pins, while Anton was examining a single bad one. Late in the afternoon there appeared a number of important men. They surrounded the machine, examined it, and admired it. "That's a beauty," they declared. Now the meeting took on a more official character. There were several short addresses. Then an imposing man took from a small leather box a golden crescent. "The Crescent Manufacturing Company," he said, "takes pride and pleasure in awarding this automatic lathe a gold crescent." A place on the side of the machine had been prepared for the affixing of this distinction. Now the engineer was called upon to speak. "Gentlemen," he said fiercely, "I understand that formerly the Crescent Company awarded its gold crescent only to workmen who had given 50 years of service to the firm. In giving a gold crescent to a machine, your president has perhaps unconsciously acknowledged a new era." While the engineer developed his thesis, the director leaned over to his assistant and whispered, "Did you ever hear of why the sea is salt?" "Why the sea is salt?" whispered back the assistant. "What do you mean?" The director continued, "When I was a little kid, I heard the story of why the sea is salt many times, but I never thought it important until just a moment ago. It's something like this. Formerly, the sea was fresh water, and salt was rare and expensive. A miller received from a wizard a wonderful machine that just ground salt out of itself all day long. At first, the miller thought himself the most fortunate man in the world, but soon all the villages had salt to last them for centuries, and still the machine kept on grinding more salt. The miller had to move out of his house. He had to move off his acres. At last he determined that he would sink the machine in the sea and be rid of it. But the mill ground so fast that boat and miller and machine were sunk together, and down below the mill still went on grinding, and that's why the sea is salt." "I don't get you," said the assistant. Throughout the speeches, Anton had remained seated on the floor in a dark corner where his back rested comfortably against the wall. It had begun to darken by the time the company left, but still Anton remained where he was, for the stone floor and wall had never felt quite so restful before. And then, with a great effort, he roused his unwilling frame, hobbled over to his machine, and dragged forth the tarpaulin. Anton had paid little attention to the ceremony. It was, therefore, with surprise that he noticed the gold crescent on his machine. His weak eyes strained to pierce the twilight. He let his fingers play over the metal, and was aware of tears falling from his eyes, and could not divine the reason. The mystery wearied Anton. His worn and trembling body sought the inviting floor. He stretched out and sighed, and that sigh was his last. When the daylight had completely faded, the machine began to hum softly. Zzzt, zzzt. It went 4 times, and each time carefully detached a leg from the floor. Now it rose erect and stood beside the body of Anton. Then it bent down and covered Anton with the tarpaulin. Out of the hall it stalked on sturdy legs. Its electron eyes saw distinctly through the dark. Its iron limbs responded instantly to its every need. No noise racked its interior, where its organs functioned smoothly and without a single tremor. To the watchman, who grunted his usual greeting without looking up, it answered never a word, but strode on rapidly, confidently, through the windy streets of night, to Anton's house. Anton's wife lay waiting, half sleeping on the bed in the room where the arc light came through the stained glass window. And it seemed to her that a marvel happened. Her Anton came back to her free of coughs and creaks and tremors. Her Anton came to her in all the pride and folly of his youth, his breath like wind soughing through treetops, the muscles of his arms like steel. Rabbits to the Moon by Raymond E. Banks. Editor's Note. Over the years, Raymond E. Banks' stories in fantasy and science fiction have ranged from the touching and sober to the rib-tickling and outrageous. The present offering comes from the latter end of the spectrum. End of note. They're going to give the tired old man one more chance, he thought. They have me pushed to the wall, but they'd better be careful when they get a type like me against the wall. He lit a cigar with rock-steady hands, peering down the table, watching for the effect of his tired old hands being so rock-steady. "Careful, gentlemen," he said, "that you don't arouse me. You'll find yourselves with an enraged goom on your hands." They stared back at him coldly. He put down the fresh-lit cigar and saw that he already had another fresh-lit cigar in front of him. That totaled 2 cigars he was smoking at once. Under some conditions, this could be a sign of nervousness. "Mr. Goom," said Mr. Cutter, his voice patient as if speaking to a child, "you have your choice of becoming chairman of the board or leaving the company. I'm sorry, but we of the Goom Looms value the company too much to miss the great opportunity offered us." Reginald Goom picked up one of his cigars and puffed. He set it down with a flourish. "Space suits," he snorted. "The Goom Looms has always been a small, adequate textile plant. As a subcontractor on space suits, we would simply become an appendage of Triumphant Textiles. No! We will not become greedy. I have resisted women's slacks. I have resisted pajamas. Now I resist space suits. Fine business suits for progressive men. That's the objective of the Goom Looms, as it was in my father's time and shall always be." Absently, he pulled out his silver cigar case and extracted a cigar. The weight of the cigar lighter, made of beaten silver, felt good in his hand. He lit his cigar and blasted a twirl of Havana blue down the conference table. Mr. Cutter rose, his eyes glittering. "Gentlemen, it is now time to vote. I think we ought to have more modern management and a new president of Goom Looms who will lead us into the haven of the spacesuit contract. There is no reason why a Goom spacesuit cannot become the fashion plate of the star-minded. I call for a vote." Reginald Goom glared at Cutter. Cutter had a piece of lint on the lapel of his gabardine goom, an obvious sign of a careless and pedestrian mind. "Wait," he said. "I don't think you gentlemen quite have control of the company. I'm voting the shares of Mr. Mullen, my cousin." "Mr. Mullen's proxy is out of date," said Cutter. "And if you continue lighting cigars at your present frequency, the company will shortly be bankrupt." Goom stared down in horror at the 3 lit cigars in front of him. He was getting senile. The moment he had always feared had come. Not in the privacy of his bachelor quarters, but right at the conference table during the most important moment in all his life. He raised his eyes to the picture of his father, smiling down from the tan, fashionable walls. "Always keep our textile plants small but adequate," that gentleman had said. "Always remember that the best comes in small quantities. If you can design a new lapel in your time, that is a full life for you. Let the big money go. When the big money comes, a whole troop of money monkeys follow." Goom stared down the conference table. He could see the difference on their faces. They were getting the money monkey look, and he was getting senile. The tiny textile plant was coming, like all good things, to an end. But Reginald Goom wasn't going out without a battle. "Dick Mullen always sends me a proxy every year," he said. "Where is it?" asked Cutter. "Since he's on the moon at present, it'll take about 2 weeks to get it," said Goom. Now his hands were trembling. Now he did feel a little sick. "But you see," said Cutter in a tone one uses on a thick-headed child, "we must accept or reject the space-suit contract by this coming Saturday. We haven't got 2 weeks." "I insist that we postpone this board of directors meeting for 2 weeks," said Goom, his heart sinking. Damn! He should have followed up on the proxy thing. He hadn't realized that Cutter had brewed a full-scale revolution under him on this silly, triumphant subcontract. He blustered, he pled, he reasoned. It was no use. The vote was taken, and without Dick Mullen's shares to vote, he lost. Even Johnson and Reed, who were true gooms in matters of business, went against him. They wouldn't look him in the eye, but they voted against him. "Mr. Mullen's proxy may be in the mail on the moon rocket right now," said Goom, truly feeling a desperation of his position. "You can at least give me until Saturday to record the vote of his shares. This is the most important vote in company history." "No," said Cutter. But there Johnson and Reed stood with him. It was an out. They knew it was physically impossible to get the proxies back before Saturday. "There's no harm in re-voting on Saturday," said Johnson, "and I so move." Reed seconded the motion, and it carried over Cutter's objections. The money monkeys were cruel, but they were not brutal. They still wouldn't look him in the face. They knew he was finished, and they grasped at self-respect by giving him 3 more days of control, as if under the circumstances that mattered. They left him sitting there in the conference room with his 3 cigars. Goom stared at the 3 cigars, 1 dead, 2 burning. Just like the almost extinct Goom family, only himself, his niece, and that idiot scientist she had married. And only 3 days to get to the moon, get the proxy, and get back. "I sent a rabbit to the moon last night," said Vic Webb to his wife over the morning coffee. Virginia Webb unstuck her eyes long enough to study her husband's face. "Bravo." "The Webb Travel Easy is going to replace spaceships entirely," said Vic. "I'm on the right track at last." "Then you'll have to get away from rabbits," she said. "You've been sending rabbits to the moon for some months now. When do you start on people?" Vic shook his head. "Maybe 10 years, maybe 20. A new invention takes time. We're still having a little trouble with the skeleton." "When we're old and gray, we'll be worth billions," she said. "But the most useful years of our life are spent giving free rides to rabbits. Why don't you try it on people?" "I might try it on Uncle Goom," said Vic, "the old buzzard. The other day he refused to lend me the money for the new antennas on the Travel Easy. $500 would have done it. That's cigar money to him." "Leave Uncle Goom alone," she said, in surprising passion for that hour of the morning. "He's the only rich relative I've got. Without him, I'd be a plain drudge married to a half-baked university professor and starving." "This is divorce?" asked Vic. Virginia subsided. "Don't be a fool. It's only that... Well, you're so goddamn impractical, if I may coin a term. Your Travel Easy is worth millions in its present state, but only you and that silly Dr. Pitch on the moon know about it." "Science evolves. It does not explode." "Yesterday," said Virginia, "the riding lights fell off our air car. What do you propose to do about that, Dr. Webb? There's also a small matter of $200 for my last pregnancy still due the hospital. They've threatened to repossess our child. I trust these minor matters will somehow be taken care of." Vic sighed. He kissed her. "I love you," he said. She sighed. "But of course," she said. "We'll speak no more of it." During the kiss, her slim, graceful fingers plucked out his slim, graceful wallet. A woman, even a wife, has to live. From the cloud of cigar smoke, Uncle Goom's voice rang out. "What's this?" he asked, tapping a part of the machine with his cane. "Please don't bang the equipment with your cane," said Vic coldly. "That's a printed circuit, and if you jumble it, I'll be translating rabbit fur into Sanskrit." "So, you've been sending rabbits to the moon," said Uncle Goom. He flicked his cigar ash, and Vic, with a cry, blew the blasphemous ash from the precious machine parts. "Yes," said Vic, controlling himself, "and I need $500 to keep on with it. I wouldn't have told you, but I've simply got to have some money." Reginald Goom recoiled. The expansive gleam in his eye sank to a lesser intensity. "For that thing? It looks like a television camera." "It scans," said Vic. "It breaks the flesh down into light rays, which it sends through space at the speed, of course, of light. I've figured that I can send a man to the moon for $68.14 in a matter of seconds. No long waiting. None of that gravity distress. No worry about hitting meteors. $68.14 instead of the $500 it costs now. So if you could lend me a little... Wait a minute, said Uncle Goom. First we're talking about science, and all of a sudden we're talking about money, which slipped in a little fast. Let's get back to your science. Substance, sighed Vic, and realizing all that had to be left out and simplified when you deal with a layman, seems impervious, but we know the solidity of matter is an illusion. Within the atom are great empty spaces. He reverently tapped the chrome finish of his device. Even in something as hard as metal, there is, relatively, worlds of space between the electron rings and the nucleus. As much space as in our own solar and star system, relative to electron size, of course. Yes, space, time, mused Uncle Goom, staring moodily at his watch. This has nothing to do with space or time, cried Vic. It has to do with reducing matter to its simplest charged particles and beaming them to the moon. A computer memorizes the complex pattern of what we send to the moon. Only recently have we had this kind of sophistication in computers. Ah, yes, computers, said Uncle Goom, mouthing a word he had at least seen occasionally in the papers. Very scientific. Have you ever watched a cotton candy machine operate? Asked Vic. Uncle Goom backed off a little. He'd never gotten used to Vic's leaps in logic. Well, you've seen a man put plain sugar in a cotton candy machine, said Vic. The sugar is spun out into a fine substance that melts to nothing in your mouth. Yet, allowing for normal sugar losses, you have the same product in the end that you started with. Slightly changed in form, but nothing you'd confuse with salt or anything else. The Webb Travel-Easy does this. It spins out the charged particles across space in such a widely spaced, gossamer way that they all get through. Unlike the cotton candy, the particles are reintegrated at the other end, on the moon, and transportation is thus accomplished. Absolutely astounding, said Uncle Goom. I like it. Except the skeleton, said Vic querulously. My skeletons are always lagging behind and have to be reintegrated later on the moon. Well, that's holding me up. What's it like without a skeleton? Asked Uncle Goom. Well, not too bad, but people wouldn't like waiting for the skeletons to arrive, and that's why I need $500 to develop a higher frequency sending antenna. At least that'll get me started on the parts. So if you could lend me a little... Uncle Goom was silent, frowning. Then he shrugged. I might at that, he said, if you'll grant me two conditions. Vic looked surprised. Usually Uncle Goom struggled like a tiger over lending anybody money. Name them, he said hurriedly. First, said Uncle Goom, that you send me to the moon. Second, you must stop wearing your Goom gabardine in the laboratory and getting acid burns on it. The last is hardly less important than the first. A Goom fabric is a work of art. Vic stared at him. You want to go to the moon? He asked. Right now? Yes. Why? Never mind. Say I'm getting old and sentimental, sighed Uncle Goom, and I want to get to the moon right now. I'm willing to pay $500 to you for it. The rest is silence. Vic shook his head. I positively won't send you to the moon. Many fine ideas have been ruined by haste, by trying them too soon on people. This is absolutely out of the question. Uncle Goom shook his head in his turn. Why should I throw good money after bad? If you did finish the Travel-Easy, it'd take a Ph.D. to work it anyway. Vic flushed. One of his sore spots was over-complexity in engineering. That is a lie. I could make you or anybody a competent operator in 10 minutes. If you've built in that kind of simplicity, said Uncle Goom, it might be practical. And I might lend you more money. Prove it. Already there was a glaze coming over Vic's eyes as his pride in design simplicity was brought into play. Well, it's really quite simple, he said. Positively ingenious. Now, first Uncle Goom listened patiently, hardly inhaling on his cigar. At the end, he sighed and pulled out his checkbook. "You talk like you've got something practical," Uncle Goom admitted. Vic, flushed, felt for his wallet. "Easy enough to sell the old boy if you had the time." Vic gave a cry. His wallet was not there. "Excuse me, Uncle Goom," he said, lips firming. "There's been some skullduggery in this house today." And he took off, crunching the check in his Goom gabardine side pocket. Uncle Goom repressed a reprimand about the way the lad treated his suit. He walked around thoughtfully, tapping and banging on the machine parts of the Webb Travel-Easy. He felt a tizzy tingling of his nerves. "Poor, tired old nerves," he said. He felt like he was about to drop down in an air car too fast. The thrill of the unknown. Let Randolph Cutter and his money monkey crew chortle over the spot he was in. A Goom never gave up. Maybe he would get to the moon and back with the proxy in time after all. He turned on the switches quickly, felt a moment of horrid uncertainty, like a man facing an execution. His eyes fell on his Goom, which he had removed and neatly folded on a chair nearby. "In the name of Goom Looms," he said, and stepped into the warmed-up transmitter of the Webb Travel-Easy. "Biologist," said Dr. Pitch. He was a fat, sad man with a round, sad face. "What would a biologist be doing on the moon? There's no life here under the dome or anywhere." Richard Mullen, thin and indignant-looking, scowled. "I," he said, "am a biologist who hates life. My family was in textiles. Instead, I went into science. I don't get along with people too well. I don't get along with animals too well. In fact, I don't care much for growing things." He drew in a deep breath of Dr. Pitch's oxygen and stared out of the small glass air dome. The lonely, pressurized hut deep in one of the craters of the moon. The pumice waste and space-weathered rocks were restful. "I came to the moon to invent something better than life, but I need a vacation. When I heard you were in the next dome to mine, and that you had some electronic things going on, I decided to introduce myself as I did yesterday. I rather like electronics, and I further believe that you are fooling around with a distant relative of mine, a Victor Webb." Dr. Pitch nodded. "I am working with Webb." For a moment he looked even sadder. "My Earth experience was much like yours. My people were in soap, so I took up engineering, human engineering to be exact. I taught a course at Washington Marquette, how to be pleasant. Then they wanted me to teach the practical aspects of being happy. And they finally gave me a seminar in how to get the most out of everybody. That was when I had my breakdown and wrote To Hell with Everything, which was a bestseller and enabled me to come to the moon and devote my life to electronics." Pitch waved a hand at the drab grayness of the moon landscape. "No clatter of traffic, no faculty meetings with simpering faculty politicians tearing red meat off each other, no intense young men trying to suck up knowledge only to be turned into hard dollars for chrome-plated air cars. No." Mullen wasn't listening. He stared at a jar resting on a shelf. "What's that?" "A rabbit," said Pitch. "And while we're on the subject, couldn't you breathe a little shallower? Oxygen costs money, you know." "Sorry, that thing jarred me a little." The object of Mullen's attention was a small vat which held about 2 quarts. Its present occupant was a puzzle. It was a silver-gray substance of uncertain consistency. "We're having trouble with skeletons," said Pitch. "That rabbit just came in yesterday." 2 very definite rabbit eyes rose out of the jar on the surface of the creature and peered rabbit-like at them. Pitch poked a carrot at the mass, and the eyes vanished. A rabbit mouth appeared and chomped the carrot. Mullen's hands trembled, but a certain delight shone in his eyes. "Now that," he said, "is life with a little body English to it. What else can it do?" Pitch sadly poured the rabbit out of the jar. It formed itself into a rabbit-like body and pittered across the floor on rabbitish pseudopods. It formed a nose which twitched and sniffed and occasionally made eyes for itself to study the geography of the laboratory floor. "A definite improvement over what we have on Earth," breathed Mullen. "Oh, Webb isn't interested in new mammalian forms," said Pitch. "He wants to transmit people with his machine. Takes the place of spaceships." "How?" Pitch told him. "However, I can't demonstrate today as there's no transmission scheduled. But as you can see, we're having trouble with the hard calcium of the bones. The skeleton for this rabbit will be along presently, in a week or so. Then I can put it through the transceiver, that is, retransmit it in the machine right here on the moon, and get my ordinary garden variety of rabbit." Mullen watched the rabbit leap about nimbly, then form itself into something that looked like a cat, and climb to a table where there was a pile of carrots. "Generalized, unspecialized mass for body," he breathed. "And if you needed a leg, you call on leg memory and build up as many as you need. If you need an eye, call an eye memory for it. The rest of the time you can sit around resting in the form of a puddle." He turned to Pitch triumphantly. "Why, man, this is the future. Skeletons have been holding back the human race for years. Skeletonless people could live in a house the size of a playhouse by increasing their density. They could travel by making themselves into a reasonable facsimile of a bird. They could double intelligence by borrowing body cells to make brain cells during working hours. Or they could—" "They won't," sniffed Pitch. "Nobody has ever seen anybody without a skeleton. As a human engineer, I assure you that a man without a skeleton would lose his job. His wife wouldn't like him anymore. He wouldn't look good in a military uniform. He would act in unpredictable ways. And this machine isn't any good until we can receive the skeleton along with the rest of the person." An orange light glowed dimly, then brightened. The whole electronic panel began to come to life, winking reds, turning to oranges and greens. There was the deep, pungent odor of ozone around the men. "Something's happening," Mullen told Pitch, who stared in surprise. "I have an automatic cycle on the receiver so that I can get sleep if I need to," said Pitch. "But I don't understand. There isn't supposed to be any transmission today." A pile of something that looked like baker's dough began to form in the vat. There was the faint but unmistakable odor of cigar smoke about it. "Now that," said Mullen in wonder, "is a pretty fair-sized rabbit." But Pitch wasn't watching the vat. He was throwing around his clipboards with abandon. "What's Webb up to?" he cried, his sadness approaching anger. "My carrot supply's already committed to the rabbits I have." The pile of dough finished growing finally. It was much, much larger than a rabbit. Mullen leaned forward curiously to examine the substance, which was cooling and hardening into a clear, glassy, and almost beautiful slab of jello. He poked it with his finger. Out of the mass, two bright blue human eyes appeared, staring at him angrily. Then came a mouth, and with it a cigar. The mouth chomped on the cigar. The eyes swiveled around the room, and finally came to rest on him again. "Mullen," snapped a well-remembered voice, "where the hell is my proxy?" For perhaps the only time in his adult life, Mullen's expression of anger shifted completely to one of wonder. "Why, Cousin Goom," he gulped, "I'd hardly know you without your skeleton." He felt a little faint. "Goom Gabardine, that is." Vic Webb jabbed angrily at his grapefruit. "Your Uncle Goom," he said, "has gone to the moon in the Travel Easy." Well, what's wrong with that? Asked Virginia, puzzled. You took him for 500, didn't you? Well, now he wants to come back, said Vic, kicking the leg of the table. Naturally. But he's the kind that's always making scenes. He'll get me a lot of bad publicity. That's why I've restricted my transmissions to rabbits. They don't get involved with screwballism. Uncle Goom's skeleton won't arrive on the moon for some time yet, maybe a week or two. If Pitch sends him back, it'll be at least a month before we can rebone him. Well, what happens in the meantime? Asked Virginia innocently. Do they pin him on a clothesline like a wet shirt? Vic found the question beneath answering. In the meantime, I'm trying to keep him on the moon, but Pitch says he won't stay. Further, Pitch will quit if I don't take him back. Something about his being allergic to cigar smoke. If Uncle Goom used your invention, it was for a good reason, said Virginia. And the only reason he ever does anything is for the good of the Goom looms. It must be a crisis, and unless you want us to die poor, you'd better bring him back quickly. Publicity would ruin my life's work, said Vic. He stays on the moon. Virginia sat back and studied him coolly. She really hated to have to undercut Vic, but her Goom blood sensed that something of great importance was going forward, and Uncle Goom always knew what was best for Goom looms and the family fortune involved therein. In other words, it was time to play the woman's eternal role of effecting compromise between the two resolute men who were locked in an unyielding struggle. She concentrated intensely. Her next sentence had to be just right. She sniffed. Frankly, I don't think you can bring Uncle Goom back, she said. The machine's too complicated. The word had a noticeable effect on him. The travel easy complicated, he said, cheeks flushing. My circuitry is unimpeachably simple. She sniffed. She turned negligently to her paper. She could hear him breathing harder. Even an idiot could run the travel easy, he said, as proved by your Uncle Goom sending himself to the moon. My Uncle Goom, she said quietly, holds a B.A. in weaving from a first-line university, and cannot technically be called an idiot. Vic rattled his coffee cup angrily, reaching for the devastating comment. Even you could run the travel easy, he said, but I won't show you. Thanks for letting me off the hook, dear. I don't have 3 solid weeks ahead of me with nothing to do, she said sweetly, beginning to gather the dishes. It would work. He would fuss at her all day, but in the end he would be unable to resist her challenge. Virginia was glad that Vic had never taken a course in psychology. Vic and Virginia brought the vat into Uncle Goom's office. Steady, growled the voice from inside the vat. Steady there! All you're tickling me. Miss Cronk, the presidential secretary, looked startled. That sounded like... It is, said Vic. And what he hopes to accomplish without his skeleton is beyond me. They'll only throw him out of the company. They can't, said Goom. I have Mullen's proxy. Well, said Virginia, listening at the closed mahogany double doors, the board's meeting now. I can hear them. And somehow we've got to take him in and get him to vote. So how do we do it? Miss Cronk bustled around her desk, feeling her responsibilities. Well, I trust there's nothing wrong with Mr. Goom, she said. May I look at him? Vic lifted off the vat cover, and she peered in. Eeeh, said Miss Cronk, sliding noisily to the floor in a faint. The clear jello surged up into a head. Somebody stop that damn girl from fainting, Uncle Goom ordered, blue eyes dangerous. And quit talking about me as if I weren't here. Now get me ready for the board meeting. Vic laughed ironically. We can pour you on the table, perhaps, but I'm afraid your friends won't react properly. They'd just pull their investments out of the company. He's right, sighed Virginia. Cutter would make jello out of you. She bit her tongue. It had been hard trying to keep the team pulling together, and now it was beginning to look futile. Nonsense, snapped Uncle Goom. They may not accept me without my skeleton, but I shall provide myself with one. That's why I had you sneak me in the back way." "Let's see you make a skeleton," jeered Vic. "Any fool who's taken high school biology could answer that one," sneered Uncle Goom. "There is the whole order of creatures that exist with skeletons that are external. A lobster, for instance." "Crustaceans," breathed Virginia in awe. Vic shrugged. "If you've got time to grow a shell, he said. "But I still say you'd better wait until the end of March, when your own skeleton will be back from the moon, and I can rebone you, as Pitch calls it." But Uncle Goom was sending out a pseudopod to the intercom. "Get me the best Goom gabardine in the plant," he ordered. "And a Goom shirt, tie, gloves, the works." "We have, as you know, until noon to accept or reject the offer to subcontract for Triumphant Textiles on the spacesuits," said Cutter, self-satisfied. "My own feeling, gentlemen, is that there's entirely too much talk around here about quality and not enough about making money. So I hope this vote will be the last one." Heads nodded in agreement just as Uncle Goom walked in. True, he wore a hat on his head, and heavy spectacles pouched up a rather sloping brow. True, he wore gloves and a suit that seemed to bulge a little, and he looked as pale as a man after a heart attack, as limpid as white jello. But who could gainsay the fierce blue eyes and the cigar? "Gentlemen," he said, "I am here with Cousin Mullen's proxy from the moon, and I vote against the new contract. And this ends the meeting." Cutter stood up again, flushing. "Not quite, Goom," he said. "We've decided that if you did get that proxy, we'd pull out of the company, and I don't think you have enough capital to go it alone. We don't ask much, just the chance to make money." "And you shall make money," cried Uncle Goom, "while Triumphant Textiles steadily goes broke, because spacesuits, gentlemen, are a thing of the past." They stared at him in his peculiar get-up and with his wild talk, as if they knew now he'd gone over the brink. He told them about the Travel Easy, how you could get to the moon for $68.14, and wear a Goom gabardine until your skeleton arrived. He told them how interesting it was not to have a skeleton, how more and more people would spend more and more time in external Goom skeletons, using their own primarily for blood rebuilding and other biological necessities, perhaps only a few days each month. It took him 8 minutes to say all this, and by that time the call from Triumphant Textiles was on the phone. Cutter rose in triumph. "I had expected resistance, Goom," he said, "but not madness. This is the craziest talk of the year. I fear that senile old age is about to lay waste to Goom loams. "Suppose I could show you a man, perfectly happy man, without his skeleton," said Uncle Goom easily. "Would this prove to you that mankind is entering a new age, along with Goom loams?" Cutter smiled around the room, drawing up the sympathetic smiles of the others at the poor old fool's nonsense. It was a shame to rough-handle the old boy, but he deserved it. "Show me, Goom," he said, "and I'll be the first to change my mind. What would your Superman look like? A bowl of jello, I suppose?" "No, Goom, we're on to your senile fancyings." Uncle Goom took off his hat. "We no longer propose to suffer your childish imaginings." Uncle Goom removed his spectacles, his necktie, and his coat. "Your ego is ruining the company." Uncle Goom took off his shirt. We can no longer. Uncle Goom started to remove his pants. Finished Cutter, fainting. Uncle Goom poured easily down the table, graciously offering 3 or 4 hands here, a cigar light there, and an occasional slap on the shoulder, leaving a trail of fainting directors. But he remembered to make a special eye to wink at the picture of his father, unperturbed on the wall. Perhaps the old boy would have been glad to know that Reginald Goom had done a bit more than design a new lapel in his goom time. The Certificate by Avram Davidson. Editor's Note. There have been many stories about the harsh life we may expect to live if superior alien forces take over our world. But few of them have reported on such a life as economically and effectively as Avram Davidson does here. End of note. The winter sunrise was still 2 hours away when Dr. Roger Freeman came to stand in front of the great door. By good fortune, incredibly good fortune, he had not been questioned in his furtive progress from the dormitory. If he had been stopped, or if his answer had been either disbelieved or judged inadequate, he might have been sent back to the dorm for punishment. The punishment would have been over, of course, in time for him to go to work at 10 in the morning. But a man could suffer through several thousand eternities of hell in those few hours. And no more than a low, muffled groaning and a subdued, convulsive movement of the body to show what was going on. You were able to sleep through it, if it was happening to someone else. The great door was set well in from the street, and the cutting edge of the wind was broken by it. Freeman was grateful for that. It was 2 years ago that he'd applied for a new overcoat, and the one he still had was ragged even then. Perhaps, if this was not to be his year for escape, in another year he would get the coat. He crowded into a corner and tried not to think of the cold. After a little while, another man joined him, then another, then a woman, then a couple. By sunrise there was a long line. They were all willing to risk it, risk punishment for being out before work or for being late to work. Some merely wanted clothes. Some wanted permission to visit relatives in another locale. You could wait for years for either. Or you could wait years and not get either. And some, like Freeman, hoped against hope for a chance at escape. Dr. Freeman stared at the door. The design was as intricate as it was incomprehensible. No doubt it made sense to the Hedderons. If you could understand it, you might gain some understanding of the nature of their distant home, if you cared. It was 50 years since they had arrived, and men still knew almost nothing about them. They were here, they would never go away. That was enough. The man behind Dr. Freeman collapsed. No one paid any attention to him. After a moment, there was a high, brief humming. The man twitched, opened his eyes. He got to his feet, and then the door opened. "Proceed in the order," the voice directed, a thick, flat Hedderan voice, harsh yet glutinous. No one tried to push ahead. The lesson had been too well learned. Dr. Freeman got on the 3rd escalator and rode down 2 levels. There had been a time when you rode up, but that was before the Hedderons came. They didn't like tall buildings, at least it seemed so. They'd never explained that or anything else. What they did not like, they simply destroyed. Dr. Freeman looked behind him as he approached the office. There must have been at least a dozen people behind him. They looked at him wolfishly. So few certificates were granted, and he was first in line. He looked away. He'd stayed awake all night in order to be the first. No one had the right to resent him. And the next man in line was young. What did he expect? The door opened. The voice said, "Proceed, one at a single time." 50 years, and the Hedderons still hadn't mastered the language. They didn't have to, of course. Roger Freeman entered the office, took the application form from the slot in the wall machine found in every office, sat down at the table. When was the last time he had sat in a chair? No matter. The form was in Hedderan, of course. The voice said, "Name?" The voice said, "Number?" He wrote it down. Roger Freeman, 655-673-60602. Idly he glanced at the cluster of Hedderan characters. If one could take the application form away, with Hedderan questions and English answers perhaps, if there was time, a key could be found for translating. But it was impossible to take it away. If you spoiled it, you were out. You could apply only once a year. And if you did find out how to read their language, what then? Freeman's brother, Bob, had talked of rebellion, but that was years ago, and he didn't like to think what had happened to Bob. And besides, he hadn't time. He had to be at work by 10. From 10 in the morning until 10 at night, the Hedderons had their own way of reckoning time. He worked at a machine, pulling hard on levers. Some he had to bend down to reach, some he had to mount steps to reach. Up and down, up and down. He didn't know what the machine did or even how it worked, and he no longer cared. He no longer cared about anything except a new overcoat, or at least a newer one, not worn so thin, and his chances of escape. Age, occupation, previous to the arrival of the Hedderons, that was, 50 years ago. He had been a physician, an obsolete skill. Inside of every man nowadays there was a piece of something. Presumably it communicated with a machine somewhere deep in the Hedderon quarters. If you broke a bone or bled, or even if you just fainted, as the young man behind him in line had, you were set right almost in the second. No one was ill for long. Even worn-out organs were regenerated. Too few men had been left alive, and the Hedderons needed those who were left too much to let them sicken or die. At last the long form was filled out. The harsh voice said, "Now, at once, to Office 10, Level 4. Dr. Freeman hastily obeyed. When they said "at once," they meant just that. The punishment might come like a single whiplash, or it might go on and on. You never knew. Maybe the Hedderons knew, but they never told. The man next behind the outer door scuttled in as Freeman left. The others waited. Not more than 3 could expect to be processed before it would be time to return to work. Office 10, Level 4, asked him the same questions, but in a different order. He was then directed to Office 5, Level 17. Here, his 2 forms were fed into a machine, returned with markings stamped on them in Hedderon. Office 8, Level 2, the voice said. There he fed his applications into the slot. After a moment they came back unmarked. Name Roger Freeman, number 655-673-60602. You have a single-time application outstanding. Unpermitted, 2. You will cancel this one, or you will cancel that one. Frantically, he searched his mind. What application did he have outstanding? When was this rule made? The overcoat. If he went ahead with his new application and it was refused, he'd have to wait till next year to reinstate the one for the coat. And then more years of waiting. It was cold. The dormitory was ill-heated. He had no blanket. His present coat was very worn. Services for humans were minimal. But he had to proceed with his new application. He was first in line. Speak, the thick, flat voice directed. Answer. Speak. Now. Gobbling his words in haste, Freeman said, I cancel the one outstanding. Insert forms. He did, waited. Proceed to Office 10, Level 4. That was the second place he'd been to. A mistake? No matter, he had to go. Once again he entered and waited. A grunting noise caught his eye. He looked up, started, cowered. A Hedderon, his baffle screen turned off, was gazing at him. The blank, gray, faceted eyes in the huge head, and the body like a deformed fetus. Then the baffle screen went on again. Freeman shuddered. One rarely saw them. It had been years. A piece of paper slid from the machine. He took it up, waiting for the command to proceed. Where? Unless it could be accomplished before 10, there was no chance of escape for him this year. None whatever. He stared dully at the strange characters. The cold, indifferent voice said, Name, Roger Freeman. Number, 655-673-60602. Declared, surplus. Application for death certificate is granted. Proceed for certificate to Office 1, Level 5. At once. Tears rolled down Dr. Freeman's cheeks. "At last!" he sobbed joyfully. "At last!" And then he hastily left. He had achieved his escape after all, but only if he got there before 10 o'clock. The Sealman by John Masefield. Editor's note. An almost forgotten folk fantasy by the poet laureate of England concerning the curse of seals, which keeps them the way they are, not able to live either in the sea or on the land. End of note. "The seals is pretty when they do be plain," said the old woman. "Ah, I seen them frisking their tails till you'd think it was rocks, with the seas beating on them, the time the storm's on. I see the merrows of the sea sitting yonder in the dark stone, and they had crowns on them, and they were laughing. The merrows is not good. It's not good to see too many of them. They're beautiful, like young men in their shirts playing hurley. They're as beautiful as anything you would be seeing in America, or Australia, or any place. The seals is beautiful, too, going through the water in the young of the day. But they're not so beautiful as them. The seals is no good either. It's a great curse keeps them the way they are, not able to live either in the sea or on the land." She shook her head sadly. "One time there was a man of the O'Donnells came here, and he was a bad man. A saint in heaven would have been bothered to find good in him. He died of the fever that came before the famine. I was a girl then. And if you'd seen the people in them times, there wasn't enough to bury them. The pigs used to eat them in the loanings, and their mouths would be all green where they'd eaten grass from want of food. If you'd seen the houses there was then, indeed you'd think the place bewitched. But the cabins is all fell in like yonder, and there's no dancing or fiddling or anything at all, and all of my friends has gone to America or Australia. I've no one at all to bury me, unless it's that humpy one who comes here, and she's as proud as a Jew. She's no cause to be proud with a hump on her. Her father was just a poor man, the same as any. This O'Donnell I was telling you, my father was at his wake, and they'd the candles lit, and they were drinking poteen. My father was nearest the door, and a fear took him, and he got up, with his glass in his hand, and he cried out, 'There's something here is not good.' And another of them said, 'There's something wants to get out.' And another said, 'It's himself wants to go out into the dark night.' And another said, 'For the love of God, open the door.' So my father flung the door open, and outside the moon shone down to the sea. And the corpse of the O'Donnell was all blue, and it got up with a sheet knotted on it, and walked out without leaving a track. So they followed it, saying their prayers to Almighty God, and it walked on down to the sea. And when it came to the edge of the sea was like a flame before it. And it bowed there 3 times, and each time it rose up, it screamed. And all the seals and all the merrows, and all them that's under the tides, they come up to welcome it. They called out to the corpse and laughed, and the corpse laughed back and fell onto the sand. My father and the other men saw the wraith pass from it into the water as it fell. It was like a little black boy laughing, with great long arms on him. It was all bald and black, and its hands moved like he was tickling. And after that the priest had him buried like they buried the old ones. But the wraith passed into a bull seal. You'd be feared to see the like of the bull seal. There was a man of the O'Kanes fired a blessed shilling at him, and the seal roared up at him and tore his arm across. There was marks like black stars on him after till he died. And the bull seal walked like a man at the change of the moon, like a big, tall, handsome man stepping the roads. You'd be feared, sir, if you saw the like. He set his eyes on young Norah O'Hara. Lovely she was. She'd little ways, sir, would draw the heart out of an old bachelor. Wasn't it a great curse he should take her, when there was old hags of the like of Mary that has no more beauty than a withered broom, that you wouldn't be bothered to mend, or a done-out old gather-up of a duck that a hungry dog would blush to be biting? Still, he took Norah. She had a little son, and the little son was a sealman. The priest wouldn't sign him with a cross. when Norla died, he used always to be going to the sea. He would always be swimming. He'd little soft brown hair like a seal's, the prettiest you'd be seeing. He used to talk to the seals. My father was coming home one night from Carnmore, and he saw the little sealman in the sea, and the seals were playing with him, singing songs. But my father was feared to hear. He ran away. They stoned the sealmen whiles after that, but whiles they didn't stone it. They had a kindness for it, although it had no holy water on it. It was a very young thing to be walking the world, and it was a beautiful wee thing with its eyes so pretty. So it grew up to be a man. Them that live in the water, they have ways of calling people. Them who passed this sealman, they felt the call in their hearts. Indeed, if you passed the sealman and step in the roads, you would get a queer twist from the way he looked at you. And they set his love on a young girl of the O'Keefe's, a little young girl with no more in her than a flower on its stalk. You would see them in the loanings coming home, or in the bright of the day going. There was a strong love was on them, the two young things. It was like the love of the old ones that took 9 deaths to kill. They'd be telling Kate it was not right she should set her love on one who wasn't like themselves. But there's few indeed as the young'll listen. They're all for pleasure, before they're withered hags. And at last they shut her up at home to keep her from seeing him. And he came by her cabin to the west of the road calling. There was a strong love came up to her at that, and she put down her sewing on the table, and, "Mother," she says, "there's no lock and no key and no bolt and no door. There's no iron or no stone, nor anything at all will keep me this night from the man I love." And she went out into the moonlight to him, there by the bush where the flowers is pretty beyond the river, and he says to her, "You're all of the beauty of the world. Will ye come where I go over the waves of the sea?" And she says to him, "My treasure and strength," she says, "I would follow you on the frozen hills, my feet bleeding." Then they went down into the sea together, and the moon made a track upon the sea, and they walked down it. It was like a flame before them. There was no fear at all on her, only a great love like the love of the old ones, that was stronger than the touch of the fool. She had a little white throat and little cheeks like flowers, and she went down into the sea with her man who wasn't a man at all. She was drowned, of course. It's like he never thought that she wouldn't bear the sea like himself. When it came light, they saw the sealman sitting yonder on the rock, and she lying by him dead, with her face as white as a flower. He was crying and beating her hands to bring life to her. It would have drawn pity from a priest to hear him, though he wasn't Christian. And at last, when he saw that she was drowned, he took her in his arms and slipped into the sea like a seal, and he swam carrying her, with his head up, laughing and laughing and laughing, and no one ever saw him again at all. The Sky People by Poul Anderson. Editor's note. For some years now, Poul Anderson has been one of fantasy and science fiction's most steadily reliable contributors. He has written novels, of course, but he has a special affection for the short story and the novelette forms, and a special storytelling talent which combine to bring him back regularly to our pages. The example here is one of high and salty adventure, concerning an encounter between a great aerial power of a reviving future and an ingenious naval force from halfway around an otherwise peaceful world. End of note. The rover fleet got there just before sunrise. From its height, 5,000 feet, the land was bluish-gray, smoked with mists. Irrigation canals caught the first light as if they were full of mercury. Westward the ocean gleamed, its far edge dissolved into purple and a few stars. Lachlan Sunna Holber leaned over the gallery rail of his flagship and pointed a telescope at the city. It sprang to view as a huddle of walls, flat roofs, and square watchtowers. The cathedral spires were tinted rose by a hidden sun. No barrage balloons were up. It must be true, what rumor said, that Perio had abandoned its outlying provinces to their fate. So the portable wealth of Mako would have flowed into Santone for safekeeping, which meant that the place was well worth a raid. Lachlan grinned. Roberts and Stam, the Buffalo's mate, spoke. "Best we come down to about 2,000, he suggested, just to be sure the men aren't blown sideways to the wrong side of the town walls." "Aye," the skipper nodded his helmeted head. 2,000, so be it." Their voices seemed oddly loud up here, where only the wind and a creak of rigging had broken silence. The sky around the rovers was dusky immensity, tinged red gold in the east. Dew lay on the gallery deck, but when the long wooden horns blew signals, it was somehow not an interruption, nor was the distant shouting of orders from other vessels, thud of crew feet, clatter of windlasses, and hand-operated compressor pumps. To a skyman, those sounds belonged in the upper air. 5 great craft spiraled smoothly downward. The first sun rays flashed off gilt figureheads, bowled on sharp gondola prows, and rioted along the extravagant designs painted on gas bags. Sails and rudders were unbelievably white across the last western darkness. "Hello there," said Lachlan. He had been studying the harbor through his telescope. "Something new. What could it be?" He offered the tube to Robra, who held it to his remaining eye. Within the glass circle lay a stone dock and warehouses, centuries old, from the days of the Pyrrhio's greatness. Less than a fourth of their capacity was used now. The normal clutter of wretched little fishing craft, a single coasting schooner, and yes, by Octai, the Stormbringer, a monster thing bigger than a whale. 7 masts that were impossibly tall. "I don't know." The mate lowered the telescope. "A foreigner? But where from? Not in all this continent." "I never saw any arrangement like that," said Lachlan. "Square sails in the topmasts, fore and aft below." He stroked his short beard. It burned like spun copper in the morning light. He was one of the fair-haired, blue-eyed men, rare even among the sky people and unheard of elsewhere. "Of course," he said, "we're no experts on watercraft. We only see them in passing." A not unamiable contempt rode his words. Sailors made good slaves, at least, but naturally the only fit vehicle for a fighting man was a rover abroad and a horse at home. "Probably a trader," he decided. "We'll capture it if possible." He turned his attention to more urgent problems. He had no map of Santone, had never even seen it before. This was the farthest south any sky people had yet gone plundering, and almost as far as any had ever visited. In bygone days, aircraft were still too primitive, and the Pyrrhio too strong. Thus, Lachlan must scan the city from far above, through drifting white vapors, and make his plan on the spot. Nor could it be very complicated, for he had only signal flags and a barrel-chested hollerer with a megaphone to pass orders to the other vessels. "That big plaza in front of the temple," he murmured. "Our contingent will land there. Let the storm cloud men tackle that big building east of it, see? It looks like a chief's dwelling. Over there along the north wall, typical barracks and parade ground. Coyote can deal with the soldiers. Let the Witch of Heaven men land on the docks, seize the seaward gun emplacements and that strange vessel, then join the attack on the garrison. Fire Elk's crew should land inside the east city gate and send a detachment to the south gate to bottle in the civilian population. Having occupied the plaza, I'll send reinforcements wherever they're needed. All clear?" He snapped down his goggles. Some of the big men crowding about him wore chain armor, but he preferred a cuirass of hardened leather, Hmong style. It was nearly as strong and a lot lighter. He was armed with a pistol, but had more faith in his battle-axe. An archer could shoot almost as fast as a gun, as accurately, and firearms were getting fabulously expensive to operate as sulfur sources dwindled. He felt a tightness which was like being a little boy again, opening presents on midwinter morning. Octai knew what treasures he would find, of gold, cloth, tools, slaves, of battle and high deeds and eternal fame, possibly death. Some day he was sure to die in combat. He had sacrificed so much to his josses they wouldn't grudge him war death and the chance to be reborn as a skyman. "Let's go," he said. He sprang up on a gallery rail and over. For a moment the world pinwheeled. Now the city was on top, and now again his buffalo streaked past. Then he pulled the ripcord, and his harness slammed him to steadiness. Around him it bloomed with scarlet parachutes. He gauged the wind and tugged a line, guiding himself down. Don Miguel Caraban, Calde of Santon de Indio, arranged a lavish feast for his Morai guests. It was not only that this was a historic occasion, which might even mark a turning point in the long decline. Don Miguel, being that rare combination, a practical man who could read, knew that the withdrawal of Perio troops to Brazil 20 years ago was not a temporary adjustment. They would never come back. The outer provinces were on their own. But the strangers must be convinced that they had found a nation rich, strong, and basically civilized, that it was worthwhile visiting the Macan coasts to trade, ultimately to make alliance against the northern savages. The banquet lasted till nearly midnight. Though some of the old irrigation canals had choked up and never been repaired, so that cactus and rattlesnake housed in abandoned pueblos, Maco province was still fertile. The slant-eyed Hmong horsemen from Texas had killed off innumerable peons when they raided 5 years back. Wooden pitchforks and obsidian hoes were small use against saber and arrow. It would be another decade before population was back to normal and the periodic famines resumed. Thus, Don Miguel offered many courses: beef, spiced ham, olives, fruits, wines, nuts, coffee, which last the sea people were unfamiliar with and didn't care much for, etc. Entertainment followed: music, jugglers, a fencing exhibition by some of the young nobles. At this point, the surgeon of the Dolphin, who was rather drunk, offered to show an island dance. Muscular beneath tattoos, his brown form went through a series of contortions which pursed the lips of the dignified dons. Miguel himself remarked, "It reminds me somewhat of our peons' fertility rites," with a strained courtesy that suggested to Captain Ruori Rangi Lohanaso that peons had an altogether different and not very nice culture. The surgeon threw back his cue and grinned. "Now let's bring the ship's wahinis ashore to give them a real hula," he said in Moray English. "No," answered Ruori. "I fear we may have shocked them already. The proverb goes, 'When in the Solomon Islands, darken your skin.'" "I don't think they know how to have any fun," complained the doctor. "We don't yet know what the taboos are," warned Ruori. "Let us be as grave, then, as these spike-bearded men, and not laugh or make love until we're back on shipboard among our wahines." "But it's stupid. Shark-toothed Nan eat me if I'm going to—" "Your ancestors are ashamed," said Ruori. It was about as sharp a rebuke as you could give a man whom you didn't intend to fight. He softened his tone to take out the worst sting, but the doctor had to shut up, which he did, mumbling an apology and retiring with his blushes to a dark corner beneath faded murals. Ruori turned back to his host. "I beg your pardon, senor," he said, using the local tongue. "My men's command of Spaniol is even less than my own." "Of course." Don Miguel's lean, black-cauled form made a stiff little bow. It brought his sword up ludicrously like a tail. Ruori heard a smothered snort of laughter from one of his officers. And yet, thought the captain, were long trousers and ruffled shirt any worse than sarong, sandals, and clan tattoos? Different customs, no more. You had to sail the Morai Federation from Hawaii to his own New Zealand and West Malaya before you appreciated how big this planet was and how much of it a mystery. "You speak our language most excellently, senor," said Doñita Teresa Calaban. She smiled. "Perhaps better than we, since you studied texts centuries old before embarking, and Spaniol has changed greatly since." Ruore smiled back. Don Manuel's daughter was worth it. The rich black dress caressed a figure as good as any in the world, and while the sea people paid less attention to a woman's face, he saw that hers was proud and well-formed. Her father's eagle beak softened to a curve, luminous eyes, and hair the color of midnight oceans. It was too bad these Macons, the nobles at least, thought a girl should be reserved solely for the husband they eventually picked for her. He would have liked her to swap her pearls and silver for a lei and go out in a ship's canoe, just the two of them, to watch the sunrise and make love. However, "In such company," he murmured, "I am stimulated to learn the modern language as fast as possible." She refrained from coquetting with her fan, a local habit the sea people found alternately hilarious and irritating. But her lashes fluttered. They were very long, and her eyes, he saw, were gold-flecked green. "You're learning caballero manners just as fast, senor," she said. "Do not call our language modern, I pray you," interrupted a scholarly-looking man in a long robe. Ruore recognized Bispo Don Carlos Hermosillo, a high priest of that Esucarito who seemed cognate with the Morai Lesu Haristi. "Not modern, but corrupt. I, too, have studied old books printed before the War of Judgment. Our ancestors spoke the true Spaniol. Our version of it is as distorted as our present-day society," he sighed. "But what can one expect, when even among the well-born, not 1 in 10 can write his own name?" "There was more literacy in the high days of the Perio," said Don Manuel. "You should have visited us 100 years ago, Senor Captain, and seen what our race was capable of." "Yet what was the Perio itself but a successor state?" asked the Bispo bitterly. "It unified a large area, gave law and order for a while, but what did it create that was new? Its course was the same sorry tale as 1,000 kingdoms before, and therefore the same judgment has fallen on it." Doñita Teresa crossed herself. Even Ruore, who held a degree in engineering as well as navigation, was shocked. "Not atomics?" he exclaimed. "What? Oh, the old weapons which destroyed the old world. No, of course not." Don Carlos shook his head. "But in our more limited way, we have been as stupid and sinful as the legendary forefathers, and the results have been parallel. You may call it human greed or El Dio's punishment as you will. I think the two mean much the same thing." Ruore looked closely at the priest. "I should like to speak with you further, senor," he said, hoping it was the right title. "The men who know history rather than myth are rare these days." "By all means," said Don Carlos. "I should be honored." Doñita Teresa shifted on light, impatient feet. "It is customary to dance," she said. Her father laughed. "Ah, yes, the young ladies have been getting very impatient, I'm sure. Time enough to resume formal discussions tomorrow, Senor Captain. Now let the music begin." He signaled. The orchestra struck up. Some instruments were quite like those of the Morai, others wholly unfamiliar. The scale itself was different. They had something like it in Australia, but a hand fell on Ruore's arm. He looked at Teresa. "Since you do not ask me to dance," she said, "may I be so immodest as to ask you?" "What does immodest mean?" he inquired. She blushed and tried to explain, without success. Ruore decided it was another local concept which the sea people lacked. By that time, the Macon girls and their cavaliers were out on the ballroom floor. He studied them for a moment. "The motions are unknown to me," he said, "but I think I could learn." She slipped into his arms. It was a pleasant contact, even though nothing would come of it. "You do very well," she said after a minute. "Are all your folk so graceful?" Only later did he realize it was a compliment for which he should have thanked her. Being an islander, he took it at face value as a question and replied, "Most of us spend a great deal of time on the water. A sense of balance and rhythm must be developed, or one is likely to fall into the sea." She wrinkled her nose. "Oh, stop," she laughed. "You're as solemn as Sauzet in the cathedral." Rory grinned back. He was a tall young man, brown as all his race, but with the grey eyes which many bore in memory of English ancestors. Being a New Zealander, he was not tattooed as lavishly as some Federation men. On the other hand, he had woven a whalebone filigree into his queue, his sarong was the finest batik, and he had added thereto a fringed shirt. His knife, without which a Morai felt obscenely helpless, was in contrast. Old, shabby, until you saw the blade, a tool. "I must see this god Sauzet," he said. "Will you show me, or no? I would not have eyes for a mere statue." "How long will you stay?" she asked. "As long as we can. We are supposed to explore the whole Macon coast. Hitherto, the only Maori contact with the American continent has been one voyage from Hawaii to California. They found desert and a few savages. We have heard from Acadian traders that there are forests still further north, where yellow and white men strive against each other. But what lies south of California was unknown to us until this expedition was sent out. Perhaps you can tell us what to expect in Sumerica." "Little enough by now," she sighed, "even in Brazil." "Ah, but lovely roses bloom in Mako." Her humor returned. "And flattering words in New Zealand," she chuckled. "Far from it. We are notoriously straightforward, except, of course, when yarning about voyages we've made." "What yarns will you tell about this one?" "Not many, lest all the young men of the Federation come crowding here. But I will take you aboard my ship, Donita, and show you to the compass. Thereafter it will always point toward Santon d'Inho. You will be, so to speak, my compass rose." Somewhat to his surprise, she understood and laughed. She led him across the floor, supple between his hands. Thereafter, as the night wore on, they danced together as much as decency allowed, or a bit more, and various foolishness which concerned no one else passed between them. Toward sunrise, the orchestra was dismissed, and the guests, hiding yawns behind well-bred hands, began to take their departure. "How dreary to stand and receive farewells," whispered Teresa. "Let them think I went to bed already." She took Rory's hand and slipped behind a column and so out onto a balcony. An old serving woman, stationed to act as duenna for couples that wandered out, had wrapped up in her mantle against the cold and fallen asleep. Otherwise, the two were alone among jasmines. Mists floated around the palace and blurred the city. Far off rang the todos buen of pikemen tramping the outer walls. Westward, the balcony faced darkness where the last stars glittered. The 7 tall topmasts of the Morai Dolphin caught the earliest sun and glowed. Teresa shivered and stood close to Rory. They did not speak for a while. "Remember us," she said at last, very low. "When you're back with your own happier people, do not forget us here." "How could I?" he answered, no longer in jest. "You have so much more than we," she said wistfully. "You have told me how your ships can sail unbelievably fast, almost into the wind. How your fishers always fill their nets. How your whale ranchers keep herds that darken the water. How you even farm the ocean for food and fiber. And," she fingered the shimmering material of his shirt, "you tell me this was made by craft out of fish bones. You tell me that every family has its own spacious house, and every member of it almost his own boat. that even small children on the loneliest island can read and own printed books, that you have none of the sicknesses which destroy us, that no one hungers and all are free. Oh, do not forget us, you on whom El Dio has smiled." She stopped then, embarrassed. He could see how her head lifted and nostrils dilated, as if resenting him. After all, he thought, she came from a breed which for centuries had given, not received, charity. So he chose his words with care. "It has been less our virtue than our good fortune, Donita. We suffered less than most in the war of judgment, and the fact of judgment, and the fact of our being chiefly islanders prevented our population from outrunning the sea's rich ability to feed us. So we did not retain any lost ancestral arts. There are none. But we did recreate an ancient attitude, a way of thinking which has made the difference. Science." She crossed herself. "The atom," she breathed, drawing from him. No, Donita," he protested. "So many nations we have discovered lately believe that science was the cause of the old world's ruin, or else they think that it was a collection of cut and dried formulas for making tall buildings or talking at a distance. But neither belief is true. The scientific method is only a means of learning. It is a perpetual starting afresh, and that's why you people here in Mako can help us as much as we can help you. Why we have sought you out and will come knocking hopefully at your doors again in the future." She frowned, though something began to glow within her. "I do not understand," she said. He cast about for an example. At last he pointed to a series of small holes in the balcony rail. "What used to be here?" he asked. "Why, I do not know. It has always been like that." "I think I can tell you. I've seen similar things elsewhere. It was a wrought iron grill, but it was pulled out a long time ago and made into weapons or tools. No?" "Quite likely," she admitted. "Iron and copper have grown very scarce. We have to send caravans across the whole land to Tamiko ruins, in great peril from bandits and barbarians, to fetch our metal. Time was when there were iron rails within a kilometer of this place. Don Carlos has told me." He nodded. "Just so. The ancients exhausted the world. They mined the ores, burned the oil and coal, eroded the land until there was nothing left. I exaggerate, of course. There are still mineral deposits here and there, but not enough. The old civilization used up all the capital, so to speak. Now sufficient forest and soil have come back so the world could try to reconstruct the machine culture. Except that there aren't enough minerals and fuels. For centuries, men have been forced to tear up the old artifacts, if there was to be any metal at all. By and large, the knowledge of the ancients hasn't been lost. It has simply become unusable, because we're so much poorer than they." He leaned forward earnestly. "But knowledge and discovery do not depend on wealth," he said. "Perhaps because we did not have so much metal to cannibalize in the islands, we turned elsewhere. The scientific method is just as applicable to wind and sun and living matter as it was to oil, iron, or uranium. By studying genetics, we learned how to create seaweeds, plankton, fish that would serve our purposes. Scientific forest management gives us adequate timber, organic synthesis, bases, some fuel. The sun pours down energy which we know how to concentrate and use. Wood, ceramics, even stone can replace metal for most purposes. The wind, through such principles as the airfoil or the Venturi law or the Hilsch tube, supplies force, heat, refrigeration. The tides can be harnessed. Even in its present early stage, paramathematical psychology helps control population, as well as— No, I'm talking like an engineer now, falling into my own language. I apologize. What I wanted to say was that if we can only have the help of other people such as yourselves on a worldwide scale, we can match our ancestors or surpass them, not in their own ways, which were often short-sighted and wasteful, but in achievements uniquely ours. His voice trailed off. She wasn't listening. She stared over his head into the air, and horror stood on her face. Then trumpets howled on battlements, and the cathedral bells crashed to life. "What the 9 devils!" Ruore turned on his heel and looked up. The zenith had become quite blue. Lazily over Santone floated 5 orca shapes. The new sun glared off a jagged heraldry painted along their flanks. He estimated dizzily that each of them must be 300 feet long. Blood-colored things petaled out below them and drifted down upon the city. "The sky people," said a small, broken croak behind him. "Saint Sima Marie, play for us now." Lachlan hit flagstones, rolled over, and bounced to his feet. Beside him, a carved horseman presided over fountain waters. For just an instant he admired the stone, almost alive. They had nothing like that in Canyon, Zona, Colorado, or any of the mountain kingdoms. And the temple facing this plaza was white skywardness. The square had been busy, farmers and handicrafters setting up their booths for a market day, most of them scattered in noisy panic. But one big man roared, snatched up a stone hammer, and dashed in his rags to meet Lachlan. He was covering the flight of a young woman, probably his wife, who held a baby in her arms. Through the shapeless sack dress, Lachlan saw that her figure wasn't bad. She would fetch a price when the Hmong slave dealer next visited Canyon. So could her husband, but there wasn't time now. Still encumbered with a chute, Lachlan whipped out his pistol and fired. The man fell to one knee, gaped at the blood seeping between fingers clutched to his belly, and collapsed. Lachlan flung off his harness. His boots thudded after the woman. She shrieked when fingers closed on her arm and tried to wriggle free, but the brat hampered her. Lachlan shoved her toward the temple. Robra was already on its steps. "Post to guard!" yelled the skipper. "We may as well keep all the prisoners in here till we're ready to plunder it." An old man in priest's robes tottered to the door. He held up one of the cross-shaped Macon josses as if to bar the way. Robra brained him with an axe blow, kicked the body off the stairs, and urged the woman inside. It sleeted armed men. Lachlan winded his ox-horn bugle, rallying them. A counterattack could be expected any minute. Yes, now. A troop of Macon cavalry clanged into view. They were young, proud-looking men in baggy pants, leather breastplate, and plumed helmet, blowing cloak, fire-hardened wooden lances, but steel sabers. Very much like the yellow nomads of Tekis, whom they had fought for centuries. But so had the sky people. Lachlan pounded to the head of his line, where his standard-bearer had raised the lightning flag. Half the Buffalo's crew fitted together sections of pike tipped with edged ceramic, grounded the butts, and waited. The charge crested upon them. Their pikes slanted down. Some horses spitted themselves. Others reared back screaming. The pikemen jabbed at their riders. The second paratroop line stepped in, axe and sword and hamstringing knife. For a few minutes murder boiled. The Macons broke. They did not flee, but they retreated in confusion. And then the canyon bows began to snap. Presently only dead and hurt cluttered the square. Lachlan moved briskly among the latter. Those who weren't too badly wounded were hustled into the temple. Might as well collect all possible slaves and cull them out later. From afar he heard a dull boom. "Cannon," said Robra, joining him, "at the army barracks." "Well, let the artillery have its fun till our boys get in among 'em," said Lachlan sardonically. Sure, Robra looked nervous. "I wish they'd let us hear from them, though. Just standing around here isn't so good." "It won't be long," predicted Lachlan. Nor was it. A runner with a broken arm staggered to him. "Storm cloud," he gasped. "The big building you sent us against, full of swordsmen. They repulsed us at the door." "Yeah, I thought it was just the king's house," said Lachlan. He laughed. "Well, maybe the king was giving a party." Come on, then. I'll go see for myself. Robert, take over here. His fingers swept out 30 men to accompany him. They jogged down streets empty and silent, except for their own boot falls and weapon jingle. The housefolk must be huddled, terrified, behind those blank walls. So much the easier to round them up later, when the fighting was done and the looting began. A roar broke loose. Lachlan led a dash around the last corner. Opposite him he saw the palace, an old building, red-tiled roof and mellow walls and many glass windows. The Storm Cloud men were fighting at the main door. Their dead and wounded from the last attack lay thick. Lachlan took in the situation at a glance. It wouldn't occur to those lard heads to send a detachment through some side entrance, would it? He groaned. Jonak, take 15 of our boys and batter in a lesser door and hit the rear of that line. The rest of you help me keep it busy meanwhile. He raised his red-spattered axe. "A Kenyon!" he yelled. "A Kenyon!" His followers bellowed behind him, and they ran to battle. The last charge had just reeled away, bloody and breathless. Half a dozen Macons stood in the wide doorway. They were all nobles, grim men with goatees and waxed mustaches, in formal black, red cloaks wrapped as a shield on their left arms, and long, slim swords in their right hands. Behind them stood others, ready to take the place of the fallen. "A Kenyon!" shouted Lachlan as he rushed. "Quel Dio ella!" cried a tall, grizzled Don. A gold chain of office hung around his neck. His blade snaked forth. Lachlan flung up his axe and parried. Don was fast, riposting with a lunge that ended on the raider's breast. But hardened 6-ply leather turned the point. Lachlan's men crowded on either side, reckless of thrusts, and hewed. He struck the enemy sword. It spun from the owner's grasp. "Ah, no, Don Miguel," cried a young person beside the Calde. The older man snarled and threw out his hands and somehow clamped them on Lachlan's axe. He yanked it away with a troll's strength. Lachlan stared into eyes that said death. Don Miguel raised the axe. Lachlan drew his pistol and fired point blank. As Don Miguel toppled, Lachlan caught him, pulled off the gold chain, and threw it around his own neck. Straightening, he met a savage thrust. It glanced off his helmet. He got his axe back, planted his feet firmly, and smote. The defending line buckled. Clamor lifted behind Lachlan. He turned and saw weapons gleam beyond his own men's shoulders. With a curse, he realized there had been more people in the palace than these holding the main door. The rest had sallied out the rear and were now on his back. A point pierced his thigh. He felt no more than sting, but rage flapped black before his eyes. "Be reborn as the swine you are!" he roared. Half unaware, he thundered loose. Somehow he cleared a space for himself, lurched aside, and oversaw the battle. The newcomers were mostly palace guards, judging from their gaily striped uniforms, pikes, and machetes. But there were allies, a dozen men such as Lachlan had never seen or heard of. They had the brown skin and black hair of Injuns, but their faces were more like a white man's. Intricate blue designs covered their bodies, which were clad only in wraparounds and flower wreaths. They wielded knives and clubs with wicked skill. Lachlan tore his trouser leg open to look at his wound. It wasn't much. More serious was the beating his men were taking. He saw Mork Sunabren rush with uplifted sword at one of the dark strangers, a big man who had added a rich-looking blouse to his skirt. Mork had killed 4 men at home for certain in lawful fights, but no one knew how many abroad. The dark man waited, a knife between his teeth, hands hanging loose. As the sword came down, the dark man simply wasn't there. Grinning around his knife, he chopped at the sword wrist with the edge of a hand. Lachlan distinctly heard bones crack. Mork yelled. The foreigner hit him in the Adam's apple. Mork went to his knees, spat blood, caved in and was still. Another skyman charged, axe aloft. The stranger, somehow, avoided the weapon, caught the moving body on his hip, and helped it along. The skyman hit the pavement with his head and did not move again. Now Lachlan saw that the newcomers were a ring around others who did not fight. Women. By Octai and man-eating Olagu, these bastards were leading out all the women in the palace, and the fight against them had broken up. Surly raiders stood back, holding their wounds. Lachlan ran forward. "A canyon! A canyon!" he shouted. "Ruore range loha naso," said the big stranger politely. He rapped a string of orders. His party began to move away. "Hit them, you scum!" bawled Lachlan. His men rallied and straggled after. Rearguard pikes prodded them back. Lachlan led a rush to the front of the hollow square. The big man saw him coming. Gray eyes focused on the Calde's chain and became full of winter. "So you killed Don Miguel," said Ruore in Spanish. Lachlan understood him, having learned the tongue from prisoners and concubines during many raids further north. "You lousy son of a skua!" Lachlan's pistol came out. Ruore's hand blurred. Suddenly the knife stood in the skyman's right biceps. He dropped his gun. "I'll want that back," shouted Ruore. Then to his followers, "Come, to the ship." Lachlan stared at blood rivering down his arm. He heard a clatter as the refugees broke through the weary canyon line. Jonak's party appeared in the main door, which was now empty, its surviving defenders having left with Ruore. A man approached Lachlan, who still regarded his arm. "Shall we go after him, skipper?" he said, almost timidly. "Jonak can lead us after them." "No," said Lachlan. "But they must be escorting 100 women. A lot of young women, too." Lachlan shook himself like a dog coming out of a deep, cold stream. "No. I want to find the medic and get this wound stitched. Then we'll have a lot else to do. We can settle with those outlanders later, if the chance comes. Man, we've a city to sack." There were dead men scattered on the wharfs, some burned. They looked oddly small beneath the warehouses, like rag dolls tossed away by some weeping child. Cannon fumes lingered to bite nostrils. Atel Hamid Serayo, the mate, who had been left aboard the Dolphin with the enlisted crew, led a band to meet Ruore. His salute was in the island manner, so casual that even at this moment some of the Macons looked shocked. "We were about to go after you, Captain," he said. Ruore looked toward that forest which was the Dolphin's rig. "What happened here?" he said. "A band of those devils landed up that way, near the battery. They took the emplacements while we were still wondering what it was all about. Some of them went off toward that racket in the north quarter, I believe where the army lives. But the rest of the gang attacked us. Well, with our gunwale 10 feet above the dock, and us trained to repel pirates, they didn't have much luck. I gave them a dose of flame." Ruore winced from the blackened corpses. Doubtless they had deserved it, but he didn't like the idea of pumping burning blubber oil across live men. "Too bad they didn't try it from the seaward side," added Atel with a sigh. "We've got such a lovely harpoon catapult. I used one just like it several years ago off Hinja, when a Chinese buccaneer came too close. His junk sounded like a whale." "Men aren't whales," snapped Ruore. "All right, Captain, all right, all right." Atel backed away from his violence, a little frightened. "No ill-speaking meant." Ruore recollected himself and folded his hands. "I spoke in needless anger," he said formally. "I laugh at myself." "It's nothing, Captain. As I was saying, we beat them off, and they finally withdrew. I imagine they'll be back with reinforcements." "What shall we do?" "That's what I don't know," said Ruore in a bleak tone. He turned to the Macons, who stood with stricken, uncomprehending faces. "Your pardon is prayed, dons and donitas," he said in Spanish. "He was only relating to me what had happened." "Don't apologize," Teresa Caraban spoke, stepping out ahead of the men. Some of them looked a bit offended, but they were too tired and stunned to reprove her forwardness, and to Ruori it was only natural that a woman act as freely as a man. "You saved our lives, Captain." "More than our lives." He wondered what was worse than death, then nodded. Slavery, of course, ropes and whips, and the lifetime's unfree toil in a strange land. His eyes dwelt upon her, the long hair disheveled past smooth shoulders, gown ripped, weariness and a streak of tears across her face. He wondered if she knew her father was dead. She held herself straight and regarded him with an odd defiance. "We are uncertain what to do," he said awkwardly. "We are only 50 men. Can we help your city?" A young nobleman swaying on his feet replied, "No, the city is done. You can take these ladies to safety, that is all." Teresa protested. "You are not surrendering already, Senor Donahue?" "No, Donita," the young man breathed. "But I hope I can be shriven before returning to fight, for I am a dead man." "Come aboard," said Ruori curtly. He led the way up the gangplank. Liliu, one of the ship's 5 wahinis, ran to meet him. She threw arms about his neck and cried, "I feared you were all slain." "Not yet." Ruori disengaged her as gently as possible. He noticed Teresa standing stiff, glaring at them both. Puzzlement came. Did these curious Macons expect a crew to embark on a voyage of months without taking a few girls along? Then he decided that the Wahini's clothing, being much like his men's, was against local mores. To Nan with their silly prejudices. But it hurt that Teresa drew away from him. The other Macons stared about them. Not all had toured the ship when they first arrived. They looked in bewilderment at lines and spars, down fathoms of deck to the harpoon catapult, capstans, bowsprit, and back at the sailors. The Maori grinned encouragingly. So far, most of them looked on this as a lark. Men who skin-dove after sharks for fun, or who sailed outrigger canoes alone across 1,000 ocean miles to pay a visit, were not put out by a little fight. But they had not talked with grave Don Miguel and merry Don Juan and gentle Bispo Hermosillo, and then seen those people dead on a dance floor, thought Ruori in bitterness. The Macon women huddled together, ladies and servants, to weep among each other. The palace formed a solid rank around them. The nobles and Teresa followed Ruori up on the poop deck. "Now," he said, "let us talk. Who are these bandits?" "The Sky People," whispered Teresa. "I can see that." Ruori cocked an eye to the aircraft patrolling overhead. They had the sinister beauty of as many barracuda. Here and there columns of smoke reached up toward them. "But who are they? Where from?" "They are Nor'Americans," she answered in a dry little voice, as if afraid to give it color. "From the wild highlands around the Colorado River, the Grand Canyon it has cut for itself. Mountaineers. There's a story that they were driven from the eastern plains by Hmong invaders a long time ago. But they grew strong again in the hills and deserts, so they have defeated some Hmong tribes and become friendly with others. For 100 years they've harried our northern borders. This is the first time they've ventured so far south. We never expected them. I suppose their spies learned most of our soldiers are up by the Rio Grande, chasing a rebel force. They sailed southwesterly, above our land." She shivered. The young Donahue spat. "They are heathen dogs. They know nothing but to rob and burn and kill." He sagged. "What have we done that they're loosed on us?" Ruori rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "They can't be quite such savages," he murmured. "Those blimps are better than anything my own federation has tried to make. The fabric, some tricky synthetic? It must be, or it wouldn't contain hydrogen any length of time. Surely they don't use helium. But for hydrogen production on that scale, you need industry. A good empirical chemistry, at least. And they might even electrolyze it. Good liso. He realized he'd been talking to himself in his home language. "I beg your pardon," he said. "I was wondering what we might do. This ship carries no flying vessels." Again he looked upward. Attell handed him his binoculars. He focused on the nearest blimp. The huge gas bag in the gondola beneath, itself as big as many a Maori ship, formed an aerodynamically clean unit. The gondola seemed to be light, woven cane about a wooden frame, but strong. 3/4 of the way up from its keep, a sort of gallery ran clear around, on which the crew might walk and work. At intervals along its rails stood muscle-powered machines. Some must be for hauling, but others suggested catapults. So the blimps of various chiefs fought each other occasionally in the northern kingdoms. That might be worth knowing. The Federation's political psychologists were skilled at the divide-and-rule game. But for now, the motive power was extraordinarily interesting. Near the gondola bows, 2 lateral spars reached out for some 50 feet, one above the other. They supported 2 pivoted frames on either side, to which square sails were bent. A similar pair of spars pierced the after hull, 8 sails in all. Shark fin control surfaces were braced to the gas bag. A couple of small retractable wind wheels, vaned and pivoted, jutted beneath the gondola, evidently serving the purpose of a false keel. Sails and rudders were trimmed by lines running through block and tackle to windlasses on the gallery. By altering their set, it should be possible to steer at least several points to windward. And yes, the air moves in different directions at different levels. A blimp could descend by pumping out enough cells in its gas bag, compressing the hydrogen into storage tanks. It could rise by reinflating or by dropping ballast, though the latter trick would be reserved for home stretches when leakage had depleted the gas supply. Between sails, rudders, and its ability to find a reasonably favoring wind, such a blimp could go roving across several thousand miles with a payload of no few tons. Oh, a lovely craft. Ruore lowered his glasses. "Hasn't the Imperial built any air vessels to fight back?" he asked. "No," mumbled one of the Macons. "All we ever had was balloons. We don't know how to make a fabric which will hold the lifting gas long enough, or how to control the flight, so—" His voice trailed off. "And, being a non-scientific culture, you never thought of doing systematic research to learn those tricks," said Ruore. Teresa, who had been staring at her city, whirled about upon him. "It's easy enough for you," she screamed. "You haven't stood off Mong in the north and the Rocanians in the south for century after century. You haven't had to spend 20 years and 10,000 lives making canals and aqueducts so a few less people would starve. You aren't burdened with a peon majority who can only work, who cannot look after themselves because they've never been taught how, because their existence is too much of a burden for our land to afford it. It's easy enough for you to float about with your shirtless doxies and poke fun at us. What would you have done, Senor Almighty Captain?" "Be still," reproved young Donahue. "He saved our lives." "So far," she said, through teeth and tears. One small dancing shoe stamped the deck. For a bemused moment, irrelevantly, Ruore wondered what a doxy was. It sounded uncomplimentary. Could she mean the Wahinis? But was there a more honorable way for a woman to earn a good dowry than by hazarding her life side by side with the men of her people on a mission of discovery and civilization? What did Teresa expect to tell her grandchildren about on rainy nights? Then he wondered further why she should disturb him so. He had noticed it before in some of the Macons, an almost terrifying intensity between man and wife, as if a spouse was somehow more than a respected friend and partner. But what other relationship was possible? A psychologist specialist might know. Rory was lost. He shook an angry head to clear it and said aloud, "This is no time for inurbanity." He had to use a Spanish word with not quite the same connotation. "We must decide. Are you certain there is no hope of repelling the pirates?" "Not unless Santone himself passes a miracle," said Donahue in a dead voice. Then, snapping erect, "There is only one thing you can do for us, senor. If you will leave now with the women, there are high-born ladies among them who must not be sold into captivity and disgrace. Bear them south to Port Guanajuato, where the Calde will look after their welfare." "I did not like to run off," said Ruori, looking at the men fallen on the wharf. "Senor, these are ladies. In El Dio's name, have mercy on them." Ruori studied the taut, bearded faces. He did owe them a great deal of hospitality, and he could see no other way he might ever repay it. "If you wish," he said slowly. "What of yourselves?" The young noble bowed as if to a king. "Our thanks and prayers will go with you, my lord captain. We men, of course, will now return to the battle." He stood up and barked in a parade-ground voice, "Attention! Form ranks!" A few swift kisses passed on the main deck, and then the men of Mako had crossed the gangplank and tramped into their city. Ruori beat the taffrail with a clenched fist. "If there was some way," he mumbled, "if I could do something," almost hopefully. "Do you think the bandits might attack us?" "Only if you remain here," said Teresa. Her eyes were chips of green ice. "Would to marry you had not pledged yourself to sail." "If they come after us at sea, I do not think they will. You carry 100 women and a few trade goods. The Sky People will have their pick of 10,000 women, as many men, and all our city's treasures. Why should they take the trouble to pursue you?" "Aye, aye." "Go," she said coldly. "You dare not linger." He faced her. It had been like a blow. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Do you think the Marai are cowards?" She hesitated. Then, with a stubborn, reluctant honesty, "No. So why do you scoff me?" "Oh, go away!" She knelt to the rail, bowed head in arms, and surrendered to herself. Ruori left her and gave his orders. Men scrambled into the rigging. Furled canvas broke loose and cracked in a young wind. Beyond the jetty, the ocean glittered blue with small whitecaps. Gulls skimmed across heaven. Ruori saw only the glimpses he had had before as he led the retreat from the palace. A weaponless man, lying with his head split open. A girl, hardly 12 years old, who screamed as 2 raiders carried her into an alley. An aged man, fleeing in terror, zigzagging while 4 archers took potshots at him, and howled laughter when he fell transfixed and dragged himself along on his hands. A woman sitting dumb in the street, her dress torn, next to a baby whose brains had been dashed out. A little statue in a niche, a holy image with a faded bunch of violets at its feet, beheaded by a casual warhammer. A house that burned and shrieks from within. Suddenly, the aircraft overhead were not beautiful. To reach up and pull them out of the sky. Ruori stopped dead. The crew surged about him. He heard a short-haul shanty, deep young voices with the merriment of always having been free and well-fed, but it echoed in a far corner of his brain. "Casting off," sang the mate. "Not yet, not yet, wait!" Ruori ran toward the poop, up the ladder, and past the steersman to Doñita Teresa. She had risen again to stand with bent head, past which the hair swept to hide her face. "Teresa," panted Ruori. "Teresa, I've an idea. I think there may be a chance. Perhaps we can fight back after all." She looked up. Her fingers closed on his arm till he felt the nails draw blood. Words tumbled from him. "It will depend on luring them to us. At least a couple of their vessels must follow us to sea. I think then, I'm not sure of the details, but it may be we can fight, even drive them off." Still she stared at him. He felt a hesitation. "Of course," he said, "we may lose the fight, and we do have the women aboard." "If you lose," she asked, so low he could scarcely hear it, "will we die or be captured?" "I think we will die." "That is well," she nodded, shivering. "Yes, fight then." "There's one thing I'm unsure of, how to make them pursue us." He paused. "If someone were to let himself be captured by them, and told them we were carrying off a great treasure, would they believe that?" "They might well do so." Life had come back to her voice, even eagerness. "Let us say the Caldes horde. None ever existed, but the robbers would believe my father's cellars were stuffed with gold." "Then someone must go to them," said Rory. He turned his back to her, twisted his fingers together, and slogged toward a conclusion he did not want to reach. "But it could not be just anyone. They would club a man in among the other slaves, would they not? I mean, would they listen to him at all?" "Probably not. Very few of them know Spanish. By the time a man who babbled of treasure was understood, they might all be halfway home." Teresa scowled. "What shall we do?" Rory saw the answer, but he could not get it past his throat. "I'm sorry," he mumbled. "My idea was not so good after all. Let us be gone." The girl forced her way between him and the rail to stand in front of him, touching as if they'd danced again. Her voice was altogether steady. "You know a way." "I do not. I have come to know you well in one night. You are a poor liar. Tell me." He looked away. Somehow he got out, "A woman. Not any woman, but a very beautiful one. Would she not be taken to their chief?" Teresa stood aside. The color drained from her face. "Yes," she said at last, "I think so." "But then again," said Rory wretchedly, "she might be killed. They do so much wanton killing, those men. I cannot let anyone who is given into my protection risk death." "You heathen fool," she said through tight lips. "Do you think the chance of being killed matters to me?" "What else could happen?" he asked, surprised. And then, "Oh, yes, of course the woman would be a slave if we lost the battle afterward. Though I should imagine if she is beautiful she would not be badly treated." "And is that all you—" Teresa stopped. He had never known it was possible for a smile to show pure hurt. "Of course, I should have realized. Your people have other ways of thinking." "What do you mean?" he fumbled. A moment more she stood with clenched fists. Then, half to herself, "They killed my father. Yes, I saw him dead in the doorway. They would leave my city a ruin peopled by corpses." Her head lifted. "I shall go," she said. "You?" He grabbed her shoulders. "No, surely not you. One of the others." "Should I send anyone else?" "I am the Calde's daughter." She pulled herself free of him and hurried across the deck, down the ladder toward the gangway. Her face was turned from the ship. A few words drifted back. "Afterward, if there is an afterward, there's always the convent." He did not understand. He stood on the poop, staring after her and abominating himself until she was lost to sight. Then he said, "Cast off!" Then the ship stood out to sea. The Macons fought doggedly, street by street and house by house, but after a couple of hours their surviving soldiers had all been driven into the northeast corner of Santone. They themselves hardly knew that, but a sky chief had a view from above. One rover was now tethered to the cathedral with a rope ladder for men to go up and down, and the other vessel, skeleton-crewed, brought their news to it. "Good enough," said Lachlan. "We'll keep them boxed in while they're with a quarter of our force. I don't think they'll sally. Meanwhile, the rest of us can get things organized. Let's not give these creatures too much time to hide themselves and their silver. In the afternoon, when we're rested, we can land parachutes behind the city troops, drive them out into our lines, and destroy them." He ordered the buffalo grounded, that he might load the most precious loot at once. The men, by and large, were too rough. Good lads, but apt to damage a robe or a cup or a jeweled cross in their haste. And sometimes these making things were too beautiful even to give away, let alone sell. The flagship descended as much as possible. It still hung at 1,000 feet, for hand pumps and aluminum alloy tanks did not allow much hydrogen compression. In colder, denser air it would have been suspended even higher. But ropes snaked from it to a quickly assembled ground crew. At home there were ratcheted capstans outside every lodge, so that as little as 4 women could bring down a rover. One hated the emergency procedure of bleeding gas, for the keepers could barely meet demand, in spite of a new sun power unit added to their hydroelectric station, and charged accordingly. Or so the keepers said, but perhaps they were only taking advantage of being inviolable, beyond all kings, to jack up prices. Some chiefs, including Lachlan, had begun to experiment with hydrogen production for themselves, but it was a slow thing to puzzle out an art that even the keepers only half understood. Here, enough strong men replaced machinery. The Buffalo was soon pegged down in the cathedral plaza, which it almost filled. Lachlan inspected each rope himself. His wounded leg ached, but not too much to walk on. More annoying was his right arm, which hurt worse from stitches than from the original cut. The medic had warned him to go easy with it. That meant fighting left-handed, for it should never be told that Lachlan Sunna Holber stayed out of combat. But he would only be half himself. He touched the knife which had spiked him. At least he'd gotten a fine steel blade for his pains, and hadn't the owner said they would meet again to settle who kept it? There were omens in such words. It could be a pleasure to reincarnate that Ruore. "Skipper! Skipper, sir!" Lachlan glanced about. Hugh Red Axe and Alan Sunna Ricker, men of his own lodge, had hailed him. They grasped the arms of a young woman in black velvet and silver. The beweaponed crowd moiling about was focusing itself on her. Raw whoops lifted over the babel. "What is it?" said Lachlan brusquely. He had much to do. "This wench, sir. A looker, isn't she? We picked her up down near the waterfront." "Well, shove her into the temple with the rest till it—" "Oh." Lachlan rocked back on his heels, narrowing his eyes to meet a steady green glare. She was certainly a looker. She kept hollering the same words over and over. "Chef, Ray, Hombro Gran." "I finally wondered if she didn't mean chief," said Hugh. And then when she yelled, "Khan," I was pretty sure she wanted to see you. So we didn't use her at all ourselves, he finished virtuously. "Habla tu español?" said the girl. Lachlan grinned. "Yes," he replied in the same language, his words heavily accented, but sufficient. "Well enough to know you're calling me thou." Her pleasantly formed mouth drew into a thin line. "Which means you think I'm your inferior, or your god, or your beloved." She flushed, threw back her head. Sunlight ran along crow's wing hair, and answered, "You might tell these oafs to release me." Lachlan said the order in English. Hugh and Alan let go. The marks of their fingers were bruised into her arms. Lachlan stroked his beard. "Did you want to see me?" he asked. "If you are the leader, yes," she said. "I am the Calde's daughter, Doñita Teresa Calaban." Briefly her voice wavered. "That is my father's chain of office you're wearing. I came on behalf of his people to ask for terms." "What?" Lachlan blinked. Someone in the warrior crowd laughed. It must not be in her to beg mercy, he thought. Her tone remained brittle. "Considering your sure losses if you fight to a finish, and the chance of provoking a counterattack on your homeland, will you not accept a money ransom and a safe conduct, releasing your captives and ceasing your destruction?" "By Octai," murmured Lachlan. "Only a woman could imagine He stopped. "Did you say you came back?" She nodded. on the people's behalf. I know I have no legal authority to make terms, but in practice—" "Forget that," he rapped. "Where did you come back from?" She faltered. "That has nothing to do with—" There were too many eyes around. Lachlan bawled orders to start systematic plundering. Then he turned to the girl. "Come aboard the airship with me," he said. "I want to discuss this further." Her eyes closed for just a moment, and her lips moved. Then she looked at him. He thought of a cougar he had once trapped, and said in a flat voice, "Yes, I do have other arguments." "Any woman does," he laughed, "but you more than most." "Not that," she flared. "I meant— No, Mary, pray for me." As he pushed away through his men, she followed him. They went past furled sails to a ladder let down from the gallery. A hatch stood open to the lower hull, showing storage space and leather fetters for slaves. A few guards were posted on the gallery deck. They leaned on their weapons, sweating from beneath helmets, swapping jokes. When Lachlan led the girl by, they yelled good-humored envy. He opened a door. "Have you ever seen one of our vessels?" he asked. The upper gondola contained a long room, bare except for bunk frames on which sleeping bags were laid. Then a series of partitions defined cabinets, a sort of galley, and at last, in the very bow, a room with maps, tables, navigation instruments, speaking tubes. Its walls slanted so far outward that the glazed windows would give a spacious view when the ship was aloft. On a shelf beneath racked weapons sat a small idol, tusked and four-armed. A pallet was rolled on the floor. "The bridge," said Lachlan. "Also the captain's cabin." He gestured at one of 4 wicker chairs lashed into place. "Be seated, Donita. Would you like something to drink?" She sat down, but did not reply. Her fists were clenched on her lap. Lachlan poured himself a glass of whiskey and tossed off half at a gulp. "Ah! Later we will get some of your own wine for you. It's a shame you have no art of distilling here." Desperate eyes lifted to him where he stood over her. "Senor," she said, "I beg of you in Carito's name." "Well, in your mother's, then. Spare my people." "My mother would laugh herself ill to hear that," he said. Then, leaning forward, "See here, let us not spill words. You were escaping, but you came back. Where were you escaping to?" "Does that matter?" Good, he thought. She was starting to crack. He hammered. "It does. I know you were at the palace this dawn. I know you fled with the dark foreigners. I know their ship departed an hour ago. You must have been on it, but left again. Not so?" "Yes." She began to tremble. He sipped molten fire and asked reasonably, "Now tell me, Donita, what you have to bargain with. You cannot have expected we would give up the best part of our booty and a great many valuable slaves for a mere safe conduct. All the sky kingdoms would disown us. Come now, you must have more to offer if you hope to buy us off." "No, not really." His hand exploded against her cheek, so her head jerked from the blow. She huddled back, touching the red mark, as he growled, "I have no time for games. Tell me this instant, what thought drove you back here from safety, or down in the hold you go? You'd fetch a good price when the traders next visit Kenyon. There are many homes waiting for you. A woods runner's cabin in Oregon, the Mong Khan's yurt in Texas, a brothel as far east as Chicago. Tell me now truly what you know, and you'll be spared that much." She looked downward and said raggedly, "The foreign ship is loaded with the Chalde's gold. My father had long wanted to remove his personal treasure to a safer place than this, but dared not risk a wagon train across country. There are still many outlaws between here and Fortley de Cernan. So much loot would tempt the military escort itself to turn bandit. Captain Loanasso agreed to carry the gold by sea to Port Guanajuato, which is near Fortaleza. He could be trusted because his government is anxious for trade with us. He came here officially. The treasure had already been loaded. Of course, when your raid came, the ship also took those women who had been at the palace. But can you not spare them? There is more loot in the foreign ship than your whole fleet can lift. By Octai, whispered Lachlan. He turned from her, paced up and down, finally stopped and stared out the window. He could almost hear the gears turn in his head. It made sense. The palace had been disappointing. Oh, yes, a lot of damask and silverware and what-not, but nothing like the cathedral. Either the Calde was less rich than powerful, or he concealed his hoard. Lachlan had planned to torture a few servants and find out which. Now, he realized, there was a third possibility. Better interrogate some prisoners anyway, to make sure. No, there wasn't time. Given a favoring wind, that ship could outrun any rover without working up a sweat. It might already be too late to overhaul, but if not... Assault would be no cinch. That lean, pitching hull was a small target for paratroops, and with so much rigging in the way. No, wait. Bold men could always find a road. How about grappling to the upper works? If the strain tore the rigging loose, so much the better. A weighted rope would then give a clear slideway to the deck. If the hooks held, though, a storming party could nevertheless go along the lines into the topmasts. Doubtless the sailors were agile, too, but had they ever reefed a rover sail in an American thunderstorm a mile above the earth? He could improvise as the battle developed. At the very least, it would be fun to try. And at most, he might be reborn a world conqueror for such an exploit in this life. He laughed aloud joyously. We'll do it. Teresa rose. You will spare the city? She whispered hoarsely. I never promised any such thing, said Lachlan blandly. Of course, the ship's cargo will crowd out some of the stuff and people we might take otherwise, unless we decide to sail the ship up to California, loaded, and meet it there with more rovers. Yes, why not? You oath-breaker, she said with a hellful of scorn. I only promised not to sell you, said Lachlan. His gaze went up and down her. And I won't. He took a stride forward and gathered her to him. She fought, cursing. Once she managed to draw Ruori's knife from his belt, but his cuirass stopped the blade. Finally he rose. She wept at his feet, her breast marked red by her father's chain. He said more quietly, No, I will not sell you, Teresa. I will keep you. Blimp ho! The lookout's cry hung lonesome for a minute between wind and broad waters. Down under the mainmast, it seethed with crewmen running to their posts. Ruori squinted eastward. The land was a shriek under cumulus clouds, mountainous and blue-shadowed. It took him a while to find the enemy in all that sky. At last the sun struck them. He lifted his binoculars. 2 painted killer whales lazed his way, slanting down from a mile altitude. He sighed. Only 2, he said. They may be more than enough for us, said Abdelhamid. Sweat studded his forehead. Ruori gave his mate a sharp look. You're not afraid of them, are you? I dare say that's been one of their biggest assets, superstition. Oh, no, Captain. I know the principle of buoyancy as well as you do, but those people up there are tough, and they're not trying to storm us from a dock this time. They're in their element. So are we. Ruori clapped the other man's back. Take over. Tanneroa knows just what's going to happen, but use your own judgment if I'm spitted. I wish you'd let me go, protested Attel. I don't like being safe down here. It's what can happen aloft that worries me. You won't be too safe for your own liking, Ruori forced a grin. And somebody has to steer this tub home to hand in all those lovely reports to the geoethnic research endeavor. He swung down the ladder to the main deck and hurried to the mainmast shrouds. His crew yelled around him, weapons gleamed. The two big box kites quivered taut canvas, lashed to a bollard and waiting. Rory wished there had been time to make more. Even as it was, though, he had delayed longer than seemed wise. First heading far out to sea, then tacking slowly back to make the enemy search for him while he prepared. Or planned, for that matter. When he dismissed Teresa, his own ideas had been little more than a conviction that he could fight. Assuming they were lured after him at all, he had risked their losing patience and going back to the land. For an hour now he had dawdled under mainsail, Genoa, and a couple of flying jibs, hoping the sky people were lubbers enough not to find that suspiciously little canvas for such good weather. But here they were, and there was an end to worry and remorse on a certain girl's behalf. Such emotions were rare in an islander, and to find himself focusing them thus on a single person out of all Earth's millions had been horrible. Rory swarmed up the ratlins as if he fled something. The blimps were still high, passing overhead on an upper-level breeze. Down here was almost a straight south wind. The aircraft, unable to steer really close-hauled, would descend when they were sea-level upwind of him. Even so, estimated a cold part of Rory's brain, the Dolphin could avoid their clumsy rush. But the Dolphin wasn't going to. The rigging was now dotted with armed sailors. Rory pulled himself up on the mainmast crosstrees and sat down, casually swinging his legs. The ship heeled over in a flaw, and he hung above greenish-blue, white-streaked immensity. He balanced, scarcely noticing, and asked Heaty, "Are you all set?" "Aye." The big harpooner, his body one writhe of tattoos and muscles, nodded a shaven head. Lashed to the fid where he squatted was the ship's catapult, cocked and loaded with one of the huge irons that could kill a sperm whale at one blow. A couple more lay alongside in their rack. Heaty's two mates and 4 deckhands poised behind him, holding the smaller harpoons, mere 6-foot shafts, that were launched from a boat by hand. The lines of all trailed down the mast to the bows. "Aye, let them come now." Heaty grinned all over his round face. "Man eat the world, but this'll be something to make a dance about when we come home." "If we do," said Rory. He touched the small boat-axe thrust into his loincloth. Like a curtain, the blinding day seemed to veil a picture from home, where combers broke white under the moon. Long fires flared on a beach, and dancers were merry, and palm trees cast shadows for couples who stole away. He wondered how Macon Calde's daughter might like it, if her throat had not been cut. "There's a sadness on you, Captain," said Heaty. "Men are going to die," said Rory. "What of it?" Small, kindly eyes studied him. "They'll die willing, if they must, for the sake of the song they'll be made. You've another trouble than mere death. Let me be." The harpooner looked hurt, but withdrew into silence. The wind streamed and the ocean glittered. The aircraft steered close. There would be one on each side. Rory unslung the megaphone at his shoulder. Atel Hamid held the Dolphin steady on a broad reach. Now Rory could see a grinning god at the prow of the starboard airship. It would pass just over the topmasts, a little to windward of the rail. Arrows went impulsively toward it from the yardarms without effect, but no one was excited enough to waste a rifle cartridge. Heaty swiveled his catapult. "Wait," said Rory. "We'd better see what they do." Helmeted heads appeared over the blimp's gallery rail. A man stepped up, another at intervals. They whirled triple-clawed iron grapnels and let go. The Wally saw one strike the foremast, rebound, hit a jib. The line to the blimp tautened and sang, but did not break. It was of leather. The jib ripped, canvas thundered, struck a sailor in the belly and knocked him from his yard. The man recovered enough to straighten out and hit the water in a clean dive. Leesu Granty lived. The grapnel bumped along, caught the gaff of the fore and aft mainsail. Wood groaned. The ship trembled as line after line snapped tight. She leaned far over, dragged by leverage. Her sails banged. No danger of capsizing, yet, but a mast could be pulled loose. And now, up over the gallery rail and seizing a rope between hands and knees, the pirates came. Whooping like boys, they slid down to the grapnels and clutched after any rigging that came to hand. One of them sprang monkey-like onto the mainmast gaff below the crosstrees. A harpooner's mate cursed, hurled his weapon, and skewered the invader. "Belay that!" roared Heaty. "We need those irons!" Rory scanned the situation. The leeward blimp was still maneuvering in around its mate, which was being blown to port. He put the megaphone to his mouth, and a solar battery amplifier cried for him. "Hear this! Hear this! Burn that second enemy now before he grapples. Cut the lines to the first one and repel all boarders." "Shall I fire?" called Heaty. "I'll never have a better target." "Aye!" The harpooner triggered his catapult. It unwound with a thunder noise. Barbed steel smote the engaged gondola low in a side, tore through, and ended on the other side of interior planking. "Wind her up!" bawled Heaty. His own gorilla hands were already on a crank lever. Somehow 2 other men found space to help him. Rory slipped down the futtock shrouds and jumped the gaff. Another pirate had landed there, and a third was just arriving, with 2 more aslide behind him. The man on the spar balanced barefooted as good as any sailor, and drew a sword. Rory dropped as the blade whistled, caught a mainmast grommet one-handed, and hung there, striking with his boat-axe at the grapnel line. The pirate crouched and stabbed at him. Rory thought of Teresa, smashed his hatchet into the man's face, and flipped him off, down to the deck. He cut again. The leather was tough, but his blade was keen. The line parted and whipped away. The gaff swung free, almost yanking Rory's fingers loose. The second skyman toppled, hit a cabin below, and spattered. The men on the line slid to its end. One of them could not stop. The sea took him. The other was smashed against the masthead as he pendulumed. Rory pulled himself back astride the gaff and sat there a while, heaving air into lungs that burned. The fight ramped around him, on shrouds and spars and down on the decks. The other blimp edged closer. Astern, raised with the speed of a ship moving into the wind, a box kite lifted. Attell sang a command, and the helmsman put the rudder over. Even with the drag on her, the Dolphin responded well. A profound science of fluid mechanics had gone into her design. Being soaked in whale oil, it clung there for a time, long enough for messengers of burning paper to whirl up its string. The kite burst into flame. The blimp sheered off. The kite fell away. Its small gunpowder load blew up harmlessly. Attell cursed and gave further orders. The Dolphin tacked. The second kite, already aloft and afire, hit target. It detonated. Hydrogen gushed out. There was no explosion, but sudden flames wreathed the blimp. They seemed pale in the sun dazzle. Smoke began to rise as the plastic between gas cells disintegrated. The aircraft descended like a slow meteorite to the water. Its companion vessel had no reasonable choice but to cast loose all unsevered grapnels, abandoning the still outnumbered boarding party. The captain could not know that the Dolphin had only possessed 2 kites. A few vengeful catapult bolts spat from it, then it was free, rapidly falling astern. The Morai ship rocked toward an even keel. The enemy might retreat, or he might plan some fresh attack. Ruori did not intend that it should be either. He megaphoned, "Put about! Face that scum gut!" and led a rush down the shrouds to a deck where combat still went on. Fahiti's gang had put 3 primary harpoons and half a dozen lesser ones into the gondola. Their lines trailed in tightening catenaries from the blimp to the capstan in the bows. No fear now of undue strain. The Dolphin, like any Morai craft, was meant to live off the sea as she traveled. She had dragged more than one right whale alongside. A blimp was nothing in comparison. What counted was speed, before the pirates realized what was happening and found ways to cut loose. "Tohiha, hioha, itoki, itoki," the old canoe chant rang forth as men tramped about the capstan. Ruori hit the deck, saw a canyon man fighting a sailor, sword against club, and brained the fellow from behind as he would any other vermin, then wondered, dimly shocked, what made him think thus about a human being. The battle was rapidly concluded. The Skymen faced hopeless odds, but half a dozen Federation people were badly hurt. Ruori had the few surviving pirates tossed into the lazarette, his own casualties taken below to anesthetics and antibiotics and cooing donitas. Then quickly he prepared his crew for the next phase. The blimp had been drawn almost to the bowsprit. It was canted over so far that its catapults were useless. Pirates lined the gallery deck, howled, and shook their weapons. They outnumbered the Dolphin crew by a factor of 3 or 4. Ruori recognized one among them, the tall, yellow-haired man who had fought him outside the palace. It was a somehow eerie feeling. "Shall we burn them?" asked Attel. Ruori grimaced. "I suppose we have to," he said. "Try not to ignite the vessel itself. You know we want it." A walking beam moved up and down, driven by husky islanders. Flames spurted from a ceramic nozzle. The smoke and stench and screams that followed, and the things to be seen when Ruori ordered ceasefire, made even the hardest veteran of Corsair patrol look a bit ill. The Morai were an unsentimental folk, but they did not like to inflict pain. "Hose!" rasped Ruori. The streams of water that followed were like some kind of blessing. Wicker that had begun to burn hissed into charred quiescence. The ship's own grapnels were flung. A couple of cabin boys darted past grown men to be first along the lines. They met no resistance on the gallery. The uninjured majority of pirates stood in a numb fashion, their armament at their feet, the fight kicked out of them. Jacob's ladders followed the boys. The Dolphin crew swarmed aboard the blimp and started rounding up prisoners. A few Skymen lurched from behind a door, weapons aloft. Ruori saw the tall, fair man among them. The man drew Ruori's dagger, left-handed, and ran toward him. His right arm seemed nearly useless. "Ah, Kenyon! Ah, Kenyon!" he called, the ghost of a war cry. Ruori sidestepped the charge and put out a foot. The blond man tripped. As he fell, the hammer of Ruori's axe clopped down, catching him on the neck. He crashed, tried to rise, shuddered, and lay twitching. "I want my knife back." Ruori squatted, undid the pirate's tooled leather belt, and began to hog-tie him. Dazed blue eyes looked up with a sort of pleading. "Are you not going to kill me?" mumbled the other in Spaniel. "Aristi, no," said Ruori, surprised. "Why should I?" He sprang up. The last resistance had ended. The blimp was his. He opened the forward door, thinking the equivalent of a ship's bridge must lie beyond it. Then for a while he did not move at all, nor did he hear anything but the wind and his own blood. It was Teresa who finally came to him. Her hands were held out before her like a blind person's, and her eyes looked through him. "You are here," she said, flat and empty. "Donita," stammered Ruori. He caught her hands. "Donita, had I known you were aboard, I would never have risked." "Why did you not burn and sink us like that other vessel?" she asked in a flayed voice. "Why must this one return to the city?" She wrenched free of him and stumbled out onto the deck. It was steeply tilted, and it bucked beneath her. She fell, picked herself up, walked with barefoot care to the rail, and stared out across the ocean. Her hair and torn dress fluttered in the wind. There was a great deal of technique to handling an airship. Ruore could feel that the 30 men he had put aboard this one were sailing it as awkwardly as possible. An experienced skyman would know what sort of thermals and downdrafts to expect, just from a glance at land or water below. He could estimate the level at which a desired breeze was blowing, and rise or fall smoothly. He could even beat to windward, though it would be a slow process, much plagued by drift. Nevertheless, an hour's study showed the basic principles. Ruore went back to the bridge and gave orders in the speaking tube. Presently the land came nearer. A glance below showed the Dolphin with a cargo of war captives following on shortened sail. He and his fellow aeronauts would have to take a lot of banter about their celestial snail's pace. Ruore did not smile at the thought or plan his replies, as he would have done even yesterday. Teresa sat so still behind him. "Do you know the name of this craft, Donita?" he asked, to break the silence. "He called it Buffalo," she said, remote and uninterested. "What's that?" "A sort of wild cattle." "I gather, then, that he talked to you while cruising in search of me. Did he say anything else of interest?" "He spoke of his people. He boasted of all the things they have which we don't. Engines, powers, alloys, as if that made them any less a pack of filthy savages." At least she was showing some spirit. He had been afraid she had started willing her heart to stop, but he remembered he had seen no evidence of that common Maori practice here in Mako. "Did he abuse you so badly, then?" he asked, not looking at her. "You would not consider it abuse," she said violently. "Now leave me alone, for mercy's sake." He heard her go from him through the door to the after sections. Well, he thought, after all, her father was killed. That would grieve anyone, anywhere in the world, but her perhaps more than him. For a Macon child was raised solely by its parents. It did not spend half its time eating or sleeping or playing with any casual relative, like most island young. So the immediate kin would have more psychological significance here. At least, it was the only explanation Ruore could think of for the sudden darkness within Teresa. The city hove into view. He saw the remaining enemy vessels gleam above it. 3 against 1. Yes, this would become a legend among the sea people if it succeeded. Ruore knew he should have felt the same reckless pleasure as a man did surf bathing, or shark fighting, or sailing in a typhoon, any breakneck sport where success meant glory and girls. He could hear his men chant outside, beat war drum rhythms out with hands and stamping feet, but his own heart was Antarctic. The nearest hostile craft approached. Ruore tried to meet it in a professional way. He had attired his prize crew in captured sky outfits. A superficial glance would take them for legitimate Canyonites, depleted after a hard fight, but with the captured Maori ship at their heels. As the Northerners steered close in the leisurely airship fashion, Ruore picked up his speaking tube. "Steady as she goes. Fire when we pass a beam." "Aye, aye," said Hiti. A minute later the captain heard the harpoon catapult rumble. Through a port he saw the missile strike the other gondola amidships. "Pay out line," he said. "We want to hold her for the kite, but not get burned ourselves." "Aye, I've played swordfish before now." Laughter bubbled in Hiti's tones. The foe sheered, frantic. A few bolts leaped from its catapults. One struck home, but a single punctured gas cell made small difference. "Put about," cried Ruore. no sense in presenting his beam to a broadside. Both craft began to drift downward, sails flapping. Hard a lee! The Buffalo became a drogue, holding its victim to a crawl. And here came the kite, prepared on the way back. This time it included fishhooks. It caught and held fairly on the Canyonite bag. "Cast off!" yelled Rewari. Fire whirled up the kite string. In minutes it had enveloped the enemy. A few parachutes were blown out to sea. "Two to go," said Rewari, without any of his men's shouted triumph. The invaders were no fools. Their other blimps turned back over the city, not wishing to expose themselves to more flame from the water. One descended, threw out hawsers, and was rapidly hauled to the plaza. Through his binoculars, Rewari saw armed men swarm aboard it. The other, doubtless with a mere patrol crew, maneuvered toward the approaching Buffalo. "I think that fellow wants to engage us," warned Heaty. "Meanwhile, number 2 down there will take on a couple of 100 soldiers, then lay alongside us and board." "I know," said Rewari. "Let's oblige them." He steered as if to close with the sparsely manned patroller. It did not avoid him, as he had feared it might. But then there was a compulsive bravery in the sky culture. Instead, it maneuvered to grapple as quickly as possible. That would give its companion a chance to load warriors and rise. It came very near. Now to throw a scare in them, Rewari decided. "Fire arrows," he said. Out on deck, hardwood pistons were shoved into little cylinders, igniting tinder at the bottom. Thus, oil-soaked shafts were kindled. As the enemy came in range, red comets began to streak from the Buffalo archers. Had his scheme not worked, Rewari would have turned off. He didn't want to sacrifice more men in hand-to-hand fighting. Instead, he would have tried seriously to burn the other airship from afar, though his strategy needed it. But the morale effect of the previous disaster was very much present. As blazing arrows thunked into their gondola, a battle tactic so two-edged that no northern crew was even equipped for it, the Canyonites panicked and went over the side. Perhaps as they parachuted down, a few noticed that no shafts had been aimed at their gas bag. "Grab fast," sang Rewari. "Douse any fires." Grapnels thumped home. The blimps rocked to a relative halt. Men leaped to the other gallery, and buckets full of water splashed. "Stand by," said Rewari. "Half our boys on the prize. Break out the lifelines and make them fast." He put down the tube. A door squeaked behind him. He turned as Teresa re-entered the bridge. She was still pale, but she had somehow combed her hair, and her head was high. "Another," she said with a note near joy. "Only one of them left." "But it will be full of their men," Rewari scowled. "I wish now I had not accepted your refusal to go aboard the Dolphin." "I wasn't thinking clearly. This is too hazardous." "Do you think I care for that?" she said. "I am a Caliban." "But I care," he said. The haughtiness dropped from her. She touched his hand fleetingly, and color rose in her cheeks. "Forgive me. You have done so much for us. There is no way we can ever thank you." "Yes, there is," said Rewari. "Name it." "Do not stop your heart just because it has been wounded." She looked at him with a kind of surprise in her eyes. His boatswain appeared at the outer door. "All set, Captain. We're holding steady at 1,000 feet with the man standing by every valve these two crates have got." "Each has been assigned a particular escape line?" "Aye." The boatswain departed. "You'll need one, too. Come." Rewari took Teresa by the hand and led her onto the gallery. They saw sky around them. A breeze touched their faces, and the deck underfoot moved like a live thing. He indicated one of many light cords from the Dolphin store, bowline to the rail. "We aren't going to risk parachuting with untrained men," he said. "But you've no experience in skinning down one of these." I'll make you a harness which will hold you safely. Ease yourself down hand over hand. When you reach the ground, cut loose." His knife slashed some pieces of rope, and he knotted them together with a seaman's skill. When he fitted the harness on her, she grew tense under his fingers. "But I'm your friend," he murmured. She eased, she even smiled shakenly. He gave her his knife and went back inboard. And now the last pirate vessel stood up from the earth. It moved near. Ruori's two craft made no attempt to flee. He saw sunlight flash on edged metal. He knew they had witnessed the end of their companion craft and would not be daunted to the same technique. Rather, they would close in, even with their ship burning about them. If nothing else, they could kindle him in turn and then parachute to safety. He did not send arrows. When only a few fathoms separated him from the enemy, he cried, "Let go the valves!" Gas whoofed from both bags. The linked blimps dropped. "Fire!" shouted Ruori. Hiti aimed his catapult up and sent a harpoon with anchor cable through the bottom of the attacker. "Burn and abandon!" Men on deck touched off oil, which other men splashed from jars. Flames sprang up. With the weight of two nearly deflated vessels dragging it from below, the canyon ship began to fall. At 500 feet, the tossed lifelines draped across flat rooftops and trailed in the streets. Ruori went over the side. He scorched his palms going down. He was not much too quick. The harpooned blimp ordered compressed hydrogen released. The vessel rose to 1,000 feet with its burden, seeking sky room. Presumably, no one had yet seen that the burden was on fire. In no case would they find it easy to shake or cut loose from one of Hiti's irons. Ruori stared upward. Fanned by the wind, the flames were smokeless, a small, fierce sun. He had not counted on his fire taking the enemy by total surprise. He had assumed they would parachute to earth, where the Macons could attack. Almost he wanted to warn them. Then flame reached the remaining hydrogen in the collapsed gas bags. There was a sort of giant gasp. The topmost vessel became a flying pyre. The wind bore it out over the city walls. The few ant-like figures managed to spring free. The parachute of one was burning. "Santisima Marie," whispered a voice, and Teresa crept into Ruori's arms and hid her face. After dark, candles were lit throughout the palace. They could not blank the ugliness of stripped walls and smoke-blackened ceilings. The guardsmen who lined the throne room were tattered and weary. Nor did Santone itself rejoice yet. There were too many dead. Ruori sat throned on the Calde's dais, Teresa at his right, and Paolo Donahue on his left. Until a new set of officials could be chosen, these must take authority. The Don sat rigid, not allowing his bandaged head to droop, but now and then his lids grew too heavy to hold up. Teresa watched enormous-eyed from beneath the hood of a cloak wrapping her. Ruori sprawled at ease. He felt a little more happy now that the fighting was over. It had been a grim business, even after the heartened city troops had sallied and driven the surviving enemy before them. Too many Skymen fought till they were killed. The hundreds of prisoners, mostly from the first Morai success, would prove a dangerous booty. No one was sure what to do with them. "But at least their host is done for," said Donahue. Ruori shook his head. "No, senor, I am sorry, but there is no end in sight. Up north are thousands of such aircraft, and a strong, hungry people. They will come again. We will meet them, Captain. The next time we shall be prepared. A larger garrison, barrage balloons, fire kites, cannons that shoot upward, even a flying navy of our own. We can learn what to do." Teresa stirred. There was life again in her words, but a life which hated. "In the end we will carry the war to them. There will not be one left in all the Corrado Highlands." "No," said Ruori, "that must not be." Her head jerked about. She stared at him from the shadow of her hood. Finally she said, True, we are bidden to love our enemies, but you cannot mean the Sky People. They're not human. Ruori spoke to a page. Send for the chief prisoner. To hear our judgment on him? Asked Donahue. But that should be done formally, in public. Only to talk with us, said Ruori. I do not understand you, said Teresa. Her tones faltered, unable to carry the intended scorn, but the phrases came out. After all you have done, suddenly there is no manhood in you. He wondered why it should hurt for her to say that. He would not have cared if she'd been anyone else. Lachlan entered between two guards. His hands were bound behind him, and dried blood was on his face, but he walked like a conqueror under the pikes. When he reached the dais, he stood with feet braced apart and grinned up at Teresa. Well, he said, so you find these others less satisfactory and want me back. She jumped to her feet and screamed, Kill him! No, cried Ruori. The guardsmen hesitated, their machetes half drawn. Ruori stood up and caught the girl's wrists. She struggled, spitting like a cat. Don't kill him, then, she agreed at last, so thickly it was hard to understand. Not now. Make it slow. Strangle him. Burn him alive. Toss him on your spears. Ruori held fast till she stood quietly. When he let go, she sat down and wept. Paolo Donahue said in a voice like steel, I believe I understand. A fit punishment must certainly be devised. Lachlan spat on the floor. Of course, he said, when you have a man tied up, there are any number of dirty little games to play with him. Be still, said Ruori. You're not helping your own cause, or mine. He sat down, crossed his legs, and laced fingers around one knee, and gazed before him into the darkness at the hall's end. I know you have all suffered from this man's work, he said slowly and with care. You can expect to suffer more from his kinfolk in the future. They're a young race, heedless as children, even as your ancestors and mine were once young. Do you think the Perio was established without hurt and harm? Or if I remember your history rightly, that the Spaniol people were welcomed here by the Iños? That the English did not come to New Zealand with slaughter, and that the Maori were not once cannibals? In an age of heroes, the hero must have an opponent. Your real weapon against the Sky People is not an army, sent up to lose itself in unmapped mountains. Your priests, merchants, artists, craftsmen, manners, fashions, learning, there's the means to bring them to you on their knees if you will use it. Lachlan started. You devil, he whispered, do you actually think to convert us to a woman's faith in a city's cage? He shook back his tawny mane and roared till the walls rang. No! It will take a century or two, said Ruori. Don Paolo smiled in his young scanty beard. A refined revenge, Senor Captain, he admitted. Too refined. Teresa lifted her face from her hands, gulped after air, held up claw-crooked fingers, and brought them down as if into Lachlan's eyes. Even if it could be done, she snarled, even if they did have souls, what do we want with them? Or their children or grandchildren, they who murdered our babies today? Before Almighty Dio, I am the last Caliban, and I will have my following to speak for me in Mako's government. There will never be anything for them but extermination. We can do it, I swear. There will be Tekkens who will help for plunder. I shall yet live to see your home burning, you swine, and your sons hunted with dogs. She turned frantically toward Ruori. How else can our land be safe? We're ringed in with enemies. We have no choice but to destroy them, or they will destroy us. And we are the last American civilization. She sat back and shuddered. Ruori reached over to take her hand. It felt cold. For a bare instant, unconsciously, she had returned the pressure, then jerked away. He sighed in his weariness. I must disagree, he said. I'm sorry. I understand how you feel. "You do not," she said through clamped jaws. "You cannot." "But after all," he said, forcing dryness, "I'm not just a man with human desires. I represent my government. I must return to tell them what is here, and I can predict their response. They will help you stand off attack. That is not an aid you can refuse, is it? The men who will be responsible for all Mako are not going to decline our offer of alliance merely to preserve a precarious independence of action, whatever a few extremists may argue for. And our terms will be most reasonable. We will want little more from you than a policy working toward conciliation and close relations with the Sky People, as soon as they've tired of battering themselves against our united defense." "What?" said Lachlan. Otherwise it was very still. Eyes gleamed white from the shadows of helmets toward Ruori. "We will begin with you," said the Morai. "At the proper time, you and your fellows will be escorted home. Your ransom will be that your nation allow a diplomatic and trade mission to enter." "No," said Teresa, as if it hurt her throat. "Not him. Send back all the others if you must, but not him, to boast of what he did today." Lachlan grinned again, looking straight at her. "I will," he said. Anger flickered in Ruori, but he held his mouth shut. "I do not understand," hesitated Don Paolo. "Why do you favor these animals?" "Because they are more civilized than you," said Ruori. "What?" The noble sprang to his feet, snatching for his sword. Then, stiffly, he sat down again. His tone froze over. "Explain yourself, senor." Ruori could not see Teresa's face in the private night of her hood, but he felt her drawing farther from him than a star. "They have developed aircraft," he said, slumping back in his chair, worn out and with no sense of victory. "Oh, great creating Tanneroa, grant me sleep this night." "But it has been done from the ground up," explained Ruori, "not as a mere copy of ancient techniques. Beginning as refugees, the Sky People created an agriculture which can send warriors by the thousands from what was once desert, yet plainly does not require peon hordes. On interrogation, I have learned that they have sun power and hydroelectric power, a synthetic chemistry of sorts, a well-developed navigation with all the mathematics which that implies, gunpowder, metallurgics, aerodynamics. Oh, I dare say it's a lopsided culture, a thin layer of learning above a largely illiterate mass. But even the mass must respect technology, or it would never have been supported to get as far as it has. In short," he sighed, wondering if he could make her understand, "the Sky People are a scientific race, the only one besides ourselves which we Morai have yet discovered, and that makes them too precious to lose. You have better manners here, more humane laws, higher art, broader vision, all the traditional virtues. But you are not scientific. You use rote knowledge handed down from the ancients. Because there is no more fossil fuel, you depend on muscle power. Inevitably, then, there is a peon class, and always will be. Because the iron and copper mines are exhausted, you tear down old ruins. In your land I have seen no research on wind power, sun power, the energy reserves of the living cell, not to mention the theoretical possibility of hydrogen fusion without a uranium primer. You irrigate the desert at 1,000 times the effort it would take to farm the sea, yet have never even tried to improve your fishing techniques. You have not exploited the aluminum which is still abundant in ordinary clays, nor sought to make it into strong alloys. No, your farmers use tools of wood and volcanic glass. Oh, you are neither ignorant nor superstitious. What you lack is merely the means of gaining new knowledge. You're a fine people. The world is the sweeter for you. I love you as much as I loathe this devil before us. But ultimately, my friends, if left to yourselves, you will slide gracefully back into the Stone Age. A measure of strength returned. He raised his voice till it filled the hall. The way of the Sky People is the rough way outward, to the stars. In that respect, and it overrides all others, they are more akin to us Marai than you are. We cannot let our kin die. He sat then in silence, under Lauchlin's smirk and Donohue's stare. A guardsman shifted on his feet with a faint squeak of leather harness. Teresa said at last, very low in the shadows, "That is your final word, senor?" "Yes," said Rewari. He turned to her. As she leaned forward, the hood fell back a little so that candlelight touched her, and the sight of green eyes and parted lips gave him back his victory. He smiled. "I do not expect you will understand at once. May I discuss it with you again, often, when you have seen the islands, as I hope you will?" "You foreigner!" she screamed. Her hand cracked on his cheek. She rose and ran down the dais steps and out of the hall. The Causes, by Idis Seabright. Editor's note. No collection of fantasy and science fiction can be considered properly representative if it fails to include a superior example of the bar fantasy. End of note. "God rot their stinking souls," the man on the bar stool next to George said passionately. "God bury them in the lowest circle of the pit under the flaying ashes. May their eyeballs drip blood and their bones bend under them. May they thirst and be given molten glass for liquid. May they eat their own flesh and sicken with it. May they—" He seemed to choke over his rage. After a moment he lifted his glass of stout and buried his nose in it. "You Irish?" George asked with interest. "Irish? No." The man with the stout seemed surprised. "I'm from New Zealand. Mother was Albanian. I'm a mountain climber. Why?" "Oh, I just wondered." "What are you sore about?" The man with the mustache patted the newspaper in his pocket. "I've been reading about the H-bomb," he said. "It makes me sick. I'm cursing the scientists. They want to kill us all on both sides. I'm cursing them." "Yes, but you have to be reasonable," the man on the second bar stool beyond George argued, leaning toward the other two. "None of us like that bomb, but we have to have it. The world's a bad place these days, and those Russians, they're bad cookies. Dangerous." Uneasily he shifted the trumpet case he was holding on his lap. "Oh, sure, they're dangerous." The man with the stout hesitated, sucking on his mustache. "But basically, the Russians have nothing to do with it," he said. He cleared his throat. "I know what you're going to say, but it's not true. Our real trouble isn't the Russians. We're in the mess we're in because we've lost our gods." "Huh?" said the man on the second bar stool. "Oh, I get it. You mean we've become anti-religious, materialistic, worldly. Ought to get back to the old-time religion. Is that what you mean?" "I did not," the man with the stout said irritably. "I meant what I said. The gods, our real gods, are gone. That's why everything is so fouled up these days. There's nobody to take care of us. No gods." "No gods?" asked the man on the second bar stool. "No gods." The interchange began to irk George. He finished his drink, bourbon and soda, and motioned to the bartender for another. When it came, he said to the man with the mustache, "Well, if we haven't got any gods, what's happened to them? Gone away?" "They're in New Zealand," the man with the mustache said. He must have sensed the withdrawal of his auditors, for he added hastily, "It's all true dinkum. I'm not making it up. They're living on Ruapehu in Wellington. It's about 9,000 feet now instead of Olympus in Thrace." George took a leisurely pull at his drink. He was feeling finely credulous. "Well, go on. How did they get there?" he asked. "It started when Aphrodite lost her girdle." "Venus," said the man on the second bar stool. He rolled his eyes. "This ought to be hot. How'd she lose it?" Her motives were above reproach, the man with the stout said stiffly. This isn't a smutty story. Aphrodite lent the girdle to a married woman who was getting along badly with her husband for the most usual reason, and the girl was so pleased with the new state of things that she forgot to return it. The couple decided to take a long cruise as a sort of delayed honeymoon, and the woman packed the girdle in her trunk by mistake. When Aphrodite missed it, Olympian society goes all to pieces without the girdle. Even the eagles on Father Zeus's throne started fighting and tearing feathers. It was too late. The ship had gone so far she couldn't pick up any emanation from it. Well, when did all this happen? George asked. In 1913. You want to remember the date. Well, as I was saying, she couldn't pick up any emanation from the girdle, so finally they sent Hermes out to look for it. He's a divine messenger, you know, and he didn't come back. Why not? The man on the second bar stool asked. Because when Hermes located the ship, it had put in at New Zealand. Now, New Zealand's a beautiful country, like Greece, I guess. I've never been there, but better wooded and more water. Well, Hermes picked up the girdle, but he liked the place so much he decided to stay. They got worried then, and they sent others of the Olympians out. Iris was first, and then the Muses and the Morii. None of them came back to Olympus. Those left got more and more alarmed, and one big shot after another went out hunting the girdle. Finally, by 1914, there wasn't anybody left on Olympus except Ares. He said he didn't care much for the girdle. Things looked interesting where he was. He guessed he'd stay. So that's the situation at present. All the gods except Ares, and once in a while Athena, are on Ruapeu. They've been there since 1914. Now, the Maori are a handsome people anyhow, and you ought to see some of the children growing up in the villages around there. Young godlings, that's what they are. Athena doesn't like it there as well as the others. She's a maiden goddess, and I suppose there isn't so much to attract her. She keeps going back to Europe and trying to help us. But somehow, everything she does, no matter how well she means it, always turns out to help that hulking big half-brother of hers. Interesting symbolism, George said approvingly. All the gods we've got left are Ares, the brutal war god, and Athena, the divine patroness of science. Athena wants to help us, but whatever she does helps the war god. Neat. Very neat. The man with the mustache ordered another bottle of stout. When it came, he stared at George stonily. It's not symbolism, he said, measuring his words. It's the honest truth. I told you I was a mountain climber, didn't I? I climbed Ruapeu last summer. I saw them there. What did they look like? George asked lazily. Well, I really only saw Hermes. He's the messenger, you know, and it's easier for people to look at him without being blinded. He's a young man, very handsome, very jolly looking. He looks like he'd play all kinds of tricks on you, but you wouldn't mind it. They'd be good tricks. You could see him shining even in the sun. Now, what about the others? The man with the stout shook his head. I don't want to talk about it. You wouldn't understand me. They're too bright. They have to put on other shapes when they go among men. But I think they miss us. I think they're lonesome, really. The Maori are a fine people, very intelligent, but they're not quite what the gods are used to. You know what I think? The man with the mustache lowered his voice solemnly. I think we ought to send an embassy to them. Send people with petitions and offerings. If we asked them right, asked them often enough, they'd be sorry for us. They'd come back. There was a stirring 4 or 5 stools down toward the middle of the bar. The sailor stood up and came toward the man with the mustache. So you don't like the government, he said menacingly. There was a beer bottle in his hand. Government, the man with the mustache answered. George noticed that he was slightly pop-eyed. What's that got to do with it? I'm trying to help. Ah, I heard you talking against it, said the sailor. He swayed on his feet for a moment, and he aimed a heavy blow with a beer bottle at the center of the mustache. The man with the mustache ducked. He got off the bar stool, still doubled up. He drew back. He rammed the sailor hard in the pit of the stomach with his head. As the sailor collapsed, the man from New Zealand stepped neatly over him. He walked to the front of the bar and handed a bill to the bartender, who was standing, amazed, near the cash register. He closed the door of the bar behind him. After a moment, he opened it again and stuck his head back in. "God damn everybody!" he yelled. After the sailor had been revived by his friends and pushed back in a bar stool, the man with the trumpet case, who had been on the far side of the stout drinker, moved nearer to George. "Interesting story he told, wasn't it?" he said cheerily. "Of course there wasn't anything to it." "Oh, I don't know," George answered perversely. "There might have been." No, the man with the trumpet case said positively. He shook his head so vigorously that the folds of his pious, starchy, dew-lapped face trembled. "Nothing like that." "How can you be so sure?" "Because," he hesitated, "because I know what the real reasons for our difficulties are." "Well, what's your explanation?" I don't know whether I ought to say this," the starchy man said coyly. He put his head on one side and looked at George bright-eyed. Then, as if fearing George's patience might be on the edge of exhaustion, he said quite quickly, "It's the last trump." "Who's the last trump?" the man on the bar stool around the corner from George asked, leaning forward to listen. George knew him by sight. His name was Atkinson. "Nobody," the starchy man answered. "I meant that the last trump ought to have been blown ages ago. The world is long overdue for judgment." "H.G. Wells' story," George murmured. "I beg your pardon," said the starchy man. "Nothing." George motioned to the bartender and ordered a round of drinks. Atkinson took gin and ginger ale, and the starchy man Kirschwasser. "Why hasn't the trump been blown?" Atkinson asked, with the air of one tolerating noisy children. "Because it's lost," the starchy man replied promptly. "When the time came to blow it, it wasn't in heaven. This wicked, wicked world. Ages ago it should have been summoned to meet its master." He drooped his eyelids. George felt his tongue aching with the repression of his wish to say plagiarist. Atkinson said, "Ah, phooey. How do you know the trump's been lost?" "Because I have it here," the starchy gentleman answered. "Right here." He patted his trumpet case. George and Atkinson exchanged a look. George said, "Well, let's see it." "I don't think I'd better." "Oh, go on." "Well, no, I'd better not." Atkinson leaned his elbows on the bar and rested his chin on his interlaced fingers. "I expect there's nothing in the trumpet case, actually," he said indifferently. "I expect it's only a gambit of his." The soft, wrinkled skin of the man who was drinking Kirschwasser flushed red around the eyes. He put the trumpet case down on the bar in front of George with a thump and snapped open the lid. Atkinson and George bent over it eagerly. The trumpet case was lined with glossy white silk like a coffin. Against the white fabric, gleaming with an incredible velvety luster, lay a trumpet of deepest midnight blue. It might have been black, but it wasn't. It was the color of deep space, where it lies softly like a caress for trillions of miles around some regal blazing star. The bell of the trumpet was fluted and curved like the flower of a morning glory. Atkinson whistled. After a moment he paid the trumpet the ultimate tribute. "Gosh," he said. The man with the trumpet said nothing, but his little mouth pursed in a small, tight, nasty smile. "Where'd you get it?" George queried. "I'm not saying." "How do you know it's the last trump?" Atkinson asked. The starchy man shrugged his shoulders. "What else could it be?" he asked. The door at the front of the bar opened and 3 men came in. George watched them absently as they walked the length of the bar counter and went into the rear. "But you mean if this thing were blown, the world would come to an end? There'd be the last judgment?" "I imagine." "I don't believe it," Atkinson said after a minute. "I just don't believe it. It's an extraordinary-looking trumpet, I admit, but it can't be. That? Oh? Yes. If it's what you say, why don't you blow it? The starchy man seemed disconcerted. He licked his lips. Then he said in rather a hostile tone, "You mean you want me to blow? You mean you're ready to meet your Maker, you and all the rest of the world, right now? Right this minute? With all your sins, with all your errors of commission and omission, unforgiven and unshriven, on your head?" "Sure, that's right. Why not? The longer the world goes on existing, the worse it'll get. As to sins and all that, I'll take my chances. They couldn't be much worse than what—" Atkinson made a small gesture that seemed to enclose in itself the whole miserable, explosive terrestrial globe. "Than what we have now." Under his breath, George quoted, "We doctors know a hopeless case." The starchy man turned to him. "Do you agree with him, young man?" he demanded. "Yep." The man with the trumpet turned bright red. He reached into the case and picked up the trumpet. As he lifted it through the air, George noticed what a peculiarly eye-catching quality the celestial object had. Its color and gloss had the effect on the eye that a blare of horns has on the ear. Heads began to turn toward it. In no time at all, everyone in the bar was watching the starchy man. He seemed to pause a little, as if to make sure that he had the attention of his audience. Then he drew a deep, deep breath. He set the trumpet to his lips. From the rear of the bar there burst out a jangling, skirling, shrieking, droning uproar. It was an amazing noise, a noise George thought to freeze the blood and make the hair stand upright. There must have been ultrasonics in it. It sounded like 1,000 pigs being slaughtered with electric carving knives. Everyone in the bar jumped at the sudden clamor, but the effect on the starchy man was remarkable. He jumped convulsively, as if he had sat on a damp tarantula. His eyes moved wildly. George thought he'd turned pale. He shouted, "They're after me!" He shouted it so loudly that it was perfectly audible even above the demoniac noise of the bagpipes. Then he grabbed up the trumpet case, slammed the trumpet in it, and ran out of the bar on his neat little patent leather feet. The two bagpipers came out from the rear of the bar, still playing, and began to march toward the front. Apparently, they had noticed nothing at all of the episode of the dark blue trumpet. The third man followed in the rear, beating on a small drum. From time to time, he would put the drumsticks to his upper lip and seem to smell at them. "Remarkable, isn't it?" Atkinson said to George over the racket. "Only bar I ever was in where they kept bagpipes in the rear to amuse the customers. The owner's Scottish, you know." The instrumentalists reached the front of the bar. They stood there a moment, skirling. Then they executed an about-face and marched slowly to the rear. They stood there while they finished their number. It was long, with lots of tootling. At last they laid their instruments aside, advanced to the bar, and sat down on 3 bar stools near the center. They ordered Irish whiskey. "Wonder where he got that trumpet," Atkinson said thoughtfully, reverting to the man with the trumpet case. "Stole it somewhere, I shouldn't be surprised." "Too bad he didn't get to blow it," George answered. He ordered Atkinson and himself another drink. "Oh, that!" Atkinson laughed shortly. "Nothing would have happened. It was just a fancy horn. You surely don't believe that wild yarn he told us. Why, I know the real reason for all our troubles." George sighed. He drew a design on the bar counter with his finger. "Another one?" he said. "Eh? What?" "Oh, you're talking to yourself. As I was saying, I know the real reason. Are you familiar with Tantrist magic and its principles?" No. Atkinson frowned. "You almost sound as if you didn't want to hear about this," he observed. "But I was talking about Tantrist magic. One of its cardinal tenets, you know, is the magic power of certain syllables. For instance, if you persistently repeat Avalokiteshvara's name, you'll be assured of a happy rebirth in heaven. Other sounds have a malign and destructive power, and so on." George looked about him. It was growing late, and the bar was emptying. Except for himself and Atkinson, the pipers and the drummer, and a man around the corner of the bar from George, who had been sitting there silently against the wall all evening, the stools were empty. He looked at Atkinson again. "About 1920, Atkinson was saying, a llama in a remote little valley in Tibet." George noticed that he pronounced the word in the austere fashion that made it rhyme with gibbet. "Got a terrific yen for one of the native girls. She was a very attractive girl by native standards, round and brown and plump and tight like a little bird. Well, the llama couldn't keep his eyes off her, and he didn't want to keep his hands off either. Unfortunately, he belonged to a lamistic order that was very strict about its rule of chastity. Besides that, he was really a religious man. He knew there was one circumstance, and one only, under which he could enjoy the girl without committing any sin. He decided to wait for it. A few months later, when the girl was out pasturing the buffalo or feeding the silkworms or something, she saw the llama come running down the side of the hill toward her. He was in a terrific froth. When he got up to her, he made a certain request. "No," the girl answered. "My mother told me I mustn't." You see, she was a well-brought-up girl. George was looking at Atkinson and frowning hard. "Go on," he said. "I am going on," Atkinson answered. "The llama told her to go home and ask her mother if it wasn't all right to do what the holy man told her. He said to hurry. So she did. When she came back, the llama was sitting on the field in a disconsolate position. She told him it was all right. Her mother had said to mind him. He shook his head. He said, 'The Dalai Lama has just died. I thought you and I could cooperate to reincarnate him. Under the circumstances, it wouldn't have been a sin. But now it's too late. Heaven has willed otherwise. The job has already been attended to.' And he pointed over to a corner of the field where 2 donkeys were copulating. The girl began to laugh. As I said, she was a well-brought-up girl, but she couldn't help it. She laughed and laughed. She almost split her sides laughing. And the poor llama had to sit there listening while she laughed. You can't excuse him, but you can understand it. He'd wanted her so much, he'd thought he was going to get her, and then those donkeys. Well, he began to curse. He began to curse those terrible, malign, tantrist curses. He's been cursing ever since. Ever since 1920, he's been cursing. Once in a while he pauses for breath, and we think things are going to get better, but he always starts in again. He says those dreadful tantrist syllables over and over, and they go bonging around the world like the notes of enormous brass bells ringing disaster. War and famine and destruction and revolution and death, all in the tantrist syllables. He knows, of course, that he'll be punished by years and years of rebirths, the worst possible kind of karma, but he can't help it. He just goes on saying those terrible syllables. George looked at him coldly. 2 kinds of time, he said. Huh? I said, you read that story in a book about China called 2 Kinds of Time. I read it myself. The donkeys, the llama, the girl, they're all in there. The only original part was what you said about the tantrist curses, and you probably stole that from someplace else. George halted. After a moment he said passionately, What's the matter with everybody tonight? Oh, foozle, Atkinson replied lightly. Om mani padme hum. He picked up his hat and left the bar. After a minute or so, the 2 pipers followed him. That left George, the silent man in the corner, and the instrumentalist who had played on the drum. George decided to have one more drink, then he'd go home. The silent man, who was leaning against the wall, began to speak. They were all wrong, he said. George regarded him with nausea. He thought of leaving, but the bartender was already bringing his drink. He tried to call up enough force to say, Shut up, but the heart failed him. He drooped his head passively. Did you ever notice the stars scattered over the sky? The man in the corner asked. He had a deep, rumbling voice. Milky Way, George mumbled. Better hurry and get this over with. The Milky Way is one example, the stranger conceded. Only one. There are millions of worlds within the millions of galaxies. Yeah, all those millions of burning worlds. He was silent for so long that George's hopes rose. Then he said, "They look pretty hot, don't they? But they're good to eat." "Huh?" "The stars, like clams." Beg your pardon," George enunciated. He finished his drink. "Misjudged you. You're original." The man in the corner did not seem to have listened. "The worlds are like clams," he said rapidly, "and the skies at night present us with the glorious spectacle of a celestial clam bake. They put them on the fire, and when they've been on the fire long enough, they open. They're getting this world of yours ready. When it's been on the fire a little longer, it'll open, explode." George realized that last drink had been one too many. He didn't believe what the man in the corner was saying. He wouldn't. But he couldn't help finding a dreadful sort of logic in it. "How'd you know this?" he asked feebly at last. The man in the corner seemed to rise and billow. Before George's horrified and popping eyes, he grew larger and larger, like a balloon inflating. George drew back on the bar stool. He was afraid his face would be buried in the vast, unnatural bulk. "Because," said the inflating man in a high, twanging voice, "because I'm one of the clam-eaters." This horrid statement proved too much for George's wavering sobriety. He blinked, then he slid backward off the bar stool and collapsed softly on the floor. His eyes closed. The billowing form of the clam-eater tightened and condensed into that of a singularly handsome young man. He was dressed in winged sandals and a winged hat. From his naked body there came a soft golden light. For a moment he stood over George, chuckling at the success of his joke. His handsome, jolly face was convulsed with mirth. Then, giving George a light, revivifying tap on the shoulder with his herald's wand he carried, the divine messenger left the bar. The Hypnoglyph by John Anthony. Editor's note. The hypnotic quality of this unsettling, believable story of something new in the way of threats from outer space may be explained in part by the fact that under another name, the author is one of America's well-known, highly respected poets. End of note. Jarvis held the object cupped in his hand, while his thumb stroked the small hollow in its polished side. "It's really the prize of my collection," he said, "but there isn't any real name for it. I call it the Hypnoglyph." "Hypnoglyph?" Maddox said, putting down a superbly rick-racked Venusian opal the size of a goose egg. Jarvis smiled at the younger man. "Hypnoglyph," he said. "Here, take a look at it." Maddox held it in his palm, stroking it softly, letting his thumb run gently over the little hollow. "This prize of your collection," he said, "is nothing but a chunk of wood." "A man," Jarvis said, "may be described as not much more than a chunk of meat, but he has some unusual properties." Maddox, his thumb still stroking the little hollow, swept his eye over the treasure room. "I'll say he has. I've never in my life seen more property in one room." Jarvis' voice gently brushed aside the edge of greed in the younger man's voice. "It has not been the longest life to date. Perhaps it even has something left to learn." Maddox flushed a moment, then pursed his lips almost imperceptibly and shrugged. "Well, what's it for?" he said. He held the thing in front of him and watched his fingers stroke it. Jarvis chuckled again. "It's for exactly what you're doing. The thing is irresistible. Once you've picked it up, your thumb just automatically strokes that little hollow, and it just automatically hates to stop stroking." Maddox's voice took on the tone that the very young reserve for humoring the very old. "It's a pleasant gadget," he said, "but why the rather pretentious name?" "Pretentious?" Jarvis said. "I'd simply thought of it as descriptive. The thing actually is hypnotic." He smiled, watching Maddox's fingers still playing with the thing. You may recall a sculptor named Gainsdale who fooled with such things toward the end of the 20th century. He founded a school of sculpture called tropism. Maddox shrugged, still absorbed in the object. Everyone and his brother started a school of something back there. I guess I missed that one. It was an interesting theory, Jarvis said, picking up an Arcturian space crystal and watching the play of light rays from it. He argued, soundly enough as I see it, that the surface of every organism has certain innate tactile responses. A cat innately likes to be stroked in certain ways. A heliotrope innately moves to face the light. And the leg, Maddox quipped, innately likes to be pulled. So far, we've covered some basic facts about tropism with a small t. What of it? It isn't the facts so much as the application that's interesting, Jarvis said, ignoring the younger man's rudeness. Gainsdale simply carried his awareness of tropism farther than anyone had before, anyone on Earth at least. He argued that every surface of the body innately responds to certain shapes and textures, and he set out to carve objects that, as he put it, made the bodily surfaces innately happy. He made objects for rubbing up and down the neck, objects for rubbing across the forehead. He even claimed he could cure headaches that way. That's nothing but old Chinese medicine, Maddox said. I bought an 8th century talisman for rubbing out rheumatism just last week. Curio stuff. Gainsdale must certainly have known the Oriental glyptics, Jarvis agreed, but he was trying to systematize the idea behind them into a series of principles. He took a fling at reviving the Japanese natsuki, those polished handpieces the old samurais dangled from their belts. But Gainsdale wanted to carve for the whole body. He tried psychic jewelry at one point and designed bracelets that innately pleased the arm. For a while, he got to designing chairs that were irresistible to the buttocks. Quite an art, Maddox said, turning the object in his hand, working the little hollow around and around in his fist, and then bringing it back to where his thumb could stroke along the tiny hollow. You might say he got right down to fundaments. He smiled at Jarvis as if looking for acknowledgment of his wit, but found no response there. He was, in fact, quite a man, Jarvis said seriously. Maybe the chairs and buttocks gave him the idea, but after that he got to experimenting with gimmicks that would preserve sexual potency. The League of something or other made him stop that, but it's worth noting that his last child was born when he was 84. Maddox leered. At last, a practical application. Jarvis looked down at Maddox's hand, still stroking the hypnoglyph, the fingers moving as if they had entered a life of their own. After that, he said, ignoring Maddox's still lingering leer, he got to designing sleeping blocks, wooden pillows, something like the Japanese porcelain block, but molded to give the head pleasure. He claimed it produced good dreams. But most of all, he sculptured for the hand, just as the Japanese carvers of talismans finally settled on the natsuki for their definitive work. After all, the hand is not only the natural tactile organ in one sense, it also has the kind of mobility that can respond to texture and mass most pleasurably. Jarvis put down the space crystal and stood watching Maddox's hand. Just as you're doing, he said. Gainsdale was after the object the human hand could not resist. Maddox looked down at the thing in his hand, the fingers working over it as if they were alone with it somewhat apart from the arm and mind they grew from. I must say it's pleasant, he said, but isn't all this just a bit far-fetched? You'd hardly argue that pleasure is absolutely irresistible. If we have no control over our lust for pleasure, why aren't we strangling one another for the pleasure of stroking this thing? Maybe, Jarvis said gently, because I want less than you do. Maddox let his eyes sweep the treasure room. Maybe you can damn well afford to, he said, and for a moment there was no suavity in his voice. He seemed to be aware of the gaffe himself, for he changed the subject immediately. But I thought you collected nothing but extraterrestrial stuff. How come this? "That," said Jarvis, "is the curious coincidence, or one of the curious coincidences. The one you're holding is extraterrestrial." "And the other curious coincidences?" Maddox said. Jarvis lit one of his poisonous cheroots. "I might as well begin at the beginning," he said through the smoke. "Something told me there was a story coming," Maddox said. "You collectors are all alike. I've never known one that wasn't a yarn spinner. I think it's the real reason for the collection." Jarvis smiled. "A professional disease. Do we collect so we can tell yarns, or tell yarns so we can collect? And maybe if I tell the yarn well enough, I'll collect you. Well, sit down and I'll do my best. A new audience, a new opportunity." He waved Maddox into an elaborately carved bone chair, placed the humidor, the drug sachets, and a decanter of Danubian brandy within easy reach of him, and sat down behind the desk with a wave of the hand that told Maddox to help himself. "I suppose," he said, after that pause before the yarn that no storyteller can omit, "I suppose one of the reasons I prize the thing is because I got it on my last blast into deep space. As you see," he added, waving his hand about him lightly, "I made the mistake of coming back rich, and it killed the wanderlust. Now I'm earthbound by my own avidity." Maddox sat stroking the smooth little hollow with his thumb. "Being filthy rich is hardly the worst fate imaginable, I should think." But Jarvis' mind was on his story. "I'd been prospecting for space crystals out toward Deneb Kaitos," he continued, "and I'd really struck bonanza, an asteroid belt just popping with the luscious things. We had the ship bulging with enough of them to buy Terra twice over, and we were starting back when we found that Deneb Kaitos had a planetary system. There had been several expeditions out that way before, with no mention of the system, and we'd been so busy hauling in space crystals that we hadn't been doing much looking. But I realized then that what I'd thought was just an asteroid belt was really a broken-up planet orbiting around its sun. With the fragments running about 8% pure diamond, it was no wonder we'd hit the mother lode of them all. We ran a quick survey on the system and decided to put into DK8 for the specimen runover and life forms data. DK6 gave some indications of life forms, but hardly enough to be worth the extra stop. DK8, on the other hand, ran high. So high, it looked like a good chance for Federation prize money. With a shipload of space crystals, even 1,000,000 units seemed small change. But it would be a kick to turn up a new intelligence group. The Columbus complex, you know. At any rate, we put into DK8, and that's where I got that thing you're holding. On DK8, it's a hunting implement. Maddox looked puzzled. "Hunting?" he said. "You mean the way David got Goliath? Zingo?" "No," Jarvis said. "It's not a missile. It's a snare. The natives set them out and trap animals with them." Still stroking it, Maddox looked at the gadget. "Oh, come now," he said. "You mean they just set them out, wait for termites to invade, and then eat the termites? That kind of snare?" Jarvis' voice stiffened for an instant. "There are queerer things than that in space." Then his voice softened. "You're young yet," he said. "You have time enough. That gadget, for instance. You wouldn't believe a culture was founded on it. You're not ready to believe." Maddox smiled, said, "Well, after all, you can't expect me to swallow this stuff, can you?" Aloud he said, "A yarn's a yarn. Let's have it." "Yes," Jarvis said, "I suppose it is incredible. In a way, that's what space is, the constant recurrence of the incredible. After a while, you forget what a norm is. Then you're a space hand." He looked off a moment across the shining collection around him. DK8, for example. Once the indicator told us to expect intelligence, it was no surprise to come on side humans. By that time, it had been universally established that you can expect intelligence only in primate and quasi-primate forms. Unless you've got the prehensile hand and supraorbital arch, there's just no way for intelligence to get started. A monkey develops a hook for swinging through the trees and an eye for measuring distances between leaps, and he's fitted for his environment. But it just happens that the hand is good for picking things up, and the eye is good for looking at them closely. And pretty soon, the monkey is picking things up and examining them and beginning to get ideas. And pretty soon he's beginning to use tools. An ungulate couldn't use a tool in 1 billion years. He has nothing to hold it with. There's no reason why there mightn't be some sort of lizard intelligence, I suppose, except that it just doesn't seem to happen. Probably too low-grade a nervous system. Jarvis suddenly caught himself, realizing that his voice had been running away with the enthusiasm of his argument. "I really haven't been back very long," he said with a smile. That's the sort of argument that gets hot in space. His voice softened again. "I was saying we weren't much surprised to come on side humans once we'd got an intelligence indication." "Odd that I've never heard of it," Maddox said. "I keep pretty well posted on that sort of thing. And surely a really close sighting." "The fact is," Jarvis said, interrupting in his turn, "we didn't make a report." Maddox's voice sharpened with surprise. "Good heavens, man! And you're telling me? And what on earth's to keep me from turning you over to Federation Space Base and getting your mind picked for it?" Once again his eyes swept the treasure room as if running an inventory, and his lips pursed shrewdly for an instant. Then his voice loosened. "If I believed you, that is." Jarvis leaned back in his chair as if buried in thought. And for a moment his voice seemed to be coming up from a cave shaft. "It doesn't really matter," he said. "And besides," he added with a smile, his voice growing near again, "you don't, as you say, believe me." Maddox looked down at his thumb, still stroking the polished sides of the gadget. The thumb snaked out over the little polished dimple, in, up, and back, in, up, and back. Without raising his head, he raised his eyes to meet Jarvis. "Should I?" he said. Once more his eyes flicked over the treasure room, resting longest on the cabinet of space crystals. Jarvis noted his look and smiled. "I've often thought myself what a lovely target I'd make for a blackmailer." Maddox looked away quickly. "If the blackmailer could believe you." Jarvis smiled. "Always that doubt," he said. "What would you say if I told you the sighting was so close that Terrans can mate with DKs?" Maddox paused a long minute before answering, his eyes fixed on the thing in his hand, watching his fingers curl about and stroke it. He shook his head as if putting something out of his mind. "I seem to be beyond surprises at this point. Strangely, I believe you. And strangely, I know I should be arguing that it's impossible." Suddenly his voice flared up. "Look here," he said. "What is all this rigmarole?" Again his voice calmed abruptly. "All right. Yes, sure, I believe you. I'm crazy, God knows, but I believe you." "Enough to turn me in?" Maddox flushed without answering. "I'm afraid they'd only tell you it's impossible," Jarvis said. "Pity, too," he added wearily. "As I was saying, I'd be such lush pickings for the blackmailer." He paused a moment, then added gently, "Don't worry about it, son." Maddox's voice did not rise to anger. He looked down at his hand, still stroking the thing. "Is that a threat?" he said indifferently. Jarvis shook his head. "A regret," he said. He blew out a cloud of smoke and spoke again more brightly. "Besides, all the arguments against its being possible are too sound. Life forms can mate across some of the branches of divergent evolution if the species are related by some reasonably proximate common ancestor. The lion and the tiger, for instance, or the horse and the jackass. But it doesn't work for convergent evolution. You can evolve a species somewhere in space that resembles man, and with space enough and time enough, you can evolve a lot of them. but the chemistry and physiology of egg and sperm are too tricky to come close enough without a common ancestor. Nevertheless, Terrans can mate with DK women and have mated with them. That may sound incredible, said in this room, but after a while you find nothing is incredible in deep space. Deep space, said Maddox softly. His voice sounded as if it were stroking the words with the same sensuous pleasure his fingers found in stroking the polished thing in his hand. Jarvis caught the movement of his voice and nodded. You've time yet. You'll get there. But to get back to DK-8. The only real difference between DKs and humans is the hair and the skin structure. DK-8 has a dense and tropical atmosphere. It is rather high in CO2 and perpetually misty. The sun's rays have a hard time getting through the atmosphere. Also, the planet is all tropical. Consequently, the animal life from which the DKs evolved never had to develop a fur covering. Hair is unknown on the planet. Instead, the DK life forms developed a skin structure extremely sensitive to whatever diffused sun rays they can get. The skin is soft and pallid as a slug's. If a DK were exposed to the direct rays of Sol for a few minutes, he'd die of sunburn. Jarvis held up the cheroot before him and blew a puff of smoke over its lit end. Nature, he said, always has a trick of trying to deal two cards at once. The prehensile hand developed for one reason and became useful for something else. Just so, the DK's tremendously sensitive skin developed originally to absorb the most possible sun, but became in time the basis for a tremendously developed tactile sense. That goes for the lower animals, too. Their tropisms are fantastically dominant over their other responses. Once an animal starts stroking one of those gadgets, as you're doing, it simply cannot stop. Maddox smiled and looked at his hand without answering. The polished sides of the thing gleamed dully, and his thumb ran down into and over the little hollow, down into and over, down into and over. You might almost say, Jarvis continued, that the DKs have developed a tactile science to a degree unknown to us. The energy we have put into a tool culture, they've put into a tactile culture. It isn't a highly developed society in our terms, a rigid tribal matriarchy with a few basic tools that only the women are permitted to operate, and at that only a special clan of the women. The other women lounge about on delicately arranged hill terraces and just lie motionless, soaking up sun energy or working up a little voodoo, mostly based on hypnotism and tactile gratification. His voice grew softer and slightly distant. As you might expect, they grow incredibly obese. At first, it seemed repulsive to see them lying so. But on DK-8, obesity is really a survival characteristic. It makes for more surface to absorb sun energy. And the women have such perfect control of their skin surfaces that their bodies remain strangely well proportioned. He leaned back and almost closed his eyes. Amazing control, he half whispered. Then suddenly he chuckled. But you're probably wondering how they work such hard wood so perfectly with practically no tools. If you look closely, you'll find that what you're holding is really grainless. Actually, it isn't wood at all, but a kind of huge seed, something like an avocado nut. As you know, you can carve a fresh avocado nut almost as easily as you mold clay, but when you let it dry, it becomes extremely hard. Extremely hard. Extremely hard, Maddox agreed distantly. The women of the proper clan work these things, and the men set them out in the forests. As you might suppose, the men are a rather scrawny lot, and would starve soon enough if they had to depend on their own muscular prowess as hunters. These gadgets take care of all that, however. The animals, with their extremely high tactile suggestibility, come through the forest and find one of these things in their way. They begin to stroke it and feel it, and they just can't stop. The men don't even kill them. All slaughtering is handled by the ruling clan of women. The men simply wait till the animal has worked itself into the right state, and then lead it back to the slaughtering compound, still under hypnosis, of course. Of course, Maddox agreed, his fingers working softly and rhythmically. Jarvis leaned back. His politeness was unfaltering, but now there was a touch of triumph in his voice. There's really only one other thing you need to know. The men used to have unmanageable spells. As a result, it has become traditional to hypnotize them practically at birth. The practice is untold centuries old. Unfortunately, however, nature still deals a tricky hand. Keep the species in abeyance long enough, and it stops thrusting toward its own development. The generations of hypnosis have had the effect of breeding out the life wish of the males. It's as if the genes in the sperm were just slowly quitting. When we landed on DK-8, there were hardly enough men left to work the traps. He leaned forward, smiling. You can imagine what a treasure our crew must have seemed to the tribal leaders once it was discovered that we could interbreed. New, vigorous males, a new start, fresh blood for the life stream. He paused, and his tone became steady and dry. I think perhaps you will understand now why I came back alone. The only male ever to leave DK-8. Although, he added, in one sense, I've never really left it. Never really left it, Maddox said. Jarvis nodded and came around the desk. Leaning over Maddox, he blew a puff of smoke directly into his open eyes. Maddox did not stir. His eyes remained fixed straight ahead, and he remained fixed motionless in the chair. Only the fingers of his right hand continued to move, curling about the polished thing, while his thumb flicked out and over the little hollow. Jarvis straightened, still smiling sadly, picked up a curiously wrought little bell from the desk, and tinkled it once. Across the room, a door swung open on a darkened alcove in which something huge and pale showed dimly. He's ready, darling, Jarvis said. A Tale of the 13th Floor by Ogden Nash. Editor's note. Ogden Nash here offers, surprisingly enough, a horror ballad in which the peerless verse satirist reveals an unexpected familiarity with the history of true murder. End of note. The hands of the clock were reaching high in an old mid-town hotel. I name no name, but its sordid fame is table talk in hell. I name no name, but hell's own flame illumes the lobby garish, a gilded snare just off Times Square for the virgins of the parish. The revolving door swept the grimy floor like a crinoline grotesque, and a lowly bum from an ancient slum crept furtively past the desk. His footsteps sift into the lift as a knife in the sheath is slipped, stealthy and swift into the lift as a vampire into a crypt. Old Maxie, the elevator boy, was reading an ode by Shelley, but he dropped the ode as it were a toad when the gun jammed into his belly. There came a whisper as soft as mud in the bed of an old canal. Take me up to the suite of Pinball Pete, the rat who betrayed my gal. The lift doth rise with groans and sighs, like a duchess for the waltz. Then in middle shaft, like a duchess daft, it changes its mind and halts. The bum bites lip as the landlocked ship doth neither fall nor rise, but Maxie, the elevator boy, regards him with burning eyes. First to explore the 13th floor, says Maxie, would be wise. Quoth the bum, there's moss on your double cross, I've been this way before. I've cased the joint at every point, and there is no 13th floor. The architect, he skipped direct from 12 unto 14. There's 12 below and 14 above, and nothing in between. for the vermin who dwell in this hotel could never abide 13. Said Max, 13, that floor obscene is hidden from human sight, but once a year it doth appear on this Walpurgis night. Ere you peril your soul in murderers' roll, heed those who sinned of yore. The path they trod led away from God and on to the 13th floor, where those they slew, a grisly crew, reproach them forevermore. We're higher than 12 and below 14, said Maxie to the bum, and the sickening draught that taints the shaft is a whiff of kingdom come. The sickening draught that taints the shaft blows through the devil's door, and he squashed the latch like a fungus patch and revealed the 13th floor. It was cheap cigars like lurid scars that glowed in the rancid gloom. The murk was aboil with fusel oil and the reek of stale perfume. And round there dragged and wound a loathsome conga chain. The square and the hep in slow lockstep, the slayer and the slain. For the souls of the victims ascend on high, but their bodies below remain. The clean souls fly to their home in the sky, but their bodies remain below, to pursue the Cains who emptied their veins and harry them to and fro. When life is extinct, each corpse is linked to its gibbering murderer, as a chicken is bound with wire around the neck of a killer cur. Handcuffed to hate come Dr. Waite, he tastes the poison now, and Ruth and Judd and a head of blood with horns upon its brow. Up sashays Nan with her feathery fan from Florodora bright. She never hung for Caesar young, but she's dancing with him tonight. Here's the bulging hip and the foam-flecked lip of the mad dog Vincent Coll, and over there that ill-met pair, Becker and Rosenthal. Here's Legs and Dutch and a dozen such of braggart, bullies, and brutes, and each one bends 'neath the weight of friends who are wearing concrete suits. Now the damned make way for the double-damned who emerge with shuffling pace from the nightmare zone of persons unknown, with neither name nor face. And poor Dot King to one doth cling, joined in a ghastly jig, while Elwell doth jape at a goblin shape, and tickle it with his wig. See Rothstein pass like breath on a glass, the original Black Sox Kid. He riffles the pack, riding piggyback on the killer whose name he hid. And smeared like brine on a slavering swine, Star Faithful, once so fair, drawn from the sea to her debauchee, with the salt sand in her hair. And still they come, and from the bum the icy sweat doth spray. His white lips scream as in a dream, "For God's sake, let's away! If ever I meet with Pinball Pete, I will not seek his gore, lest a treadmill grim I must trudge with him on the hideous 13th floor." "For you I rejoice," said Maxie's voice, "and I bid you go in peace. But I am late for a dancing date that nevermore will cease. So remember, friend, as your way you wend, that it would have happened to you. But I turned the heat on Pinball Pete. You see, I had a daughter too." The bum reached out and he tried to shout, but the door in his face was slammed, and silent as stone he rode down alone from the floor of the double-damned. Spud and Cochise by Oliver Lafarge. Editor's note: it seems probable that only Oliver Lafarge could give Cochise, the great Apache leader of the 1860s and 70s, such reality in the midst of a fantasy, and such dignity in the midst of a delightfully comic tale. End of note. Too much light, too much heat, too much sand and rock, but above all too much light made the desert intolerable, the brilliance striking everything to whiteness. not the dead white of a painted board, but shades and variations. Yellowish in a pale way over some of the sand, in other places greenish, rocks that might turn out purple if the sun went behind a cloud, mesas that might have red in their sides. The faint tones were mineral, weak but still harsh. What vegetation managed to live was also pale and ineffectual. In the still air, the strawberry roan's hoofs stirred up a powdery dust haze at each step. The fine stuff rose, covering legs and flanks and mane, until the animal became a uniform pinkish gray. It settled on Spud's spurs, his boots, his rifle in its scabbard, his threadbare blue jeans, his pistol, his cotton shirt, the yellow silk scarf at his throat, his straggly mustache, his leather face, and battered wide hat. Spud was a small pepper-and-salt man anyhow, and now he looked like a flour sack with nothing in it. Spud was too dry to smoke or sing, too disciplined to let his mind run on drinks. He made himself easy in the saddle, forbore to count the miles that still lay between himself and Spare Ribs, and tried to occupy himself by observing the Milhuesos desert. This was not interesting, especially since he'd seen it all before. It took some thought to follow the trail. In many sandy stretches there was nothing to follow. Where the footing turned to what looked like cosmic cinders, or where it went over rock, there was a thin ribbon of special texture, something hardly visible, but which to Spud proclaimed the road. Alongside it, he noted a scattering of dung in one place. "That's the nearest thing to company I've had in 2 days," he thought. He watched it slide by him as the roan maintained his fast, monotonous, mile-eating walk. He lifted his hat an inch to cool his head, shifted his revolver to a better position, and settled even more slackly in the saddle. A long, low, white ridge with greenish shading on its upper part ran out to a point a short distance ahead. That was where he would hit the main trail. He looked at the ridge, then over to the western mountains, a pile of stone skeletons, bluish, without promise of growth or coolness, on the horizon, then back to the earth nearby. The bones of a horse came into view. "I'll bet you was a godsend to the ants here," he thought. A pillar of dust, like to his own but broader, rose from behind the ridge, moving slowly to meet his course. He touched the handle of his gun while he looked at it. 2 horses, or a rider and a pack horse. Might be company. Someone coming from Spare Ribs. His gray eyes became careful, the dust-filled wrinkles about them drawing together. Just at the end of the point, the dust cloud stopped, thinned, faded away. Spud became more watchful. Things that go out of sight, that act differently, require caution. He loosed the carbine in its scabbard, set himself almost straight in the saddle, and shortened his reins slightly. He was near the point now. Over its low top he saw 2 horses, one saddled, one packed. As he cleared it, he saw a person. A woman, for God's sake, sitting in the shade of her horse, hunched up, looking gloomy. She was all dust, too, her and her print shirt and divided skirt. From a little distance you couldn't tell anything about her, barring that she was white. Curious, Spud turned the roan toward her. A shotgun was slung from her saddle horn by a female arrangement of strings. She raised her head slightly, watching him coming without interest or friendliness. Her animals were poor. They stood with low heads at the end of hollow necks. Their manes were heavy with dust. He stopped a few yards from her, raised his hat, and said, "Good evening, ma'am." "Evening." Her voice was neutral, her eyes ungreeting. Curiosity still urged. "Hot, ain't it?" "Yeah, it's hot. That's what this country's for." "That's right." Spud untied his canteen. "Could you use a drink of water? I'd be pleased if you'd join me, ma'am." She smiled unexpectedly, as at a sour joke. "Thanks, yes." He moved his horse nearer, reached down the canteen of more than tepid water, and watched her drink sparingly. I'm heading for Spare Ribs, he said, bringing himself as near to inquiry as courtesy would allow. I'm heading from Spare Ribs. She stressed the from. After a pause, as though to make up for needless rudeness, she said, I'm heading for Tucson, and I figured to camp at Ojo Amarillo. Spud glanced at the sun, well past noon, and said, If you'll pardon me, ma'am, you must have started kind of late. I don't think you can make Ojo Amarillo today. I kind of think maybe you'd do better if you come back to Spare Ribs and make a nice early start tomorrow. You'd make it easy then. Thank you. I ain't going back to Spare Ribs. Yes. Spud felt rebuked. Excuse me, haven't interfered. I guess I'll be going along. He lifted his rein hand, then hesitated, looking again at the woman's face. Hard to make out under the dust. Youngish, anyway. Familiar. I'll beg you to excuse me again. It just kind of seems to me I've seen you somewheres before. She sighed and smiled slightly with one corner of her mouth. Likely you have, she said indifferently. Was you ever to the Golden Girl in Tucson? Spud was taken completely aback, unseated to the extent of saying, Oh, are you... before he could check himself. Yeah, I am. She wiped her mouth hard with the back of her hand and looked at it. I was, anyway. And I guess I will be again. Right now it seems to have worn off. Spud heard the humility, the sound of despair. He fumbled for words. He could think of nothing delicate, and finally came out flat with what moved in him. Can I help you any ways at all? She stared at him, curiosity, distrust, a little wonder. I don't reckon. I'm hooked, I guess. Earmarked. Another pause followed. Spud took out the makings. Will you have a smoke with me, ma'am? All right. He passed the makings down, then rolled himself one. Indians are right about tobacco. The two smokes lit from a common flame, of herb from one sack, started a friendlier circuit between them. She said, I kind of remember you. You busted Buckskin Smith out the window. That was me. We was grateful to you. He was real ugly. They smoked a while in silence. I tell you, she said, it'd do me good, and you're a nice kind of man. I don't mind telling you. I saved up some money, and I bought up the Dead Soldier Mine in Spare Ribs, figuring it would pay all right as soon as the Apaches was chased away. Well, they've been chased for a while, anyhow, so I packed up and come out to Spare Ribs to work it. You know Snakeweed? I do. Well, he's settled in Spare Ribs. He's got Spare Ribs, and he's got my mine. So he tells me if I want to work it, I can marry him. Snakeweed. Spud nodded. There's limits to what a girl can take, so I'm heading back. I tried to get out of the corral, but I guess it's too high for me. Spud studied her again. Young, definitely young, under hard lines, bitterness and dirt. Still a girl. He shifted uneasily. He'd made up his mind to his age. He was through with trouble. Still a girl, and wants to live nice. She spoke again, relieving pain. I figured there wouldn't be no one to know me in Spare Ribs. I figured I could make a nice living off of that mine, and by marry somebody. Yes, sir, that's what I figured. Only you couldn't marry Snakeweed, could you? Well, I never thought about him just that way, ma'am, but I guess not, no. He wouldn't hardly do. Well, I guess it's all right. I guess a girl like me ain't got no call trying to marry. It ain't on the cards. Don't you believe it, ma'am. Don't let 'em tell you that. Listen, I've been around some. I'm a quiet man, barn when I'm mad, but I didn't grow old setting still. I've seen plenty, and some mighty fine wives come out of where you've been. Spud paused. Can you cook? I can cook. I can make a flapjack the size of the frying pan and so light you got to be careful breathing or it'll blow away. I can make a lemon pie that if you're sitting out on the front porch your mouth will water when I take it out of the oven. I can make beans you'd swear was strawberries. Spud nodded. Them's qualifications. He shifted in the saddle. Trouble again. Back at it. Listen to me, ma'am. Don't you go to Tucson. About 5 miles down the trail, you'll see a yaller mesa. You take a left fork, and by you go down into Alamos Canyon, and then you hit Alamos. It ain't much of a place, but it's all right. You go to the Bon Ton Hotel and Eating House. You can't miss it. It's nigh on to all there is. And ask for Hank Stromberg. Tell Hank I sent you, and that you're to wait for me there. He'll take care of you. He might give you a job waiting if you wanted it. I'll take care of snakeweed. Well, that's nice of you, mister, but I don't think it'll work. I've read my cards. That's what they say. Spud swung himself sideways and raised his right hand, shaking it once at her. I'm Spud Flynn, he said. I'm a half-blood Irish on my father's side, and I come of a race of kings. I know things more than what you just see. I know what's in the drawer you ain't picked up yet. And I ordain that you wait for me at Hank's. That was a good word, ordain, he thought, and wondered where he got it from. The expression of her face changed slightly, became less hard. But you can't handle snakeweed. No offense, Mr. Flynn, but he's tough. It costs for an awful big man to get snakeweed. You might get hurt. It ain't just size. I tell you, Miss Hartshorn, Elvira Hartshorn. Thank you, Miss Hartshorn. But this'll make it clear to you. I was in an awful hurry once. I rode my horse down, and I was pushing along on foot with reason to get further. I struck a dry wash, too wide to jump, too steep to climb down. I was stuck. This was up in the Black Hills, and an eagle come by, and I roped him. He kept a-swinging back and forth, trying to get loose, and when he was swinging good, I jumped with him, and we went across. It cost me a good magway rope, but it worked fine. Well, that's what I mean. A heavier man couldn't have done it. That ain't all size. Or I ain't fixing to get myself hurt none. Well, guess you know yourself. I sure appreciate your trying, Mr. Flynn. You can expect me in about, a week from tomorrow. Thursday week? Thursday? You sure keep track. I kind of thought it was Monday, but I hadn't really noticed. Thursday week, then. She rose, and they shook hands. I'm pleased to have met you, Miss Hartshorn. Well, I'm pleased to know you, Mr. Flynn. Wait a minute. I got something for you. It ain't much, but it's, something to show I appreciate what you're doing. From her saddlebags, she took 2 peculiar, flat blue bottles. Spud's eyes widened. Take them along, she said. They might be handy or comforting. Spud knew the form of those bottles from dim memory. 4-Eye Monongahela. Liquor so good even barkeeps can't help drinking it. So rare that only twice in his life had he ever tasted it. 2 bottles. Just thinking about them, he felt the springs of his old youth welling inside him. So long since I really been drunk, he thought, drunk like a hero. Thank you kindly, Miss Hartshorn, he said, lifting his hat. Well, I'll be seeing you Thursday week. Hasta la vista. Take care of yourself. The roan raised its head, awoke, felt injured, knew the spurs, and returned to its fast, somnambulistic walk. The dust rose around them again. The little rocks and changes of kinds of sand and ineffectual cactus growth slid by, dropped behind. A man needs a hat brim under his chin, Spud thought, feeling the heat strike upward from the desert. Save shaving, all my whiskers is sizzled off. And I'm through with getting drunk like a hero. Hell, ain't I made up my mind to my age? The ageless man is long gone. Poul has said so. Flynn or no Flynn, my youth is gone. Now I'm in for it. Snakeweed. Well, it's worth it if he could be took away. He sure spoiled the climate where he's at. The sun continued its travel at right angles to Spud's course, swung low and poured under his hat brim directly on his face. A clump of green, so emphatic in contrast that it appeared black, showed beyond a gray butte. Rounding the butte, Spud came into sight of a flat at the edge of which 8 cottonwoods grew. Around them, craving the sight of their leaves, a handful of adobe houses and shacks of gray, dust-scoured boards were huddled, with a periphery of haphazard corrals. This was Spare Ribs, a place where you stopped on your way to someplace else. But here at least there was a rest for man and beast, food cooked by someone else, and a corral to find your horse in the morning. He rolled a cigarette as he drew nearer the settlement. He had the 4-eye, too. That had to have a purpose, but he hadn't figured it out yet. There was a special place where it would come in. It might be for the purpose of alleviating Spare Ribs. The sun had almost set when he stopped at the Rafter Lazy J corral. The boss came out and said, "Hello, Spud," and gave him the key to the hay room. Spud unsaddled, pulled out hay, filled the nose bag with oats, and put it on the roan. Then he washed lavishly at the trough. The feeling of being coated with dust and dried-out sweat went away. He squatted on his heels, smoking, his spurs just touching his backside, waiting for the roan to finish his nose bag. The sun was down, the air ceased to burn and became caressing. He blew smoke 4 ways. This was a daily pause, a time of complete relaxation between the day itself and whatever the night might bring. He'd think about snakeweed later. When the animal had turned to its hay, he went slowly, lazily down the dusty, half-formed street to the Gold Mine Saloon and Eating Parlor, and turned into it. There was a long pine bar with a moderate equipment of bottles and 2 large, imperfect mirrors behind it. Along the other half of the room, 6 tables were arranged. At the far end, a gambler dealt against himself at a faro layout. Spud took him in, dressed in the usual black with a diamond in his tie and another on his left hand, but shabby and thin. You could size up the town from him. The barkeep looked like a barkeep. They almost always do. Spud went to the bar and said, "Howdy." "Howdy, stranger. What's your pleasure?" "My pleasure's far from here." Spud jerked his head toward a bottle. "I'll take a shot of red-eye, please." "Help yourself." The barkeep passed him a bottle and glass. "Can I get fed here?" "We got steak and beans." "I'll take steak and another of these." "Help yourself." The barkeep shouted through a little door, and pretty soon a Chinaman came out and laid the table. Spud ambled over and sat down. 4 kinds of sauce in the bottles. Long ago, this must have been a good restaurant. The Chinaman brought thin coffee, hot bread, a little bowl of canned peas, another of greengages. Minutes later, he brought the steak. Spud ate steadily, industriously, without haste. 2 ex-Circle X cowboys came in, then 3 Mexicans drifting to the bar. By and by, they went over to the faro layout. Spud could tell they were making about 10-cent bets. There was a disturbance at the door, and Spud looked around. It was not exactly that there was any noise, only as a man entered, one was aware of it. Spud sighed. "Here's snakeweed," he thought. "Now things are going to commence." He finished his greengages and walked to the bar. Hello, Snakeweed. Spud Flynn. Why, hello, Spud. How about a little nose paint? Suits me. Barkeep, a couple of fingers of Tanglefoot. The barkeep set them out. They poured, raised glasses. How? How? And they drank. Snakeweed said, Hell, that stuff's so much milk. Doctor, give us some tiger bone. Tiger bone is a Chinese drink distilled from tigers. It is all but black, and it is dreadful. It is the backwards of Four-Eye Monongahela. I knew it, Spud thought. I knew it. I'm in for it now. The barkeep unearthed the long, strange bottle from a cupboard. He set the glasses out first and poured into them, not wanting a drop to fall on his hands and burn him. The Snakeweed struck a match and lit his drink. Raising the flaming jigger, he said, How? Spud groaned internally. He lit his drink and answered. Snakeweed blew out as he drank, but Spud had almost forgotten, and he was worried about having his mustache burnt off, so he drew inward and gulped, thus getting the full benefit of it. He coughed, spat, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Snakeweed just spat, without manners. That does it, the big man said. Spud nodded. His pulse picked up. He felt the warmth. His perceptions became clearer. He saw that Snakeweed was a mite upset that he'd been able to take the drink. I was hoping to see you, Snakeweed, he said. Well, here I be. It's a pleasure to see you, Spud. I was fixing to talk to you about a little matter. This is the best place in the world for it. Let her rip. Well, it's about a lady called Elvira Hartshorn. Elvira? Nice girl. She's a good cook, Spud. I'm fixing to marry her. It seems so she ain't fixing to marry you. Maybe not right now, but she's going to, and pronto. Snakeweed paused and eyed Spud. You know me. I'm Snakeweed. That's what they call me, and they better like it. Spud nodded again. That was Snakeweed's war talk, that last statement. And he realized suddenly that he'd made his own back there with Miss Hartshorn. Spud Flynn, come of a race of kings. The tiger bone was burning in his vitals. I don't want for Miss Hartshorn to marry out of her own free choice, he said. It don't seem right. Them sure nice sentiments, Spud. But my marrying ain't something I'm taking anybody else's advice on. And maybe you're going to get it all the same. Spud's hands moved a fraction of an inch. Snakeweed raised a hairy paw. Don't think of it, Spud. Don't let it pass through your mind. You know, I'd only have to plug you to keep up my self-respect. There ain't but one bullet'll kill me, and I got it. He patted his cartridge belt, where the green point of the malachite bullet stuck downward among the lead ones. Husky Nez made it to kill me with, and I took it from him. I took him by his two hands, and I pulled him apart like a boiled fowl. That's me, Snakeweed. Spud nodded. Well, I guess that's that. Barkeep, 2 more of the same. Spud's willingness to come back on the liquor cramped Snakeweed's complacency slightly, but he was still satisfied. Spud was thinking fast. He didn't kill me then. Why not? Four-Eye won't fill him with human kindness no more than Tiger Bone would make me mean. I might could get him drunk plain and take the bullet. Spud surveyed the man. He was hollow. They claimed he had a clockwork heart. You'd have to fill him up from the bottom. The top of his head and his eyes were small, but to get to them, each foot would take a full quart. A barrel for each leg and 2 for his stomach. 1 for his proper insides and 1 for what hung out over his belt. Then you'd have to fill up his chest and his arms and finally his face. Nope, couldn't be done. Not by any one man. He didn't drink to get tight, but because his insides itched and the liquor was scratchy. Spud looked at the face, the span-wide, almost lipless mouth, and single, wiry hairs sticking out a couple of inches all over. Before they got on to him, the Navajos admired snakeweed because his mouth was full of corn. His middle 2 teeth were black, the next each way red, then yellow and blue like Indian corn. Miss Hartshorn was right. All the cowboys and miners in Arizona, all drunk together, would still be better. Spud drank his drink and sighed. Well, I come a long ways. I guess I'll be turning in. Sorry to lose your company. It's a pleasure to drink with you. Tomorrow, maybe. I'm kind of tired. Growing old, Spud? I reckon. So long. So long. Spud had half an idea to go over and lose some real money at the Pharaoh. He'd dealt Pharaoh. He knew how that man felt. But he'd decided not to bother with it now. He stepped out into the soft, blue night, full of the smell seeping through from the bit of irrigated land beyond the cottonwoods. He felt at ease. He felt happier than he had since he sat on top of Polvadera Peak 2 years ago and decided that his youth had ended, and from now on he was through with trouble. Not since then had his sinews moved as smoothly, his joints been as springy as they were now. At the corral, his horse rose with a surging effort and whickered for more hay. Spud threw some out to him. He laid out his blanket and slicker, and reclining on them, his head against the saddle, looked at the stars and rolled a smoke. His hand fumbled toward his war bags, touched the bottles. Not yet. He lit up and began thinking. I ain't but just started, but it looks like I got to get me some help. My snakeweed ain't immortal, no more'n me. He's snakeweed, and I can like it, can I? And there ain't room for the 2 of us in the Southwest, or nowheres. If him and me fetch up in hell together, we're sure going to worry the devil. Now, let's see. He ran his mind back along his memory, like a man loping his horse along a back trail, watching for something he let fall. Through years of days he traveled back, watching the sun and moon and darkness, the horizons and water holes and alkali flats of his time. He stopped at himself sitting in a narrow canyon with his gun in one hand and his rope in the other at midday. His saddle and bridle were piled at one side. The horsehair rope lay on the ground before him, about 10 feet of it from his hand to where it had been cut. And he was staring down the canyon at his horse, a fine big bay, running all out, and 1 foot and 1 hand of an Apache showing. The rest of the Indian hidden where he clung on the horse's further side. He was staring, open-mouthed, helpless, with his gun in his hand. The cigarette he had given the Apache still lay burning on the ground where he stood. That feller was about 17, 10 years ago. He's a thief of the world if he's alive now. He rolled the thought over in his mind, testing it, making sure that he knew this was it. Yep, I reckon I got to get a holt of Cochise. He looked at the stars. Late. That had taken half the night. He rolled up in his blanket and slept. Well before dawn, he stuck the key and $1 under the corral owner's door, saddled up, and lit out. 4 days, he figured. Indian business is always 4 days. I got to get going. He rode at a good trot upward along a ridge, and so by sunrise had climbed to an outstanding foothill. Here he found enough brush to make first a good fire, then an evil-smelling smoke. The pillar went up, straight, high, and thick. He threw on tobacco 4 times, and 2 kinds of pollen from his medicine bag, and then in the column of smoke he placed a tuft of down from an eagle feather. The down rose up and beyond sight. The high top of the column, bent to an off-earth favoring wind, straightened again. Toward the southwest, Spud noted, all right. Nasty traveling. He slapped the roan on the rump. Hop along, Sister Mary. Hop along. Well, the first day was like the second was like the third like the fourth, and the fourth like the first until noon. At that hour he came to a single pinion in a cleft of rock. The rock was so hot that it would burn a man's backside if he sat on it, and him wearing thin cotton overalls all but worn through. But the pinion made a ball of shade, a break, a change in starved desert monotony. This tree being here is unreasonable, he figured. I guess I'll stop. All around was gray-white and yellow-white desert, with a thin greenish wash over it of scattered cactus and yucca. One buzzard hung overhead. He unsaddled and tethered the roan, otherwise the animal would have made a break for food and water. He lit a cigarette and blew smoke 4 ways. "Here I be," he said. The rock was a trifle higher than the surrounding country, right smack in the middle of a goddamn frying pan, sitting on top of a hot button. This is a hell of a place to choose. I always heard Cochise was ornery. He stiffened to attention, sending his thought out in the Apache's own way. They were coming. Nothing could be seen, no change anywhere. But in a wide circle east and south of him, motion existed, approach. He took the 2 bottles out of his war bags. They were close. Eyes and thoughts were upon him. He blew smoke 4 ways again. They stood up, 100 men or more, lean, stringy, hollow-stomached, hard. Their hair hung straight, black and disorderly down their shoulders. On their naked backs, chests and thighs, the dust had set in the sweat. Their quiet faces were full of ready war. One of them walked up to him. He had a single feather in his hair and carried a rifle, the slender barrel with the bluing worn off, and the hammer well used but in perfect condition, the scarred stock, the bit of turquoise tied to the trigger guard, the readiness and steadiness with which he carried it, as though it had been born with him. The unindicated but inescapable relationship latent between its front sight and Spud contained the essence of the man, of all these warriors. Spud felt satisfied. In a mixture of bad Spanish and bad Apache, he asked, "Where's Cochise?" "Who knows?" The man stopped about 5 yards from him. "I'm looking for Cochise, and he knows it." "I'm chief here." "No, you ain't." "Cochise is not going to talk to you, Americano." Spud stirred slightly. "I am Spud Flynn, and I come of a race of kings. I am here. Tell Cochise to come to me." The watching Indians stirred. The head man stepped back. From behind their ranks a man made himself visible, approached. He stood 7 feet high, a broad, strong man, but not heavy, hard like the others. His big, sun-blackened face loomed like the head of a mountain, full of power. He had a shield and spear slung on his back, and carried an eagle-feather fan in his right hand. He walked up to Spud and looked him over. For some time they watched each other, both thinking, both putting forth what they had. It was clear to them that they did not need an interpreter. "I saw your smoke," Cochise said. "I have something here," Spud answered. "The 4-eye." Cochise looked at the bottles. "Good. I take them." "Maybe so, maybe not." "How?" "I did not ride all this way to make you a present." "One never does." Cochise sat down. "There's something got to be done. I'm thinking about something." "My thought is ready to listen." "Do you know snakeweed?" "Of course. There's too much of him. He needs to be removed." "Remove him." "Help me." Cochise spat. "He's bad for us. But he is worse for white men, I think. Why should I remove him? I'm fighting your people. I'm holding my country for my Apaches. If he kills you, if you kill him, if you both die, we are pleased. He's plumb bad. Ain't just bad for you or me or for everyone. He's badness. True chiefs, no matter who they be, can't sit and let him go on. True chiefs? Do you think you are one, white man? I've come, I've met you, I've heard you. I shall now take the liquor. I'm Spud Flynn, and I come of a race of kings. The liquor is not yet yours. Spud uncorked the bottle. The smell arose and spread outward. The Apaches swayed toward it. Cochise ran his tongue over his lips. Spud's mouth watered. He put the cork back. Cochise said, "Johnny, we shall see." Sitting cross-legged there in front of Spud, he pulled himself in, concentrating himself. His outer borders did not disappear. There remained the space which he occupied, but the essence of his huge frame, his sky-blocking shoulders, centered within his mind, between his eyes. He pulled in his power until it was more than pent lightning. And though he still looked at Spud, he was not noticing him. He was paying attention to that which he intended to do. The Apaches took cover. The sun overhead stopped, waited, reluctantly crept back. Spud saw the shadow under which he sat swing westward, away from him. The sun was forced down its own trail into morning. It descended, hung over the eastern mesas. Time trembled. It was clear. He knew, and Cochise was telling him, the fear over the hiding Indians proclaimed it, that if the sun went down backwards, the past would come again, and no man could stand it. The earth was plunging like a horse being backed and fighting the bit. In a minute the earth would start bucking. Spud thought that Cochise had the thighs to ride it, but he knew he hadn't. His mouth was dry and he was sweating. In a minute he'd have to ask him to stop. Then he saw that Cochise was watching him. He got a grip on himself and cleared his throat. Immediately, from old habit, automatically, he looked for a target, aimed, spat, and knocked the lizard endwise. He nodded satisfaction and returned his eyes to Cochise's again. Slowly, carefully, the chief set the sun back in its proper place. The shadow of the tree swung round. The earth quieted. The Indian sat up. Cochise filled himself again. His forehead was wet from the effort he'd made. "That is power," he said, reaching for the bottle. "Wait!" Spud spoke sharply. He'd been scared. He was mad, and he aimed to be madder. He began swearing, soft and mild at first, as his custom was. Then, as his wrath stood up in him, he got into the swing of his language, and the air before his face changed color. He used the deep cussing of seamen, the low, venomous cussing of cattlemen, the freighters' whip-like oaths, and what he heard from the Mississippi roustabouts when he was a kid at home. He cussed the cussing of Mexican muleteers when they were feeling fine and want to tell the world, and when, at the end of a long desert day, a mule falls and spills its pack, and another mule steps on their feet. He used the dreadful, whining cussing with which Finn sailors can stop or start a storm, and his father's terrible Irish wrath, and Navajo and Apache and Ute words of shriveling strength, and coureur de bois talk, Kit Carson's main oath on top of the lot. And all along through it he wove in and out the ideas that came to him, the voice of his anger pouring itself out full. The warriors ducked, raised their shields, and touched their medicine bags. Cochise put his fan before his face, and twice he half raised his hand to ask Spud to stop. As the cowpuncher's voice died away at last, there was a thump on the ground between them, and the buzzard, which had been sailing high above, fell to earth, scorched clean of feathers. Spud drew a breath. Cochise waved his eagle fan again. He was chagrined. He'd performed his showiest magic first and overplayed his hand. Spud said, "What you done is ornamental, but it don't serve no purpose. The sun always has to be put back. But this of mine now, it's relieving to the feelings. My throat's terrible dry. Reckon I'll take a drink." Cochise made a negative gesture with his hand. He drew his knife slowly, and turning slightly to his left, reached upward. With the point against the blue of the upper sky, he cut, the blade moving steadily through mild resistance, like cutting cheese. The 4 strokes made an irregular diamond. With his left hand, he pulled that cut piece out of the sky, then he settled back and turned his gaze upon Spud. Spud looked at the hole, and he couldn't stop looking. He had not known there was a blue like that. He didn't hardly believe any color could be so wonderful. The blue was transparent, letting through into more blueness, into endless depth. Behind the sky, through that hole, something was about to be seen. All happiness and contentment were waiting there. His soul went up toward it. He leaned forward, rapt, staring. There was nothing in the world that mattered if this could be attained. The desire of his innermost heart was about to make itself known. He would rise up and go to it through the hole in the sky. The world was mean and small. This was everything. Sweet peace filled him. There was a date next Thursday. Did it matter? Here was the end, after all. A promise made, but satisfaction, happiness, showed their full meaning to him. Who am I? He thought. It don't matter. I don't have to go on being Spud. His body had no weight. His whole being floated deliciously. A word of a kingly line whispered in his memory. A promise made. With an effort, he put his hand over his eyes. I'm Spud Flynn, and I come of a race of kings. Snakeweed! He shook himself, opened his eyes, and looked at Cochise. That was strong, he said. He still felt wistful. Cochise put the piece back and sheathed his knife. He reached for the bottle. That was strong, Spud repeated. But you didn't dash look at it yourself. What can you watch that I cannot? Looky here. He pulled a long piece of fine string out of his pocket. I was a sailor once, he said, and began nodding. While his fingers worked, he whistled Whiskey Johnny through his teeth, making a sound like wind in ropes, monotonous, repetitious, dolorous. The string moved, turned back upon itself, a fast plaiting with manifold knots. A web grew rapidly, strong, net-like, with a curious pattern in it. The whistling and the work continued. Cochise leaned closer. He was hardly breathing, and his muscles bulged with effort. At length he put his hand out, covering the sennit. Untie it, he said in a choked voice. Spud pulled one end. The whole thing came out straight with a little whiz. Cochise let out a sigh, moved his arms, swung himself from side to side, feeling his freedom again. He looked straight at Spud and said in a low voice, I was in there. Sure you was. Spud put the string away. Let us each have a little of that 4-eye. There has been great work this afternoon. It suits me. Seems a shame to keep putting off a good thing. Spud opened a bottle and passed it over. Cochise said, How? And drank. Spud said, How? And drank. The perfume of the 4-eye Monongahela, its full flavor and its great strength pervaded them, filling them out, penetrating to their fingertips. They felt goodwill toward mankind. They were elevated, their powers increased, and their minds clarified. I never had a whole bottle of this before, Spud said. How? Cochise took it in his turn. I did once, long ago, but I shared it with Mangas Coloradas. How? They were superior to the world, but they desired it to be a better place, and they felt able to make it so. Spud's eye fell on the singed buzzard lying between them in its horrible nakedness. They ain't pretty even when they're alive, he said, but this, like it is now, well, it don't remind me of a chicken dinner. Let us improve it, Cochise said. He passed his fan over the bird and blew upon it. It was clothed again in its rusty black feathers. With an awful squawk, it arose from the earth. You're plumb full of magic, Spud said. What I got's skill. He pulled his 2 guns and fired each twice. The bird came down again, stunned. 2 leaden bullets fused into shackles around its feet, 2 more in a collar around its neck. How's that? Cochise said. Give the bird a drink. He deserves it. Spud poured some of the liquor down its beak. What the hell's going on here? The buzzard said. You 2 can show off plenty power without misusing me this way. Give me some more of that liquor and turn me loose. I reckon you've had plenty, Spud said. You do what I say, Spud Flynn. I know all about you. I know where you stole that roan you're going around on. And you big Apache, you, I know where your life medicine's hidden, I do. You turn me loose and give me another drink. They said together, You know too much. One reached for his gun, the other for his knife. Oh, no, you don't, the buzzard said. I ain't the only one. What in the hell do you think we'd do to pass the time up there waiting for our meals? You kill me, I got plenty brothers to tend to you, the both of you. Free him, Cochise said. Spud freed the bird and gave it another drink. So long, it said, and flew upward unsteadily, emitting curious, harsh sounds. It thinks it's a meadowlark, Spud said. That's good liquor. He paused as the idea struck him. Say, how did that bird get started talking? Did you do that? Cochise smiled faintly. The sun was getting low. Cochise spoke to his men, and fires were made. Cooking started. An Indian brought a pile of small herbs, such as white men do not even see, for the roan, and a fire was built between the 2 men, but no one offended them with an offer of food. They smoked together ceremonially, contemplating the intimate, man-centered flame and the wide, universal sunset. Night followed close. When they sat enclosed within a sphere of low firelight, Spud passed the bottle. They smoked again. Cochise said, Now, let us consider snakeweed. My thought is upon him. For many reasons, any one of which would be plenty, I've got to tend to him. I've made him a war boast, and so's he. Good, then. We have warriors here. Let us start. No, we can't do it that way. Snakeweed, he's got power, too. I just want a little help to get around it. Cigarettes were finished before Cochise replied. I'm holding my power here in the Apache country. I need it for my people. We win our battles, but we are few and hard-pressed. One can win and lose in the end by going beyond one's strength. My power is here for my people. I am afraid of letting my power leak out in a white man's affair, lest once it starts, it all might run out. But you are right about snakeweed, and chiefs must help each other. What do you wish? Spud said gravely, I don't reckon this will wear out your medicine none. You know that malachite bullet he's got? The only one that'll kill him? Yes, Hashinez made it, but the Navajos talked too much. It was too bad. Well, I reckon there's a man of yours can steal it for me. I'll tend to the rest. What man? Feller who stole a big horse from me. We have stolen many horses, of all kinds and colors. Well, he was about 17 years old, this Indian. I had the horse on a rope and my gun in my hand. and I was watching him, and it was midday. That was 10 years ago. I figured if he's still alive, he ought to be the thief of the world by now. Cochise smiled. He is here. You are right. He spoke toward the surrounding fires. A slender man of medium height came into the light. He was ordinary in every way, save for the fluid quietness of his movements. Cochise told him to sit down. This is he. And he's gone on stealing? Look at the bottle. Spud took it up. There was a drink less in it than there had been a moment ago. Its stimulation showed on the thief's face. All right, he'll do. They explained the matter. The man looked pleased. That will be good to do. It will be a credit to me. For a long time I have done just ordinary stealing. My people say to me, Thief, where is your skill? It is good. They gave him another drink, searched him, and took both bottles back. Cochise told him to return to his own fire. It would take a book to tell what Cochise and Spud discussed as the stars moved westward and the bottle was emptied. The stars crossed over, and they went into the second bottle. They talked far, wide, high, and deep. Under the influence of the four-eye Monongahela, they reached out and embraced mankind, understanding, pitying, loving. They touched on the past and the future. They poured wisdoms and vision back and forth into each other. It was a great night, a great talk. Near dawn, the thief joined them to finish the second bottle. Cochise gave the horses 4 kinds of pollen, life, breath, and a feather, and the thief and Spud mounted. They could have run to Spare Ribs in a few hours, the way they were then, but being proud men, it suited them to ride. At first light, Spud and the chief touched hands. When you have time, Cochise said, light your fire again and send a feather. Do it for no reason. I'll do that. Spud and the thief loped all that day and all the next night. At dawn, reaching the ridge above Spare Ribs, they took shelter in a mesquite grove. There they lay till the town awoke, and at last, after the sun was high and the air hot and dusty, Snakeweed came out of his shack. The Apache smiled. In his cartridge belt, Spud said. Do you want the whole belt? Just a bullet. Good. The Indian moved like smoke down the slope of the ridge. Near a stone, he bent, pulled himself into himself, disappeared. Spud rolled over and went to sleep. When he woke, well after noon, his first thought was, Golly, I hope I ain't slept it off. He sat up and considered himself. You reckon not? No, it ain't that kind of drink. His joints moved supplely, his sinews were oiled, his thought danced as he considered life. Hell, I ain't old, he decided. What got into me? I ain't one that ages that-a-way. I'm back into it again. I'm Spud Flynn, I am, and by God, I'm delighted. He took it easy, smoking and thinking. Nice feller, Cochise. Companionable when you got to know him. I'd kind of like to look through that hole again. Only I'd run a mile if he started to carve it out. The thief stood before him. Here it is, he said. Spud took the cartridge, staring at it. The malachite bullet's strong color glowed in the shade. It seemed to have life. One felt the magic that had been put into it. That's fine, he said. Does he know he's lost it? No. The Indian looked discontented. I could have stolen him as well as not, and the place is full of good horses. Spud nodded. You'd like something to take back with you to show? Yes. Well, go ahead. The sky's the limit, just so's you don't steal my roan or interfere with my play. I'll be through just after sundown, and go to it. Now, Johnny, the thief hesitated. How about a Mexican girl? No, that ain't nice. Don't you do that. Good. I shall take just horses. All right. And thanks. All men will know soon that you stole the bullet." The Indian smiled. "That is good. I shall go further up and wait. Adios." "Adios." The bullet was set in a percussion cap cartridge. Spud went delicately about putting it into one of his new center fires, fearful of losing the medicine, but when he had done he saw that it was all right. The bullet was full of certainty. As the sun went down, he rode into Spare Ribs and put his horse up again at the Rafter Lazy J corral. "I sure feel fine," he thought as he drifted along the street. His spurs clinked on his heels. He was at ease, full of peaceful excitement and life. "I'm Spud Flynn, and it suits me fine." He would not eat now, though he had cause to be hungry. The 4-eye still worked smoothly in his system, and Indian medicine calls for empty stomachs. He was full of goodwill and readiness. To pass the time, he went into the saloon and strolled up to the faro bank. The dealer greeted him with the same weary, professional show of warmth he used on hundreds of such dingy, threadbare cowboys. Spud looked over the layout and the deck. What he didn't know about faro didn't exist. He lost $1, then put up $2, coppered, and lost them. The dealer had been handling dimes for so long he had to stretch his fingers to pick up the cart wheels. "Try again," he said. "The luck always changes." "Thanks," Spud said. "I reckon that's sufficient." He walked out again, feeling pleased. It was dark outside now. In starlight, the frame houses and the adobes were less achingly bare. He made his way leisurely to the house with the broken front porch where Snakeweed lived. Looking through the window, he could see the man gnawing at the roast hind leg of a bull beef. He stopped, picked a piece of gristle from between his teeth with a skinning knife, and went back to eating. Spud felt just fine. He felt happy and that the world was right for him. Care was gone. Here was the beginning of pure pleasure. Standing a few yards away, he picked up a rock and hove it at the door. He heard Snakeweed move, and a chair fell over. "What in hell?" called that harsh, roaring voice. Spud loosened his gun in its holster. "Come on out, Snakeweed, you son of a bitch. Come on out and get it." Unto the Fourth Generation by Isaac Asimov. Editor's note. Biochemistry professor, top-level science fiction writer for over 20 years, and fantasy and science fiction's regular science columnist, the good doctor here tells a warm tale of youth and old age, of Madison Avenue and green grass, and of the power in a name. End of note. At 10 of noon, Sam Martin hitched his way out of the taxicab, trying as usual to open the door with one hand, hold his briefcase in another, and reach for his wallet with a third. Having only 2 hands, he found it a difficult job. And again, as usual, he thudded his knee against the cab door and found himself still groping uselessly for his wallet when his feet touched pavement. The traffic of Madison Avenue inched past. A red truck slowed its crawl reluctantly, then moved on with a rasp as the light changed. White script on its side informed an unresponsive world that its ownership was that of F. Lukowitz and Sons, wholesale clothiers. Levkovich, thought Martin with brief inconsequence, and finally fished out his wallet. He cast an eye on the meter as he clamped his briefcase under his arm. $1.65. Make that 20 cents more as a tip. 2 singles gone would leave him only 1 for emergencies. Better break a $5. "Okay," he said. "Take out $1.85, bud." "Thanks," said the cabbie with mechanical insincerity, and made the change. Martin crammed 3 singles into his wallet, put it away, lifted his briefcase, and breasted the human currents on the sidewalk to reach the glass doors of the building. Levkovich, he thought sharply, and stopped. A passerby glanced off his elbow. "Sorry," muttered Martin, and made for the door again. Levkovich. That wasn't what the sign on the truck had said. The name had read Lukowitz. Lukowitz. Why did he think Levkovich? Even with his college German in the near past changing the W's to V's, where did he get the itch from? Levkovich. He shrugged the whole matter away roughly. Give it a chance and it would haunt him like a hit parade tinkle. Concentrate on business. He was here for a luncheon appointment with this man Naylor. He was here to turn a contract into an account and begin at 23 the smooth business rise which, as he planned it, would marry him to Elizabeth in 2 years and make him a paterfamilias in the suburbs in 10. He entered the lobby with grim firmness and headed for the banks of elevators, his eye catching at the white-lettered directory as he passed. It was a silly habit of his to want to catch suite numbers as he passed, without slowing or, heaven forbid, coming to a full halt. With no break in his progress, he told himself, he could maintain the impression of belonging, of knowing his way around, and that was important to a man whose job involved dealing with other human beings. Kulin Etz was what he wanted, and the word amused him. A firm specializing in the production of minor kitchen gadgets, striving manfully for a name that was significant, feminine, and coy all at once. His eyes snagged at the M's and moved upward as he walked. Mandel, Lusk, Lippert Publishing Company, 2 full floors. Lafkowitz, Kulin Etz. There it was, 1024, 10th floor. Okay. And then, after all, he came to a dead halt, turned in reluctant fascination, returned to the directory, and stared at it as though he were an out-of-towner. Lafkowitz. What kind of spelling was that? It was clear enough. Lafkowitz, Henry J., 701, with an A. It was no good. That was useless. Useless? Why useless? He gave his head one violent shake as though to clear it of mist. Damn it, what did he care how it was spelled? He turned away, frowning and angry, and hastened to an elevator door, which closed just before he reached it, leaving him flustered. Another door opened, and he stepped in briskly. He tucked his briefcase under his arm and tried to look bright, alive, junior executive in its finest sense. He had to make an impression on Alex Naylor, with whom so far he had communicated only by telephone. If he was going to brood about Lukowitzes and Lafkowitzes... The elevator slid noiselessly to a halt at 7. A youth in shirt sleeves stepped off, balancing what looked like a desk drawer in which there were 3 containers of coffee and 3 sandwiches. Then, just as the doors began closing, frosted glass with black lettering loomed before Martin's eyes. It read, 701, Henry J. Lefkowitz, importer, and was pinched off by the inexorable coming together of the elevator doors. Martin leaned forward in excitement. It was his impulse to say, "Take me back down to 7." But there were others in the car, and after all, he had no reason. Yet there was a tingle of excitement within him. The directory had been wrong. It wasn't A, it was E. Some fool of a non-spelling menial with a packet of small letters to go on the board, and only one hind foot to do it with. Lefkowitz. Still not right, though. Again he shook his head. Twice. Not right for what? The elevator stopped at 10, and Martin got off. Alex Naylor of Kulin Etz turned out to be a bluff, middle-aged man with a shock of white hair, a ruddy complexion, and a broad smile. His palms were dry and rough, and he shook hands with a considerable pleasure, putting his left hand on Martin's shoulder in an earnest display of friendliness. He said, "I'll be with you in 2 minutes. How about eating right here in the building? Excellent restaurant, and they've got a boy who makes a good martini. That sound all right?" "Fine, fine." Martin pumped up enthusiasm from a somehow clogged reservoir. It was nearer 10 minutes than 2, and Martin waited with the usual uneasiness of a man in a strange office. He stared at the upholstery on the chairs, and at the little cubbyhole within which a young and bored switchboard operator sat. He gazed at the pictures on the wall, and even made a half-hearted attempt to glance through a trade journal on the table next to him. What he did not do was think of He did not think of it. The restaurant was good, or it would have been good if Martin had been perfectly at ease. Fortunately, he was freed of the necessity of carrying the burden of the conversation. Naylor talked rapidly and loudly, glanced over the menu with a practiced eye, recommended the Eggs Benedict, and commented on the weather and the miserable traffic situation. On occasion, Martin tried to snap out of it, to lose that edge of fuzzed absence of mind. But each time, the restlessness would return. Something was wrong. The name was wrong. It stood in the way of what he had to do. With main force, he tried to break through the madness. In sudden verbal clatter, he led the conversation into the subject of wiring. It was reckless of him. There was no proper foundation. The transition was too abrupt. But the lunch had been a good one. The dessert was on its way, and Naylor responded nicely. He admitted dissatisfaction with existing arrangements. Yes, he had been looking into Martin's firm, and actually it seemed to him that, yes, there was a chance, a good chance. He thought that... A hand came down on Naylor's shoulder as a man passed behind his chair. "How's the boy, Alex?" Naylor looked up, grin ready-made and flashing. "Hey, Lefk, how's business?" "Can't complain. See you at the..." He faded into the distance. Martin wasn't listening. He felt his knees trembling as he half rose. "Who was that man?" he asked intensely. It sounded more peremptory than he intended. "Who?" "Lefk. Jerry Lefkowitz. You know him?" Naylor stared with cool surprise at his lunch companion. "No. How do you spell his name?" "Lefkovitz, I think. Why?" "With a V?" "An F. Well, there's a V in it, too." Most of the good nature had left Naylor's face. Martin drove on. "There's a Lefkowitz in the building, with a W, you know. Lefkowitz. Oh, room 701. This is not the same one." "Jerry doesn't work in this building. He's got a place across the street. I don't know this other one. This is a big building, you know. I don't keep tabs on everyone in it. What is all this, anyway?" Martin shook his head and sat back. He didn't know what all this was, anyway. Or at least if he did, it was nothing he dared explain. Could he say, "I'm being haunted by all manner of Lefkowitzes today"? He said, "We were talking about wiring." Naylor said, "Yes. Well, as I said, I've been considering your company. I've got to talk it over with the production boys, you understand. I'll let you know." "Sure," said Martin, infinitely depressed. Naylor wouldn't let him know. The whole thing was shot. And yet, through and beyond his depression, there was still that restlessness. The hell with Naylor. All Martin wanted was to break this up and get on with it. Get on with what? But the question was only a whisper. Whatever did the questioning inside him was ebbing away, dying down. The lunch frayed to an ending. If they had greeted each other like long-separated friends, at last reunited, they parted like strangers. Martin felt only relief. He left with pulses thudding, threading through the tables, out of the haunted building, onto the haunted street. Haunted? Madison Avenue at 1:20 p.m. in an early fall afternoon, with the sun shining brightly and 10,000 men and women beehiving its long, straight stretch. But Martin felt the haunting. He tucked his briefcase under his arm and headed desperately northward. A last sigh of the normal within him warned him he had a 3 o'clock appointment on 36th Street. Never mind. He headed uptown, northward. At 54th Street he crossed Madison and walked west, came abruptly to a halt and looked upward. There was a sign on the window 3 stories up. He could make it out clearly. A. S. Lefkowitz, certified accountant. It had an F and an EW, but it was the first itch ending he had seen. The first one. He was getting closer. He turned north again on Fifth Avenue, hurrying through the unreal streets of an unreal city, panting with the chase of something, while the crowds about him began to fade. A sign in a ground floor window. M.R. Lefkowitz, M.D. A small gold-leaf semicircle of letters in a candy store window. Jacob Levkow. Half a name, he thought savagely. Why is he disturbing me with half a name? The streets were empty now, except for the varying clan of Lefkowitz, Levkowitz, Lefkowitz, to stand out in the vacuum. He was dimly aware of the park ahead, standing out in painted, motionless green. He turned west. A piece of newspaper fluttered at the corner of his eyes, the only movement in a dead world. He veered, stooped, and picked it up without slackening his pace. It was in Yiddish, a torn half-page. He couldn't read it. He couldn't make out the blurred Hebrew letters, and could not have read it if they were clear. But one word was clear. It stood out in dark letters in the center of the page, each letter clear in its every serif. And he said, Lefkowitz. He knew, and as he said it to himself, he placed its accent on the second syllable. Lefkowitz. He let the paper flutter away and entered the empty park. The trees were still, and the leaves hung in odd, suspended attitudes. The sunlight was a dead weight upon him and gave no warmth. He was running, but his feet kicked up no dust, and a tuft of grass on which he placed his weight did not bend. And there on a bench was an old man, the only man in the desolate park. He wore a dark felt hat with a visor shading his eyes. From underneath it, tufts of gray hair protruded. His grizzled beard reached the uppermost button of his rough jacket. His old trousers were patched, and a strip of burlap was wrapped about each worn and shapeless shoe. Martin stopped. It was difficult to breathe. He could only say one word, and he used it to ask his question. Lefkowitz? He stood there while the old man rose slowly to his feet, brown old eyes peering close. Martin, he sighed. Samuel Martin, you have come. The words sounded with an effect of double exposure, for under the English, Martin heard the faint sigh of a foreign tongue. Under the Samuel was the unheard shadow of a Shmuel. The old man's rough, veined hands reached out, then withdrew as though he were afraid to touch. I have been looking, but there are so many people in this wilderness of a city that is to come. So many Martins and Martines and Mortons and Mertons. I stopped at last when I found greenery, but for a moment only. I would not commit the sin of losing faith. And then you came. It is I, said Martin, and knew it was. And you are Phineas Lefkowitz. Why are we here? I am Phineas ben Yehuda, assigned the name Lefkowitz by the ukase of the Tsar that ordered family names for all. And we are here, the old man said softly, because I prayed. When I was already old, Leah, my only daughter, the child of my old age, left for America with her husband, left the noughts of the old for the hope of the new. And my sons died, and Sarah, the wife of my bosom, was long dead, and I was alone. And the time came when I too must die. But I had not seen Leah since her leaving for the far country, and word had come but rarely. My soul yearned that I might see sons born unto her, sons of my seed, sons in whom my soul might yet live and not die. His voice was steady, and the soundless shadow of sound beneath his words was the stately roll of an ancient language. "And I was answered, and 2 hours were given me that I might see the first son of my line to be born in a new land and in a new time. My daughter's 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 son. Have I found you, then, amidst the splendor of this city?" "But why the search? Why not have brought us together at once?" "Because there is pleasure in the hope of the seeking, my son," said the old man radiantly, "and in the delight of the finding. I was given 2 hours in which I might seek, 2 hours in which I might find, and behold, thou art here, and I have found that which I had not looked to see in life." His voice was old, caressing. "Is it well with thee, my son?" "It is well, my father, now that I have found thee," said Martin, and dropped to his knees. "Give me thy blessing, my father, that it may be well with me all the days of my life, and with the maid whom I am to take to wife, and the little ones yet to be born of my seed and thine." He felt the old hand resting lightly on his head, and there was only the soundless whisper. Martin rose. The old man's eyes gazed into his yearningly. Were they losing focus? "I go to my father's now in peace, my son," said the old man, and Martin was alone in the empty park. There was an instant of renewing motion, of the sun taking up its interrupted task, of the wind reviving, and even with that first instant of sensation, all slipped back. At 10 of noon, Sam Martin hitched his way out of the taxicab and found himself groping uselessly for his wallet while traffic inched on. A red truck slowed, then moved on. A white script on its side announced, "F. Lukowitz and Sons, Wholesale Clothiers." Martin didn't see it. Jordan by Zenna Henderson. Editor's note. One of fantasy and science fiction's most popular series has been Zenna Henderson's stories about the people. So many readers have asked for a list of those stories that it seems sensible to include it here. Ararat, October 52, Gilead, August 54, Pottage, September 55, Wilderness, January 57, Captivity, June 58, and Jordan herewith. It is a memorable group. End of note. I guess I was the first to see it, the bright form among the clouds above Baldy. There seemed to be no interval of wondering or questioning in my mind. I knew the moment I caught the metallic gleam. The instant the curled back of the clouds gave a brief glimpse of a long, sleek curve. I knew, and I gave a shout of delight. Here it was. What more direct answer to a prayer could any fellow want? Just like that. My release from rebellion, the long-waited answer to my protests against restrictions. There above me was release. I emptied my 2 hands of the gravel I had made of 2 small rocks during the time I had brooded on my boulder, dusted my palms against my Levi's, and lifted myself above the brush. I turned towards home, the tops of the underbrush ticking off the distance against my trailing toes. But oddly, I felt a brief, remote pang, almost of regret. As I neared the canyon, I heard the cry, and saw one after another of the group shoot upwards towards Baldy. I forgot that momentary pang, and shot upwards with the rest of them, and my hands were among the first to feel the tingly, hot and cold sleekness of the ship that was cooling yet from the heat of entry into the atmosphere. It was only a matter of minutes before the hands of the whole group from the canyon bore the ship downwards from the clouds to the haven of the pine flats beyond Cougar, bore it rejoicing, singing an almost forgotten welcome song of the people. Still tingling to the song, I rushed to Obla's house, bringing, as always, any new event to her, since she could come to none. "Obla! Obla!" I cried as I slammed in through her door. "They've come! They've come! They're here! Someone from the new home!" Then I remembered, and I went into her mind. The excitement so filled my own mind that I didn't even have to verbalize for her before she caught the sight. Through my wordlessly sputtering delight, I caught her faint chuckle. "Bram, the ship couldn't have rainbows around it and be diamond-studded from end to end." I laughed, too, a little abashed. "No, I guess not," I thought back at her, "but it should have a halo on it." Then for the next while I sat in the quiet room and relived every second of the event for Obla. The sights, the sounds, the smells, the feel of everything, including a detailed description of the haloless ship. And Obla, deaf, blind, voiceless, armless, legless. Obla, who would horrify most any outsider, lived the whole event with me, questioned me minutely, and finally lifted her unheard voice with the rest of us in the song of welcome. "Obla." I moved closer to her and looked down at the quiet, scarred face framed in the abundance of dark, vigorous hair. "Obla, it means the home, the real home. And for you, and for me." Her lips tightened and her eyelids flattened. Then the curtain of her hair swirled across her face as she hid herself from my eyes. "Perhaps a kinder world to hide this hideous—" "Not hideous," I cried indignantly. Her soft chuckle tickled my mind. "Well, not anyway," she said. "You'll have to admit that the explosion didn't leave much of me." Her hair flowed back from her face and spread across the pillow. "The part of you that counts," I exclaimed. "On Earth, you need a physical container," she said. "One that functions. And just once I wish that—" Her mind blanked before I could catch her wish. The glass of water lifted from the bedside stand and hovered at her mouth. She drank briefly. The glass slid back to its place. "So you're all afire to blast off," her thought teased. "Back to civilization. Farewell to the rugged frontier." "Yes, I am," I said defiantly. "You know how I feel. It's criminal to waste lives like ours. If we can't live to capacity here, let's go home." "To which home?" she questioned. "The one we knew is gone. What is the new one like?" "Well," I hesitated, "I don't know. We haven't communicated yet, but it must be almost like the old home. At least it's probably inhabited by the people. Our people." "Are you so sure we're still the same people," persisted Obla, "or that they are? Time and distance can change." "Of course we're the same," I cried. "That's like asking if a dog is a dog in the canyon just because he was born in Socorro." "I had a dog once," said Obla, "a long time ago. He thought he was people because he'd never been around other dogs. It took him 6 months to learn to bark. It came as quite a blow to him when he found out he was a dog." "If you mean we've deteriorated since we came—" "You chose the dog, not I," she said. "Let's not quarrel. Besides, I didn't say that we were the dog." Yeah, but," she echoed, amused, and I laughed. "Darn you, Obla, that's the way most of my arguments with you end. Yeah, but. Yeah, but." "Why don't they come out?" I rapped impatiently against the vast, seamless bulk, shadowy above me in the night. "What's the delay?" "You're being a child, Bram," said Jemmy. "They have their reasons for waiting. Remember, this is a strange world to them. They must be sure." "Sure!" I gestured impatiently. "We've told them the air's okay, and there are no viruses waiting to snap them off. Besides, they have their personal shields. They don't even have to touch this Earth if they don't want to. Why don't they come out?" "Bram." I recognized the tone of Jemmy's voice. "Oh, I know, I said. Impatience. Everything in its own good time. But now, Jemmy, now that they're here, you and Valancy will have to give in. They'll make you see that the thing for us people to do is to get out completely, or else get in there with the outsiders and clean up this mess of a world. With this new help, we could do it easily. We could take over key positions." "No matter how many have come, and we don't know yet how many there are," said Jemmy. "This taking over isn't the way of the people. Things must grow. You only graft in extreme cases, and destroy practically never. But let's not get involved in all that again now. Valancy slanted down, the stars behind her, from above the ship. "Jemmy?" Their hands brushed as her feet reached the ground. There it was again, that wordless flame of joy, that completeness as they met, after a long 10 minutes separation. That made me impatient, too. I never felt that kind of oneness with anyone. I heard Valancy's little laugh. "Oh, Bram," she said, "do you have to have your whole dinner in one gulp? Can't you be content to wait for anything?" "It might be a good idea for you to do a little concentrated thinking," said Jemmy. "They won't be coming out until in the morning. You stay here on guard tonight." "On guard against what?" I asked. "Against impatience," said Jemmy, his voice taking on the old one tone that expected obedience without having to demand it. Amusement had crept back into his voice before his next sentence. "For the good of your soul, Bram, and the contemplation of your sins, keep watch this whole night. I have a couple of blankets in the pickup." He gestured, and the blankets drifted through the scrub oak. "There. That'll hold you till morning." I watched the two of them meet with the pickup truck above the thin trickle of the creek. Valancy called back, "Thinking might help, Bram. You should try it." A startled night bird flapped dismally ahead of them for a while, and then the darkness took them all. I spread the blankets on the sand by the ship, leaning against the smooth coolness of its outer skin, marveling anew at its seamlessness, its unbroken flow the full length. Somewhere there had to be an exit, but right now the evening light ran uninterrupted from glowing end to glowing end. Who was in there? How many were in there? A ship of this size could carry hundreds. Their communicator and ours had spoken briefly together, ours stumbling a little with words we remembered of the home tongue that seemed to have changed or fallen out of use. But no mention of numbers was made before the final thought. "We are tired. It's a long journey. Thanks be to the power, the presence, and the name that we have found you. We will rest until morning." The drone of a high-flying turbojet above the canyon caught my ear. I glanced quickly up. Our unlight still humped itself up over the betraying shine of the ship. I relaxed on the blankets, wondering. It was so long ago, back in my grandparents' day, that it all happened. The home smashed to a handful of glittering confetti. The people scattered to every compass point looking for refuge. It was all in my memory, the stream of remembrance that ties the people so strongly together. If I let myself, I could suffer the loss, the wandering, the tedium, and the terror of the search for a new world. I could live again the shrieking, incandescent entry into Earth's atmosphere, the heat, the vibration, the wrenching and shattering. And I could share the bereavement, the tears, the blinding, maiming agony of some of the survivors who made it to Earth. And I could hide and dodge and run and die with all who suffered the settlement period, trying to find the best way to fit in unnoticed among the people of Earth, and yet not lose our identity as the people. But this was all the past. Though sometimes I wonder if anything is ever past. It's the future I'm impatient for. Why, look at the area of international relations alone. Valancy could sit at the table at the next summit conference and read the truth behind all the closed, wary, sparring faces. Truth, naked and blinding as the glint of the moon on the edge of a metal door. Opening. I snatched myself to awareness. Someone was leaving the ship. I lifted a couple of inches off the sand and slid along quietly in the shadow. The figure came out, carefully, fearfully. The door swung shut, and the figure straightened. Cautious step followed cautious step. Then, in a sudden flurry of movement, the figure was running down the creek bed, fast, fast, for about 100 feet, and then it collapsed face down onto the sand. I streaked over and hovered. "Hi," I said. Convulsively, the figure turned over, and I was looking down into her face. I caught her name, Sala. "Are you hurt?" I asked audibly. "No," she thought. "No," she articulated with an effort. "I'm not used to," she groped, "running." She sounded apologetic, not for being unused to running, but for running. She sat up, and I sat down. We acquainted one another with our faces, and I liked very much what I saw. It was a sort of restatement of Vallancey's luminously pale skin and dark eyes and warm, lovely mouth. She turned away, and I caught the faint glimmer of her personal shield. "You don't need it," I said. "It's warm and pleasant tonight." "But—" Again I caught the embarrassed apology. "Oh, surely not always," I protested. "What a grim deal. Shields are only for emergencies." She hesitated a moment, and then the glimmer died. I caught the faint fragrance of her, and thought ruefully that if I had a fragrance, it was probably compounded of barnyard, lumber mill, and supper hamburgers. She drew a deep, cautious breath. "Oh," she cried, "growing things, life everywhere. We've been so long on the way. Smell it." Obligingly I did, but was conscious only of a crushed manzanita smell from beneath the ship. This is kind of an aside, because I can't stop in my story at every turn and try to explain. Outsiders, I suppose, have no parallel for the way Sala and I got acquainted. Under all the talk, under all the activity and busyness in the times that followed, was a deep underflow of communication between the two of us. Far under the need for audibility or for verbalization, questioning, answering, explaining, exploring. What was obvious to a bystander was the least of the communication between us. I had felt this same type of awareness before when our ingathering brought new members of the group to the canyon, but never quite so strongly as with Sala. It must have been more noticeable because we lacked many of the common experiences that are shared by those who have occupied the same earth together since birth. That must have been it. "I remember," said Sala as she sifted sand through slender, unused-looking hands. "When I was very small, I went out in the rain." She paused as though for a reaction. "Without my shield," she amplified. Again the pause. "I got wet," she cried, determined, apparently, to shock me. "Last week," I said, "I walked in the rain and got so wet that my shoes squelched at every step, and the clean taste of rain was in my mouth. It's one of my favorite pastimes. There's something so quiet about rain," I went on. "Even when there's wind and thunder, there's a stillness about it. I like it." Then, shaken by hearing myself say such things aloud, I sifted sand, too, a little violently at first. She reached over with a slender, milky finger and touched my hand. "Brown," she said. Then, "tan," as she caught my thought. "The sun," I said. "We're out in the sun so much, unshielded, that it browns our skins, or freckles them, or burns the living daylights out of us if we're not careful." "Then you still live in touch of earth?" she said. "At home we seldom ever—" Her words faded, and I caught a capsuled feeling that might have been real cozy if you were born to it, but— "How come?" I asked. "What's with your world that you have to shield all the time?" I felt a pang for my pictured Eden. "We don't have to," she said, "at least not any more. When we arrived at the new home, we had to do a pretty thorough renovating job. Of course, this was my grandparent, wanted it as nearly like the old home as possible. We've done wonderfully well copying the vegetation and hills and valleys and streams, but—" Guilt tinged her words. "It's still a copy. Nothing casual and thoughtless. By the time the new home was livable, we'd got into the habit of shielding. It was just what one did automatically. I don't believe Mother has gone unshielded outside her own sleep room in all her life. You just don't. I sprawled my arm across the sand, feeling it grit against my skin. Real cozy, but... She sighed. One time, I was old enough to know better. They told me. One time I walked in the sun unshielded. I got muddy and got my hands dirty and tore my dress. She brought out the untidy words with an effort, as though using extreme slang at a very prim gathering. And I tangled my hair so completely in a tree that I had to pull some of it out to get free. There was no bravado in her voice now. Now she was sharing with me one of the most precious of her memories, one not quite socially acceptable among her own. I touched her hand lightly, since I do not communicate too freely without contact, and saw her. She was stealing out of the house before dawn. Strange house, strange landscape, strange world. Easing the door shut, lifting quickly out into the grove below the house. Her flame of rebellion wasn't strange to me, though. I knew it too well myself. Then she dropped her shield. I gasped with her because I was feeling as newly as though I were the first in a brand new home, the movement of wind on my face, on my arms. I was even conscious of it streaming like tiny rivers between my fingers. I felt the soil beneath my hesitant feet, the soft-packed clay, the outline of a leaf, the harsh stab of gravel, the granular sandiness of the water's edge. The splash of water against my legs was as sharp as a bite into lemon. And wetness. I had no idea that wetness was such an individual feeling. I can't remember when first I waded in water, or whether I ever felt wetness to know consciously. This is wetness. The newness, it was like nothing I'd felt before. Then suddenly there was the smell of crushed manzanita again, and Sala's hand had moved from beneath mine. "Mother's questing for me," she whispered. "She has no idea I'm out here. She'd have a quonic if she knew. I must go before she gets no answer from my room." "When are you all coming out?" I asked. "Tomorrow, I think," she said. "Lam will have to rest longer. He's our motiver, you know. It was exhausting bringing the ship into the atmosphere, more so than the whole rest of the trip. But the rest of us—" "How many?" I whispered as she glided away from me and up the curve of the ship. "Oh," she whispered back, "there's—" The door opened and she slid inside, and it closed. "Dreams sweetly," I heard soundlessly, then astonishingly, the touch of a soft cheek against one of my cheeks, and the warm movement of lips against the other. I was startled and confused, though pleased, until with a laugh I realized that I had been caught between the mother's questing and Sala's reply. Dream sweetly, I thought, and rolled myself in my blankets. Something wakened me in the empty hours before dawn. I lay there feeling snatched out of sleep like a fish out of water, shivering in the interval between putting off sleep and putting on awakeness. "I'm supposed to think," I thought dully. "Concentrated thinking." So I thought. I thought of my people biding their time, waiting, walking when they could be flying. Think what we could do if we stopped waiting and really got going. Think of Bethy, our sensitive, in a medical center, reading the illnesses and ailments to the doctors. No more chance for patients to hide behind imaginary illnesses. No wrong diagnoses. No delay in identification of conditions. Of course, there's only one Bethy, and the few sorters we have who could serve a little less effectively, but it would be a beginning. Think of our sorters helping to straighten people out, able to search their deepest beings and pry the scabs off ancient cankers and wounds, and let healing into the suffering intricacies of the mind. Think of our ability to lift, to transport, to communicate, to use Earth instead of submitting to it. Hadn't man been given dominion over Earth? Hadn't he forfeited it somewhere along the way? Couldn't we help point him back to the path again? I twisted with this concentrated restatement of all my questions. Why couldn't this all be so now? Now? But no, say the old ones. Wait, says Jemmy. Not now, says Valancy. But look, I wanted to yell. They're headed for space, trying to get there on a pogo stick. Look at Lam. He brought that ship to us from some far homeland without lifting his hand, without gadgets, in his comfortable motive room. Take any of us. I myself could lift our pickup high enough to need my shield to keep me breathing. I'll bet even I, in one of those sealed, high-flying planes, could take it to the verge of space, just this side of the escape rim. And any motiver could take it over the rim, and the hard part is over. Of course, though all of us can lift, we have only 2 motivers, but it would be a start. But, no, say the old ones. Wait, says Jemmy. Not now, says Valancy. All right. So it would be doing violence to the scheme of things, grafting a 3rd arm onto an organism designed for 2. So the Earth ones will develop along our line someday. Look at Peter and Dita and that Francher kid and Bethy. So someday, when it is earned, they'll have it. So, let's go then. Let's find another home. Let's take to space and leave them their Earth. Let's let them have their time if they don't die of it first. Let's leave. Let's get out of this crumbly joint. Let's go somewhere where we can be ourselves all the time, openly, unashamed. I pounded my fists on the blanket, then ruefully wiped the flecks of sand from my lips and tongue and grunted a laugh at myself. I caught my breath and relaxed. Okay, Davy, I said. What are you doing out so early? I haven't been to bed, said Davy, drifting out of the shadows. Dad said I could try my scriber tonight. I just got it finished. That thing? I laughed up at him. What could you scribe at night? Well, Davy sat down in the air above my blanket, rubbing his thumbs on the tiny box he was holding. I thought it might be able to scribe dreams, but it won't. Not enough verbalizing in them. I checked my whole family and used up half my scribe tape. Got to make some more today. Nasty break, I said. Back to the drawing boards, boy. I don't know, said Davy. I tried it on your dreams. He flipped up out of my casual swipe at him. But I couldn't get anything, so I ran a chill down your spine. You rat, I said, too lazy to resent it very much. That's why I woke up so hard and quick. Yup, he said, drifting back over me. So I tried it on you awake. More concentrated thought patterns. Hey, I sat up slowly. Concentrated thought? I take his last part. Davy drifted up again. There was a quacking gobble. Oop, he said. Forgot to slow down. Thoughts are fast. Now, and clearly and minutely, like a voice sometimes sounds from a telephone receiver, I heard myself yelling, Let's leave. Let's get out of this crumbly joint. Davy! I yelled, launching myself upward, encumbered as I was with blankets. Watch it, he cried, holding the scriber away from me as we tumbled in the air. Group interest, I claim group interest. With the ship here now. Group interest nothing, I said, as I finally got my hands on the scriber. You're forgetting privacy of thought, and the penalty for violation thereof. I caught his flying thought and pushed the right area on the box to erase the record. Dag-nab, said Davy, disgruntled. My first invention, and you erase my first recording on it. Nasty break, I said. Then I tossed the box to him. But say, I reached up and pulled him down to me. Obla. Think about Obla and this screwy gadget. Yeah. His face lighted up, then blanked as he was snatched along with the train of thought. Yeah, Obla. No audible voice. He'd already forgotten me before the trees received him. It wasn't that I had been ashamed of my thoughts. It was only that they sounded so naked, made audible. I stood there, my hands flattened against the beautiful ship, and felt my conviction solidify. Let's leave. If there isn't room for us on this ship, we can build others. Let's find a real home somewhere, either find one or build one. I think it was at that moment that I began to say goodbye to Earth, almost subconsciously beginning to sever the ties that bound me to it. Like the slow outfanning of a lifting wing, the direction of my thoughts turned skyward. I lifted my eyes. This time next year, I thought, I won't be watching morning lighting up old Baldy. By mid-morning, the whole of the group, including the whole group from Bendo, which had been notified, was waiting on the hillside near the ship, relaxing in the sun that was reluctant to leave spring and launch into strenuous summer. There was very little audible speech and not much gaiety. The ship brought back too much of the past, and the dark streams of memory were coursing through the group. I latched onto one stream and found only the shadows of the crossing in it. "But the home," I interjected. "The home before." Just then, a glitter against the bulk of the ship drew our attention. The door was opening. There was a pause, and then there were the four of them, Sala and her parents, and another older fellow. The slight glintings of their personal shields were securely about them, and as they winced against the downpouring sun, their shields thickened above their heads and took on a deep blue tint. The oldest, his blind face turned to the ship, spoke on a group stream. "Welcome to the group." His thought was organ-toned and cordial. "Thrice welcome among us. You are the first from the home to follow us to Earth. We are eager for the news of our friends." There was a sudden babble of thoughts. "Is Anna with you? Is Mark? Is Santhi? Is Bediah?" Wait. The father lifted his arms imploringly. "I cannot answer all of you at once except by saying there are only the four of us in the ship." "Four?" Almost the astonished thought lifted an echo from Baldy. "Why, yes," he answered. He gave us his name, Shua. "My family and I and our motive are here, Lam." "Then all the rest—" Several of us slipped to our knees with the sign trembling on our fingers. "Oh, no." Shua was shocked. "No, we fared very well in our new home. Almost all your friends await you eagerly. As you remember, ours was the group living adjacent to yours on the home. Our group and two others reached our new home. Why, we brought this ship empty so we could take you all home." "Home!" For a stunned moment, the word hung almost visibly in the air above us. Then, "Home!" The cry rose and swelled and broke to audibility as the whole group took to the sky as one. Such a jubilant, ecstatic cry it was that it shook an echo sufficient to frighten a pair of blue jays from a clump of pines on the flat. Why, they must all think the way I do, I thought, astonished, as I joined in the upsurge and the jubilant chorus of the wordless homeward song. Then I flattered a little as I wondered if any of them shared with me the sudden twinge of that odd pang I had felt before. I tucked it quickly away, deep enough so that only a sorter would be able to find it, and quickly cradled the Francher kid in my lifting. He hadn't learned to go much beyond the treetops yet, and the group was leaving him behind. "There's four of them," I thought breathlessly at Obla. "Only four. They brought the ship to take us home." Obla turned her blind face to me. "To take us all? Just like that?" "Well, yes," I replied, frowning a little. "I guess just like that, whatever that means. After all, I suppose castaways are always eager for rescue," said Obla. Then, gently mocking, "I suppose you're all packed." "I've been packed almost since I was born," I said. "Haven't I always been talking about getting out of this bind that holds us back?" "You have," thought Obla, "exhaustively talked about it. Put your hand out the window, Bram. Take a handful of sun." I did, filling my palm with a tingling brightness. "Pour it out." I tilted my hand and felt the warm flow of escaping light. "No more earth sun ever again," she said. "Not ever." "Darn you, Obla, cut it out," I cried. You weren't so entirely sure yourself, were you? She asked. Even after all your protestations. Even in spite of that big, warm wonder growing inside you. Warm wonder. And I felt my face heat up. Oh, I said awkwardly. That's only natural interest in a stranger from home. I felt excitement mounting. Just think, Obla, from home. A stranger from home. Obla's thought was a little sad. Listen to your words, Bram. A stranger from home. When ever have people been strangers to one another? You're playing with words now, I said. Let me tell you the whole thing. I've used Obla for a sounding board ever since I can remember. I have no memory of her physically complete. I became conscious of her only after her disaster and mine. The same explosion that maimed her took my parents. They were trying to get some outsiders out of a crashed plane and didn't quite make it. Some of my most grandiose schemes have echoed hollow and empty against the listening receptiveness of Obla. And some of my shyest thoughts have grown to monumental strength with her uncritical acceptance of them. Somehow, when you hear your own ideas crisply cut for transmission, they're stripped of anything extraneous and stand naked of pretensions, and then you can get a decent perspective on them. Poor child, she cut in when I told her of Salah's hair being caught. Poor child, to feel that pain is a privilege. Better than having pain a way of life, I flashed. Who should know better than you? Perhaps, she said. Who is to say which is better, to hunger and be fed, or to be fed so continuously that you never know hunger? Sometimes a little fasting is good for the soul. Think of a cold drink of water after an afternoon in the hayfield. I shivered at the delicious recollection. Well, anyway, and I finished the account for her. I was almost out of the door before I suddenly realized that I hadn't mentioned Davy at all. I went back and told her. Before I was half through, her face twisted and her hair swirled protectively over it. When I finished, I stood there awkwardly, not knowing exactly what to do. Then I caught a faint echo of her thought. A voice again. I think a little of my contempt for gadgets died at the moment. Anything that could pleasure Obla. I thought I was troubled about whether we should go or stay, until the afternoon I found all the blends and ingathered sitting together on the boulders above Cougar Creek. Dita was trailing the water from her bare toes, and all the rest were concentrating on the falling of the drops as though there was some answer in them. The Francher kid was making a sharp crystal scale out of their falling. I came openly, so there was no thought of eavesdropping, but I don't think they were fully aware that I was there. But for me, Dita drew her knees up to her chest and clasped her wet feet in her hands. For me it's different. Your blends are all of the people, but I'm all of Earth. My roots are anchored in this old rock. Think what it would mean to me to say goodbye to my world. Think back to the crossing. A ripple of discomfort moved through the group. You see? And yet, to stay, to watch the people go, to know them gone. She laid her cheek against her knees. The quick comfort of the others enveloped her, and Lowe moved to the boulder beside her. It'd be as bad for us to leave, he said. Sure, we're of the people, but this is the only home we've known. I didn't grow up in a group. None of us did. All of our roots are firmly set here, too. To leave. What has the new home to offer that we don't have here? Peter started a little whirlpool in the shallow stream below. Well, Lowe stilled the whirlpool and spoke into a lengthening silence. Ask Bram. He's all afire to blast off. He grinned over his shoulder at me. Well, the new home is our world, I said, drifting over to them, gathering my scattered thoughts. We would be among our own. No more need for concealment. No more trying to fit in where we don't fit. No more holding back when we could be doing so much. I could feel the surge and swirl of thoughts around me, each person aligning himself to the vision of the home. Without any further word, they all left the creek, absorbed in the problem. As they slowly scattered, there was not an echo of a thought. Everyone was shutting himself up with his own reactions. All the peace and tranquility of Cougar Canyon was gone. Oh, sure, the light still slanted brightly through the trees at dawn. The wind still stirred the branches in the hot, quiet afternoons, and occasionally whipped up little whirlwinds to dance the dried leaves in a brief flurry of action. And the slender new moon was cleanly bright in the evening sky, but it was all overlaid with a big question mark. I couldn't settle to anything. Halfway through ripping a plank at the mill, I'd think, why bother? We'll be gone soon. And then the spasm of acute pleasure and anticipation would somehow turn to the pain of bereavement, and I'd feel like clutching a handful of sawdust and, well, sobbing into it. And late at night, changing the head gates to irrigate another alfalfa field, I'd kick the moss-slick, wet boards and think exultantly, when we get there, we won't have to go through this mumbo-jumbo. We'll rain the water where and when we want it. Then again, I'd lie on the edge of the hot sun, my head in the shade of the cottonwoods, and feel the deep, soaking warmth to my very bone. Smell the waiting, dusty smell of the afternoon. Feel sleep wrapping itself around my thoughts, and hear the sudden creaking cries of the red-winged blackbirds in the far fields, and suddenly know that I couldn't leave it, couldn't give up Earth for anything or any place. But there was Sala. Showing her Earth was like nothing you could ever imagine. For instance, it never occurred to her that things could hurt her. Like today, I found her halfway across Furnace Flat, huddled under a pinyon pine, cradling her bare feet in her hands and rocking with pain. "Where are your shoes?" It was the first thing I could think of as I hunched beside her. "Shoes?" She caught the picture from me. "Oh, shoes. My sandals are at the ship. I wanted to feel this world. We shield so much at home that I couldn't tell you a thing about textures there. But the sand was so good the first night, and water is wonderful. I thought this black, glowing smoothness and splinteredness would be a different sort of texture." She smiled ruefully. "It is. It's hot and I supplied a word. "Hurty. I should think so. This shale flat heats up like a furnace this time of day. That's why it's called Furnace Flat." "I landed in the middle of it, running," she said. "I was so surprised that I didn't have sense enough to lift or shield." "Let me see." I loosened her fingers and took one of her slender white feet in my hand. "Adonde via," I whistled. Carefully, I picked off a few loose flakes of blood-stained shale. "You've practically blistered your feet, too. Don't you know the sun can be vicious this time of day?" "I know now," she said. She took her feet back and peered at the sole. "Look," she cried, "there's blood." "Yep," I said. "That's usual when you puncture your skin. You'd better come on back to the house and get those feet taken care of." "Taken care of?" "Sure. Antiseptic for the germs, salve for the burns. You won't go hunting for a day or two, not with your feet anyway." "Well, can't we just know by and transgraph? It's so much simpler." "Indubitably," I said, lifting, sitting as she did, and straightening up in the air above the path. "If I knew what you were talking about." We headed for the house. "Well, at home, the healers—" "This is Earth," I said. "We have no healers as yet. Only insofar as our sensitive can help out those who know about healing. It's mostly a do-it-yourself deal with us. But who knows? You might be allergic to us and sprout daylilies at every puncture. It'll probably worry your mother." "Mother?" There was a curious pause. "Mother is annoyed with me already. She feels that I'm definitely Undine. She wishes she'd left me home. She's afraid I'll never be the same again." "Undine?" I asked. because Sala had sent out no clarification with the term. "Yes," she said, and I caught it visualization after unfamiliar visualization until finally light began to dawn. "Well, we don't exactly eat peas with our knives or wipe our noses on our sleeves. We can be pretty couth when we set our minds to it." I know," she hastened to say, "but Mother, well, you know some mothers." "Yes, I know," I said. "But if you never walk or climb or swim or anything like that, what do you do for fun?" "It's not that we never do them," she said, "but seldom casually or unthinkingly. We're supposed to outgrow the need for childish activities like that," she said. "We're supposed to be capable of more intellectual pleasures." "Like what?" I held the branches aside for her to descend to the kitchen door, and nearly kinked my shoulders trying to do that and open the door for her simultaneously. After several false starts and stops and a feeling of utter foolishness, like when you try to dodge past a person who tried to dodge past you, we ended up at the kitchen table with Sala gasping at the smart of the merthiolate. "Like what?" I repeated. "Oosh! That's quite a sensation." She loosened her clutch on her ankles and relaxed under the soothing salve I spread on her reddened feet. "Well, Mother's favorite, and she does it very well, is anticipating. She likes roses." "And so do I," said, bewildered, "but I seldom anticipate in connection with them." Sala laughed. I liked to hear her laugh. It was more nearly a musical phrase than a laugh. The Francher kid, the first time he heard it, made a composition of it. Of course, neither he nor I liked it very much when the other kids in the canyon revved it up and used it for a dance tune, but I must admit it had quite a beat. Well, anyway, Sala laughed. "You know, for two people using the same words, we certainly come out at different comprehensions. No, what Mother likes is anticipating a rose. She chooses a bud that looks interesting. She knows all the finer distinctions. Then she makes a rose, synthetic, as nearly like the real bud as she can. Then for 2 or 3 days she sees if she can anticipate every movement of the opening of the real rose by opening her synthetic simultaneously. Or if she's very adept, just barely ahead of the other." She laughed again. "It's one of our family stories, the time she chose a bud that did nothing for 2 days, then shivered to dust. Somehow it had been sprayed with destro. Mother's never quite got over the humiliation." "Maybe I'm being Undine," I said, "but I can't see spending 2 days watching a rosebud." "And yet you spent a whole hour just looking at the sky last evening," said Sala. "And 4 of you spent hours last night receiving and displaying cards. You got quite emotional over it several times." Well, yes," I said, "but that's different. A sunset like that and the way Jemmy plays—" I caught the teasing in her eyes, and we laughed together. Laughter needs no interpreter, at least not our laughter. Sala took so much pleasure in sampling our world that, as is usual, I discovered things about our neighborhood that I hadn't known before. It was she who found the cave, because she was curious about the tiny trickle of water high on the slope of Baldy. "Just a spring," I told her, as we looked up at the dark streak that marked a fold in the massive cliff. "Just a spring," she mocked. "In this land of little water, is there such a thing as just a spring?" "It's not worth anything," I protested, following her up into the air. "You can't even drink from it." "It could ease a heart hunger, though," she said. "The sight of wetness in an arid land." "It can't even splash," I said as we neared the streak. "No," said Sala, holding her forefinger to the end of the moisture, "but it can grow things." Lightly she touched the minute little green plants that clung to the rock wall in the dampness. "Pretty," I said perfunctorily. "But look at the view from here." We turned around, pressing our backs to the sheer cliff, and looked out over the vast stretches of red to purple to blue ranges of mountains, jutting fiercely naked or solidly forested or speckled with growth as far as we could see. And lazily, far away, a shaft of smelter smoke rose and bent almost at right angles as an upper current caught it and thinned it to haze. Below, fold after fold of the hills hugged protectively to themselves the tiny comings and goings and dwelling places of those who had lost themselves in the vastness. And yet, almost whispered Sala, if you're lost in vast enough vastness, you find yourself a different self, a self that has only being and the presence to contemplate. True, I said, breathing deeply of sun and pine and hot granite. But not many reach that vastness. Most of us size our little worlds to hold enough distractions to keep us from having to contemplate being and God. There was a moment's deep silence as we let our own thoughts close the subject. Then Sala lifted, and I started down. "Hey," I called, "that's up." "I know it," she called, "and that's down. I still haven't found the spring." So I lifted too, grumbling at the stubbornness of women, and arrived even with Sala just as she perched tentatively on a sharp spur of rock on the edge of the vegetation-covered gash that was the beginning of the oozing wetness. She looked straight down the dizzy thousands of feet below us. "What beautiful downness," she said, pleasured. "If you were afraid of heights," I suggested. She looked at me quickly. "Are some people?" she asked. "Really?" "Some are," I said. "I read one time. Would you care to try the texture of that?" And I created for her the horrified, frantic, dying terror of an outsider friend of mine who hardly dares look out of a second-story window. "Oh, no!" She paled and clung to the scanty draping of vines and branches of the cleft. "No more, no more!" "I'm sorry," I said, "but it is a different sort of emotion. I think of it every time I read neither height nor depth nor any other creature. Height to my friend is a creature, a horrible, hovering destroyer waiting to pounce on him." "It's too bad," said Sala, "that he doesn't remember to go on to the next phrase and learn to lose his fear." By quick common consent, we switched subjects in mid-air. "This is the source," I said. "Satisfied?" "No." She groped among the vines. "I want to see a trickle, trickle, and a drop, drop from the beginning." She burrowed deeper. Rolling my eyes to heaven for patience, I helped her hold back the vines. She reached for the next layer, and suddenly wasn't there. "Sala!" I scrabbled at the vines. "Sala!" "Here," I caught her subvocal answer. "Talk," I said, as I felt her thought melt out of my consciousness. "I am talking." Her reply broke to audibility on the last word. "And I'm sitting in some awfully cold, wet water. Do come in." I squirmed cautiously through the narrow cleft into the darkness and stumbled to my knees in icy water almost waist deep. "It's dark," whispered Sala, and her voice ran huskily around the place. "Wait for your eyes to change," I whispered back, and groping through the water, caught her hand and clung to it. But even after a breathless sort of pause, our eyes could not pick up enough light to see by, only faint green shimmer where the cleft was. "Had enough?" I asked. "Is this trickly and drippy enough?" I lifted our hands, and the water sluiced off our elbows. "I want to see," she protested. "Matches," I said, "are inoperative when they're wet. Flashlight have I none. Suggestions?" "Well, no," she said. "You don't have any glowers living here, do you?" "Well, since the word rings no bell, I guess not," I said. "But say," I dropped her hand and, rising to my knees, fumbled for my pocket. "Dita taught me, or tried to after Valancy told her how come." I broke off, immersed in the problem of trying to get a hand into and out of the pocket of skin-tight, wet Levi's. "I know I'm an outlander," said Sala plaintively, "but I thought I had a fairly comprehensive knowledge of your language." Dita's the outsider that we found with Lowe. She's got some gifts and persuasions none of us have. There, I grunted, and settled back in the water. Now, if I can remember. I held the thin dime between my fingers and shifted all those multiples of metal gears that are so complicated until you work your way through their complexity to the underlying simplicity. I concentrated my whole self on that little disk of metal. There was a sudden, blinding spurt of light. Sala cried out, and I damped the light quickly to a more practical level. I did it, I cried. I glowed it first thing this time. It took me half an hour last time to get a spark. Sala was looking in wonder at the tiny globe of brilliance in my hand. And an outsider can do that? Can do, I said, suddenly very proud of our outsiders. And so can I now. There you are, ma'am, I twanged. Your light, your cave. Look to your little heart's content. I don't suppose it was much as caves go. The floor was sand, pale, granular, almost sugar-like. The pool, out of which we both dripped as soon as we sighted dry land, had no apparent source, but stayed always at the same level in spite of the slender flow that streaked the cliff. The roof was about twice my height, and the pool was no farther than that across. The walls curved protectively close around the water. At first glance, there was nothing special about the cave. There weren't even any stalactites or stalagmites, just the sand and the quiet pool shimmering a little in the light of the glowed coin. Well, Sala sighed happily as she pushed back her heavy hair with wet hands. This is where it begins. Yes, I said, closing my hand around the dime and watching the light spray between my fingers. Wetly, I might point out. Sala was scrambling across the sand on all fours. It's high enough to stand, I said, following her. I'm being a cave creature, she smiled back over her shoulder. Not a human surveying a kingdom. It looks different from down here. Okay, troglodyte, I said. How does it look down there? Marvelous. Sala's voice was very soft. Bring the light and look. We lay on our stomachs and peered into the tiny tunnel, hardly a foot across, that Sala had found. I focused the light down the narrow passageway. The whole thing was a lacy network of delicate crystals, white, clear, rosy, and pale green, so fragile that I held my breath lest they break. The longer I looked, the more wonder I saw. Miniature forests of snowflake-like laciness, flights of fairy steps, castles and spires, flowers terraced up gentle hillsides, and branches of blossoms almost alive enough to sway. An arm's length down the tunnel, a quietly bright pool reflected the perfection around it to double the enchantment. Sala and I looked at each other, our faces so close together that we were mirrored in one another's eyes. Eyes that stated and reaffirmed, ours. No one else in all the universe shares this spot with us. Wordlessly, we sat back in the sand. I don't know about Sala, but I was having a little difficulty with my breathing because, for some odd reason, it seemed necessary to hold my breath to shield from being easily read as a child. Let's leave the light, whispered Sala. It'll stay lighted without you, won't it? Yeah, I said, indefinitely. Leave it by the little cave, she said. Then we'll know it's always lighted and lovely. We edged our way out of the cleft in the cliff and hovered there for a minute, laughing at our bedraggled appearance. Then we headed for home and dry clothes. I wish Obla could see the cave, I said impulsively, and wished I hadn't because I caught Sala's immediate displeased protest. I mean, I said awkwardly, she never gets to see... I broke off. After all, she wouldn't be able to see any better if she were there. I would have to be her eyes. Obla. Sala wasn't vocalizing now. She's very near to you. She's almost my second self, I said. A relative? No, I said, only as souls are related. I can feel her in your thoughts so often, said Sala, And yet, have I ever met her? No, I said, she doesn't meet people. I was holding in my mind the clean, uncluttered strength of Obla. Then again I caught Sala's distressed protest and her feeling of being excluded before she shielded. Still I hesitated. I didn't want to share. Obla was more an expression of myself than a separate person, an expression that was hidden and precious. I was afraid to share, afraid that it might be like touching a finger to a fragile chemical fern in the little tunnel, that there wouldn't even be a ping before the perfection shivered to shapeless powder. 2 weeks after the ship arrived, a general group meeting was called. We all gathered on the flat around the ship. It looked like a field day at first, with the flat filled with laughing, lifting children playing tag above the heads of the more sedate elders. The kids my age clustered at one side, tugged towards playing tag too, but restrained because, after all, you do outgrow some things when people are looking. I sat there with them, feeling an emptiness beside me. Sala was with her parents. The oldest was not there. He was at home, struggling to contain his being in the broken body that was becoming more and more a dissolving prison. So Jemmy called us to attention. Long-drawn periods of indecision are not good, he said without preliminary. The ship has been here 2 weeks. We have all faced our problem, to go or to stay. There are many of us who have not yet come to a decision. This we must do soon. The ship will up a week from today. To help us decide, we are now open to brief statements, pro or con. There was an odd tightening feeling as the whole group flowed into a common thought stream and became a single unit instead of a mass of individuals. I will go. It was the thought of the oldest from his bed back in the canyon. The new home has the means to help me, so that the years yet allotted to me may be nearly painless. Since the crossing, he broke off, flashing an amused, brief. I will stay. It was the voice of one of the young girls from Bendo. We have only started to make Bendo a place fit to live in. I like beginnings. The new home sounds finished to me. I don't want to go away, piped a very young voice. My radishes are just coming up, and I have to water them all the time. They'd die if I left. Amusement rippled through the group and relaxed us. I'll go. It was Matt, called back from Tech with the ship's arrival. In the home, my field of specialization has developed far beyond what we have at Tech or anywhere else. But I'm coming back. There can be no free and easy passage back and forth between the home and Earth, warned Jemmy, for a number of very valid reasons. I'll chance it, said Matt. I'll make it back. I'm staying, said the Francher kid. Here on Earth, we're different with a plus. There, we'd be different with a minus. What we can do and do well won't be special there. I don't want to go where I'd be making ABC songs. I want my music to go on being big. I'm going, said Jake, his voice mocking as usual. I'm through horsing around. I'm going to become a solid citizen. But I want to go in for... His verbalization stopped, and all I could comprehend was an angular sort of concept, wound with time and space, as with serpentine. I saw my own blankness on the faces around me, and felt a little less stupid. See, said Jake, that's what I've been having on the tip of my mind for a long time. Sure, it tells me they've got a fair beginning on it there. I'm willing to ABC it for a while, for a chance at something like that. I cleared my throat. Here was my chance to broadcast to the whole group what I intended to do. Apparently, I was the only one seeing the situation clearly enough. It was as though I'd stepped into a dense fog bank. I felt as though I'd gone blind and dumb at one stroke. I had a feeling of being torn like a piece of paper. I lost all my breath as I became vividly conscious of my actual thoughts. I didn't want to go. I was snatched into a mad whirlpool of thoughts at this realization. How could I stay after all I'd said? How could I go and know Earth no more? How could I stay and let Sala go? How could I go and leave Obla behind? Dimly I heard someone else's voice finishing. Because home or no home, this is home to me. I closed my gaping, wordless mouth and wet my dry lips. I could see again. See the group slowly dissolving. The Bendo group gathering together under the trees, the rest drifting away from the flat. Lowe leaned across the rock. "What's the matter, feller?" he laughed. "Cat got your tongue? I expected a blast of eloquence from you that'd push the whole group up the gangplank." "Bram's bashful," teased Dita. "He doesn't like to make his convictions known." I tried to sort of smile. "Pity me, people," I said. "Before you stands a creature shorn of convictions, naked as a jaybird in the cold winds of indecision." "Fresh out of Long John," said Peter, sobering. "But there's plenty of sympathy available." "Thanks," I said. "Noted and appreciated." I couldn't take my new doubt and indecision, the new tumult and pain, to Obla, not when she was so much a part of it, so I took them up into the hills. I perched like a brooding buzzard on the stone spur outside the little cave, high above the canyon. Wildly, until my throat ached and my voice croaked, I railed against this world and its limitations. Hoarsely, I whispered over all the lets and hindrances that plagued us, that plagued me. And infuriatingly, the world and all its echoes placidly paced my every argument with solid rebuttal. I was hearing with both ears now, one for my own voice, one for the world's reply. And my voice got fainter and fainter, and Earth's voice wasn't a whisper any more. "Nothing is the way it should be," I hoarsely yelled my last weary assault at the evening sky. "And never will be, short of eternity," replied the streak of sunset crimson. "But we could do so much more." "Who ever heard of bread made only of leaven?" replied the first evening star. "We're being wasted," I whispered. "So is the wheat when it's broadcast in the field," answered the fringe of pines on the crest of a far hill. "But Sala will go. She'll be gone." And nothing answered. Only the wind cried, and a single piece of dislodged gravel rattled down into the darkness. "Sala!" I cried. "Sala will be gone. Answer that one if you can." But the world was through with answers. The wind became very busy, humming through the dusk. "Answer me." I had only a whisper left. "I will." The voice was very soft, but it shook me like a blast of lightning. "I can answer." Sala eased lightly down on the spur beside me. "Sala is staying." "Sala!" I could only clutch the rock and stare. "Mother had a quonic when I told her," smiled Sala, easing the tight, uncomfortable emotion. "I told her I needed a research paper to finish my level requirements, and that this would be just perfect for it. She said I was too young to know my own mind. I said finishing high in my level would be quite a feather in her cap, if you'll pardon the provincialism. And she said she didn't even know your parents." Sala colored, her eyes wavering. "I told her there had been no word between us, that we were not twoing, yet, much." "It doesn't have to be now," I cried, grabbing both her hands. "Oh, Sala, now we can afford to wait." And I yanked her off the spur into the maddest, wildest flight of my life. Like a couple of crazy things, we split and resplit the air above Baldy, soaring and diving like drunken lightning. But all the time, part of us was moving so far, so fast. Another part of us was talking quietly together, planning, wondering, rejoicing, as serenely as if we were back in the cave again, seeing each other in quiet, reflective eyes. Finally, darkness closed in entirely, and we leaned exhausted against each other, drifting slowly towards the canyon floor. "Obla," I said. "Let's go tell Obla." There was no need to shield any part of my life from Sala anymore. In fact, there was a need to make it a cohesive whole, complete with both Obla and Sala. Obla's windows were dark. That meant no one was visiting her. She would be alone. I rapped lightly on the door, my own particular rap. "Bram, come in." I caught welcome from Obla. "I brought Sala," I said. "Let me turn the light on." I stepped in. "Wait!" But simultaneously with her cry, I flipped the light switch. "Sala," I started, "this is—" Sala screamed and threw her arm across her eyes. The sudden overflooding of horrified revulsion choked the room, and Obla was fluttering in the far upper corner of the room, hiding herself behind the agonized swirl of her hair, her broken body in the twisting of her white gown, pressing itself to the walls, struggling for escape, her startled physical and mental anguish moaning almost audibly around us. I grabbed Sala and yanked her out of the room, snapping the light off as we went. I dragged her out to the edge of the yard where the canyon walls shot upwards. I flung her against the sandstone wall. She turned and hid her face against the rock, sobbing. I grabbed her shoulders and shook her. "How could you?" I gritted between my teeth, outraged anger thickening my words. "Is that the kind of people the home is turning out now? Counting arms and legs and eyes more than the person?" Her tumbling hair whipped across my chin. "Permitting rejection and disgust for any living soul? Aren't you taught even common kindness and compassion?" I wanted to hit her, to hit anything solid, to protest this unthinkable thing that had been done to Obla, this unhealable wounding. Sala snatched herself out of my grasp and hovered just out of reach, wet eyes glaring angrily down at me. "It's your fault, too," she snapped, tears flowing. "I'd have died rather than do a thing like that to Obla or anyone else if I'd known. You didn't tell me. You never visualized her that way. Only strength and beauty and wholeness." "Why not?" I shot back angrily, lifting level with her. "That's the only way I see her anymore. I'm trying to shift the blame. It is your fault. Oh, Bram." And she was crying in my arms. When she could speak again between sniffs and hiccups, she said, "We don't have people like that at home. I mean, I never saw an incomplete person. I never saw scars and mutilation. Don't you see, Bram? I was holding myself ready to receive her completely because she was part of you. And then to find myself embracing—" She choked. "Look," she went on, "look, Bram. We have transgraph and regeneration, and no one ever stays unfinished." I let go of her slowly, lost in wonder. "Regeneration? Transgraph?" "Yes, yes," cried Sala. "She can have back her legs. She can have her arms again. She can have her beautiful face again. She may even get back her eyes and her voice, though I don't know for sure about that. She can be Obla again instead of a dark prison for Obla." But no one told us. No one asked. Common concern. I'll ask them. Have you any Dobic children, and cases of Sazarina and trimorphsemia? It's not that we don't want to ask. How are we to know what to ask? We've never even heard of a basket case. She took the word from me. It just didn't occur to us to ask. "I'm sorry," I said, drying her eyes with the palms of my hands, lacking anything better. "I should have told you." My words were but scant surface indications of my deep, abject apology. "Come," she said, pulling away from me. "We must go to Obla. Not right now." It was Sala who finally coaxed Obla back down to her bed. It was Sala who persuaded the frantic, twining hair to untwist. It was Sala who held the broken, weeping face against her slight young shoulder and poured the healing balms of her sorrow and understanding over Obla's wounds. As it was Sala who told Obla of what the home held for her, told her and told her and told her, until Obla finally believed. All three of us were limp and weary by then, and all three content just to sit for a minute, so the explosion of Davy into the room was twice the shock it ordinarily would have been. Hi, Bram. Hi, Sala. Hi, Obla. I got it fixed now. It won't hiss on the S's anymore, and you can trip the playback yourself. Here. He plopped onto her pillow the little cube I recognized as his scriber. Try it out. Go on. Try it out on Bram. Obla turned her face until her cheek felt the cube. Sala looked at me in wonderment, and then at Obla. There was a brief pause, and then a slight click, and I heard, tiny but distinct, the first audible word I'd ever heard from Obla. Bram. Oh, Bram, now I can go with you. I won't be left behind. And when we get to the home, I'll be whole again. Whole again. Through my shock, I heard Davy say, You didn't even use one S, Obla. Say something S-y, so's I can check it. Obla thought I was going to the home. She expected me to go with her. She didn't know I'd decided to stay, that we were going to stay. I met Sala's eyes. Our communication was quick and complete before the small voice said, Sala, my sweet sister, I trust that's sufficiently S-y. And I heard Obla's laugh for the first time. So, somewhere way back there's a tiny cave with a dime glowing in it, keeping in trust a preciousness between Sala and me, a candle in the window of memory. Somewhere way back there are the sights and sounds, the smells and tastes, the homeness of earth. For a while I've turned my back on the promised land, for our Jordan was crossed those long years ago. My trouble was that I thought that wherever I looked, just because I did the looking, was the goal ahead. But all the time, the crossing, simmering in the light of memory, had been something completed, not something yet to reach. My yearning for the home must have been a little of the old hunger for the flesh pots that haunts any pioneering effort. And Sala, well, sometimes when I'm not looking, she looks at me, and then at Obla. And sometimes when she isn't looking, I look at her, and then at Obla. Obla has no eyes, but sometimes when we aren't looking, she looks at me, and then at Sala. Things will happen to all three of us before Earth swells again in the portholes. But whatever happens, Earth will swell in the portholes again, at least for me. And then I will truly be coming home.